New York Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner Goodnight Olive hopes to start a new win streak after her 7-race run came to an end on Derby Day. Caramel Swirl's been beat by the champ before, but if her last start is any indication, a Grade 3 win in the Vagrancy today could be a totally different story. That and more ahead on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to be with you on a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Silks of Blue Rose Farm. John Everts and Arcangelo with that historic victory, that breakthrough win. First female trainer, Jenna Antonucci, ever to win in a Triple Crown event. It could be a very big season ahead for Arcangelo and his connections as well. We look forward to his summer to come in upstate New York. Hello, everybody. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to be with you on this Saturday edition of the program. Very big race coming up in this Filly and Mare Sprint division, including the reigning champion, Goodnight Olive, who had a very tough trip. Never got a chance to run last time we saw her on Kentucky Derby Day, and again is going to get a tough inside post. And the rest of this field now has the blueprint on what to do with her. She's going to have the target on her back again. Goodnight Olive with Irad Ortiz Jr. What will he do today? Obviously, some adjustments will be made. With me, four-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. All eyes today, I think, of any racetrack in the country, are going to be on Irad Ortiz Jr. to see how he rides Goodnight Olive.
Yeah, this is a horse that's very, very special. I mean, she's 7 for 9 lifetime. She won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint last year with ease. And her coming out party was at Saratoga. And in her last race in the Derby City Distaff, she just got compromised by a little bit of race riding that, you know, it happens in horse racing. And Tyler Gaffalione just got the best of Irad Ortiz Jr. on that day.
Did his job, kept this filly pinned in, who had won 7 in a row. She never got a chance to get out, get any running room. And as a result, that 7-race win streak, comes to an end. So Tyler, on that gray, in those Silks of Winchell Thoroughbreds. Well, this is a look at the victory of the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, but that's what we'll get to that, and then we'll show that to you. She's so good. Obviously, she's a lot better, and when she can get that running room, you would think they just got to fire out of there today and try and take it to this field.
That's going to be a very, very interesting question. Do they just say we're the best horse as you look at today's menu? But when she gets to the front end, she is very, very good. She almost floats on the ground.
This is presented by Claiborne Farm. Lot ahead. We have the first race coming up in just minutes here. We're fast and firm, and we're going to be jumping back and forth on networks. 1 and 2, 8 and 10 on FS2. In between, we're on FS1. So make note of all that. Of course, you can play all the action by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members punch in that code right there. Bonus 200, and you're good to go at NairaBets.com. We're going to kick off this Saturday card with a maiden special weight. Everyone looking for that first win. 6 furlongs, sprinting on the turf. As we get a look at the field and the current odds, let's head downstairs and check in for the first time today with Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and this is a fun way to kick off the card. Absolutely gorgeous day as it turned out to be down here at Belmont Park. But starting things off with your favorite beer run for Wesley Ward, as Wesley and John Velasquez teamed up to be in the winner's circle yesterday. They'll try to do so again today. In kind of a typical Wesley Ward fashion, it's had a very quiet warm-up. He's been very laid back throughout the running. As I've mentioned many times before, I firmly believe that the City of Lights are more turf horses. But this one, interestingly enough, did not take much money first time out. I thought Johnny did a good job from the post and getting him a little bit more of a ground-saving trip. As your favorite, I just wish I'd seen a little bit more punch, perhaps in the running of that first race. He's obviously logical in this spot, but a couple others I'm intrigued by. The number 6, Flat Top Box, gets on the turf for the first time. And to me, in that debut, he ran kind of with his head up, late, like a horse that wasn't fit. And you could see he definitely carries his condition, that's for sure. He's a burly boy, but he looks a little bit more tucked up today. There is some turf pedigree in the bottom side, and Munning certainly can handle it. He's worked a couple times on the turf course up at Saratoga since then. And I just think that he's going to improve having had a race under his belt and getting onto the surface that he probably prefers. A couple of first-time starters in here, starting with the number 1, Inspector Perot, as this one is by Expert Eye, who, of course, won the Breeders' Cup Mile. And as far as his progeny in the U.S., his first-time starters stateside are 2 for 3. And this one was sold for $60,000 at Goff's yearling sale, a little bit on the lower side than we've typically seen for Tony Dutrow, as he has picked up quite a few horses over in the European sales to contend with the turf races here in America. This horse probably on pedigree and looking at him physically wants to go a little bit longer than this, but he's fit. He's been professional debut. He does start his racing career wearing a cage bit or a Houghton bit, which typically is a sign of horses that have the tendency to bear out. So watch him during the races. I thought that was interesting equipment for a firster. And the 5, Mischievous Angel. The dam is the sister to Grade 1 winner Audible, who was good, of course, on the dirt, winning the Florida Derby. And Buy Into Mischief, this was an expensive horse. He was entered a couple weeks ago in a maiden claiming for $75,000. I wasn't 100% sure what to do with him. He doesn't look overly turf. He was a little bit nervous before the race. We'll see if he can be ready to roll in this spot, but I just had some questions versus those with experience. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. There is Inspector Perot. Agatha Christie fans going to put their money here on this first-time starter, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, the very interesting import because, you know, the 2-year puts blinkers on. The 3 Wesley's horses usually show speed, and we've seen the 4 Fast Boat to Sky show pace. So does somebody take it to him from the start, which I think that could be Beer Run because he got sort of hung out up in the 11 hole at Keeneland his first start. So if he's the speed of the speed, you know, Inspector Perot, is that the horse that can come from off the pace?
Get involved with that showdown contest. Compete for real prizes without risking any of your own money. Good luck to everybody. We'll see that leaderboard at the end of the program. There's American Know-How. Tom Morley, Trevor McCarthy have been trying to get this horse on the turf. First 2 times, son of the Triple Crown champ, American Pharaoh, has run. It's been washed off the grass.
Yeah, I think this is the interesting horse in the race because it's shown speed on maybe not his preferred surface, gets blinkers, and, you know, could take it to a Beer Run early here.
Chad Brown, Peter Brandt Silks there, Mischievous Angel, Arad Ortiz Jr., and he'll have that mount on Goodnight Olive later today, and that Bed of Roses our feature. We're set for the opener on this Saturday card. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. Number 1, Inspector Perot, just walked out of the starting gate. From the outside, flat top box down at the rail, American Know-How. And between those 2, it's a Beer Run. So 3 of them across the track for the lead. And sitting just off of them is the gray Fast Boat to Sky. Then it's almost 5 lengths back to a Mischievous Angel and another 7 to Inspector Perot. As they go around the turn, it is a Beer Run on the inside and flat top box on the outside. The quarter went in 22-1. American Know-How and Fast Boat to Sky. Fast Boat to Sky takes 3rd. American Know-How now in 4th. Mischievous Angel, first-time starter, getting a bit closer now in 5th. As the field comes for the top of the stretch, it is a Beer Run on the inside and flat top box on the outside, with Fast Boat to Sky next in 3rd, followed by American Know-How and Mischievous Angel, who continues to gain ground on the extreme outside. They're coming for the 16th pole. Here comes Mischievous Angel to sweep by them all. Mischievous Angel, an off-the-pace winner of his debut. Mischievous Angel over Beer Run.
Mischievous Angel, first time out. Chad Brown, Peter Brandt Silks, Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, and the turf course still playing fast, Greg. 108 and change. We had a little bit of rain and a tiny bit of rain earlier today, but an absolutely beautiful day out. And I was saying yesterday that the turf course had been playing fast, and it kind of just needed a little bit. But this was an impressive effort from a first-time starter. She didn't break awful, but she just broke a step slow, took a while to get in the stride, and he got the job done. And you got to give credit to the 3 Beer Run, who just kept on, put all the speed away, but just could not hold off the Irad Ortiz charge. As when Irad wins the first one, it can get dangerous for a large day.
Yes, it could. Yeah, good to get off on the right track on a big afternoon ahead for him. Impressive first time out effort from Mischievous Angel. Went off at 2-1, but did not go off the favorite. Slight second choice in here as the Wesley Ward runner, that 3 was the top choice on the board.
Yeah, and Johnny V does such a good job with the Wesley Ward horses. He really lets them run and get to the front end, and was able to put away the 6. I thought that was a good selection by Acacia. The 6 really ran a bang-up race all the way to the top of the lane.
Bed of Roses still to come. It's a Saturday featured caramel swirl for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Huge effort in that grade 3 vagrancy win. Can she back it up in the Bed of Roses?
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including Belmont Park. Underway in the Pick 5. We've got a Pick 4 next. Those Silks, always dangerous. Teaming up with Chad Brown and that man there, Arad Ortiz Jr. to kick off this Saturday card. Mischievous Angel debut victory.
Yeah, good job by Irad, not to panic. Usually when you get left in the gate, some jockeys will rush, try to get into the race, and he just sort of just sat back there and hoped that this gelding would have a big kick. Listen, when you pay $600,000 for a horse, sometimes you don't really want to geld them. But obviously, it was the right move, and to win on debut, congratulations to Parkland Thoroughbreds and Mr. Peter Brand.
Again, slight choice, second choice at 2-1 to kick off the action here in Elmont. And this could be, anytime you win first time out, you start thinking big.
Well, you do. I mean, especially, you're in the Chad Brown barn. You have Scat Daddy on the bottom side. We lost him way too young, even though he was amazing. So this horse has got potential to go a long way. I would think Chad could, explore maybe dirt down the road. When you have a gelding, it's a little bit different than when you have a horse, and you can run him in more ambitious spots sometimes. But the way he won first time out, I thought it was professionally done. And I
meant
think
to be good. I mean, they spent some money on this horse.
Yeah,
$600,000.
And I don't think this was a bad race. I get it was a small field, but they clicked, like I said. Under 109, you're running. And Beer Run ran a really good second, but congratulations to this intermission at a Scat Daddy mare, Sabrina's Angel.
$6.40 for the win, 5-3-6-4. Race 2. Going to kick off the pick 4. Before we set the stage for that one, let's head downstairs to Acacia. Try and get those audio difficulties resolved. We'll try and check back in with Acacia in a moment. So we'll get to the second race here in the meantime. Going to stretch out on the grass actually at a mile and 16th. Inner turf, New York Breds trying to get this first win. Pretty wide open group in this spot, and the board will reflect that. Right now, though, it's Bomb Squad, Christophe Clement, Manny Franco, 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, this is an interesting race here. Scratch the 8 and then the 9 in here. You know, the 7 Photons get the speed of the speed. I mean, and it's going to lead this group around the racetrack. There's just, I don't see it any other way. But I think Burning Honor, that last race was pretty good. I'm surprised the horse is 7-1 with Katie Davis aboard. I think that will come down a little bit. I also think the 2 getting Lasix for the first time will come down as well. But this is a competitive little 7 pack of fillies here.
All right, we'll get some more on this second race in a little bit. Again, it kicks off this pick 4 later today. Again, the big one, that Bed of Roses grade 2 with the champ back. And we talked about Caramel Swirl going to break. Bill Mott just loaded with incredible talent, probably the deepest roster he's ever had in his career right now. He's got the Sprint Champ Elite Power. He's got the Breeders' Cup Third Mile winner, Cody's Wish, both on incredible win streaks. And Caramel Swirl starting to come into her own. Big victory, that grade 3 Vagrancy. She'd been beat by Goodnight Olive before, ran runner-up to her, the Ballerina. She can reproduce this kind of effort. She could be tough.
Yeah, no disgrace in the Ballerina. She was second to her, like you mentioned. When you look at her form, you can just you can make an argument, or you can basically say she just did not like Tampa. She did not fire. Every other racetrack, she is dead fired on every one of them, and she came back in the Vagrancy. And I thought this was a pretty explosive race. And, you know, she's had a lot of layoff lines, and this is the first time that Bill Mott hasn't had to run her off a layoff line. And the other part about it is, too, Greg, he's got 2 works into her since that win, and they were sharp. So I think she's going very well right now.
Obviously an affinity for Belmont as well with that running style. These wide sweeping turns, 2 for 3 here with a runner-up finish. Tall task, though.
Yeah,
and it's a tall task for everyone trying to deal with Goodnight Olive. But a lot of question marks with her. What kind of trip, again, is she going to get from that inside slot? Everyone in this group has an interesting storyline, including Caramel Swirl. But you got Beguine. Huge step up in class for her. She's going to control from the outset, it would seem, if she wants to. She's the quickest filly in the race.
Yeah, she's definitely the quickest filly in the race. She was brilliant last time out. But I will say this, the gun runners, I think they like the water more than Michael Phelps did. They just love it. They can run all day on it. And this horse, although has run some good races on fast dirt, got beat by Betsy Blue, is going to have to separate from this group. And maybe that will help Goodnight Olive, or does Goodnight Olive get underneath her and just try to take it to Beguine? That will be very interesting on how Irad wants to play this, because I think Caramel Swirl is going so well right now. And after watching that Vagrancy again, the way her ears were at the wire, that she could literally explode in that race. And so, and you can't dismiss a horse that just won by 8 lengths. There's so many storylines in this race, and it's such a small field.
It's fascinating. Yeah, every single runner in this group has an interesting storyline you can make a case for as well, and that's with a returning champ, who's still in incredible form in the race. Very good addition to this Bed of Roses, so we can't wait for that. It's part of Cross Country Pick 5 today. It'll be leg 3 of that sequence. A lot of Monmouth Park in there, the majority of it, 4/5 of it, coming from New Jersey. They have a very competitive card. Then we see some horses who ran like Kings Barnes in the Kentucky Derby. For Todd Pletcher, disappointed in there. I know he's 8-5 morning line favorite in that race that kicks it off, the Pegasus. What do you do with Kings Barnes?
That's a good question. And I know you like a horse over there too as well. And then the Bed of Roses, do you single Goodnight Olive and try to spread in those other races at Monmouth? So that's going to be the key.
All right, good luck to everyone playing that Cross Country Pick 5 this afternoon. Let's head back to Acacia right now and wrapping up this opener on the card.
Pleased to be joined by winning jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Mischievous Angel, Irad, a little bit slow at the start, but a first-time starter that really kicked in late. Talk to me a little bit about what you were feeling.
Broke good. We broke with the field, but I don't have the speed early on to go with them and let them go, let him find his stride. And he's still like maybe four lengths of the group. And I was comfortable where I was. I let him be there, let him be happy. He was happy. And when I asked him to go, he responded really well. He gave me a good turn of foot, turn for home, and it was great. It was great for a first-time starter.
When he's happy, you're happy, right? Now, of course, coming up later in the Bed of Roses, you'll be aboard the Champ Goodnight Olive. We know, a tough trip last time out. What is your tactic today with the rail post again?
I mean, let him break, let him be there. Last time I was there. I was stuck inside for a long time, but that's racing. So we are not afraid to be there, to be in the spot, and we work it out. If we ended up there, we work it out the way to get the job done and get out of there. That's what I do every day, and I just ride her without pressure, no pressure. I mean, just ride her. She's nice filly. I know she's gonna be there for me, so I ride her with confidence. If I can break and good close and the speed go, and I can hit the clear earlier, that'd be perfect. If not, we work it out.
We look forward to seeing it. Best of luck later. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Irad Ortiz, a big date coming up a little bit later on in the Bed of Roses, Greg.
How'd you feel?
Love the answer.
Coming in, when there was a day that you felt there was a lot of pressure on you in the major leagues?
You can't change your plan. You just got to stick to your plan, because once you get away or you stray away from your plan, that's when they go right into your plan. So, you know, this reminds me a lot of a little bit of Joel Rosario last year. Oh, he was too far back in the Preakness, He's going to be way up. Where was he in the Travers? Dead last, did not care, and circled the field. So Irad's basically telling you, I don't care if I'm down on the inside. I'll be down on the inside, and maybe I'm going to push my way out this time.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Let's show you that race where this drama occurred. And it was Tyler Gaffalione on Wicked Halo doing his job to make life difficult on the Champ.
Well, what happens here is the Gray is trying to win the race and has enough horse to keep Midnight Olive, the horse right next to him, locked in, because Tyler's trying to win the race. He's still lapped on with like 100 yards left. He's only, you know, a length back. And the other part about it is, you finish second place, you get more money. That's just the bottom line. So he race rided Irad Ortiz Jr. I said this yesterday. If it was flipped around, Irad would have did the same thing. And I love the comment to Keisha. He said, hey, that's just part of racing. It happens.
And by the way, for Wicked Halo, connections of that filly, she's going to face again, obviously, Goodnight Olive. They say she has come back just a bigger, faster 4-year-old, and they fully expect her to be in the mix for an Eclipse Award this year.
You know, we talk about Bill Mott with all the best horses. You get Steve Aspen with his sprinters. Oh, my goodness. Skelly, all of them.
Loaded with talent. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll get to the pick 4 when we return. Christophe Clement with a 1 to beat right now in race 2.
Good Magic's going to win his first race, and he's going to do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hole of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this grade 1 quarter. Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2, pick 4 coming up here at Belmont, mile and a 16th on the turf in this New York bred maiden special weight. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll take a look, Greg, at the two horses coming out of that June 1st race. There's a pretty good disparity in price right now. Starting things off with the number 1, the Splendid One. That race was wired by big price long shot La Conquistadora, who was really the lone speed in that race. And I thought the Splendid One actually ran quite well, coming from off of it, closing on the outside. Just couldn't quite get there. Now, of course, the question with this filly is that she's run 9 times and finished in the money 5 times. And you do wonder if she kind of has enough of that punch. But I think a little bit less distance for her to the mile and a 16th should suit. I thought that she ran well, all things considered. We'll see if she could potentially turn the tables. The number 5, Bomb Squad, she kind of has an even running style to her. And I thought Joelle Rosario did everything right in that race, as she broke pretty sharp and kind of sat in a stalking spot, and she just didn't have quite enough at this stretch to get past that again, wire-to-wire winner. Now, she's a big leggy type of filly. You can see why the 9 furlongs might actually be a little bit more preferable for her, and with her running style as well. She looks tremendous. She's very fit, very, very well turned out. It added the shortcut blinkers last time out, and we'll see if that can make her be, once again, a little bit more forward, a little bit more focused at the end. I think it's all about timing with her, to get her to kind of time that run, to not have too much, she doesn't have too much kind of turn of foot and late acceleration in the latter stages of the race. A new face is the number 3, Burning Honor, who came back off of a layoff and I thought improved significantly, not only from the way that she raced, but also mentally last time out. Back as a 2-year-old, she was very green prior to her races, just a little bit all over the place, lacking some focus, and seeing her now, she has been very professional here in the paddock, very clued in. She, I think, does look more like a turf hoof. She has that turf hoof, those slacker pasterns to her. I thought ran very well, all things considered. The one thing I don't love about that last race is that she didn't switch leads and got run down, but she kind of blew the race open, so to speak. And hopefully second off the layoff, as she's very fit in here too, we'll see that mental maturity carry over as she'll try to find the winner's circle today. Greg?
Thanks, Acacia. Look at Katie Davis, going to be on one of the contenders in here. That's Burning Honor for Dominic Schettino, 5-1 right now on a 3-year-old filly who was a runner-up at 46-1 at this same condition last start.
There's Dominic, very good horseman. I got to know Dominic a little bit last year up at Saratoga. He had some of his in-laws that were staying at the hotel I was staying at, and
you met everybody there.
Yeah, he's a tremendous horse. Yeah. I can't disclose.
You got to in with the Beach Boys?
Well, here's the thing is, I can't disclose where I stay, but I'll give you a hint. It's the biggest parking lot hotel in Saratoga, so all the tour buses stay there.
There we
so
go.
I've had some drinks from Mr. Jackson Brown, Miss Sheryl Crow. I actually asked Sheryl Crow if she would do pictures with me. She turned me down. She said I was not Kid Rock worthy. Yeah.
Hey, at least you tried.
Yeah.
There's a look at North End Lady, Barclay Tagg, Junior Alvarado, 14-1. We're going to have the post parade here coming up in a moment. Obviously, tomorrow, a very special day.
Yes.
All around the world. Father's Day, but it's always a special day here at Belmont Park with a fantastic crowd we get year in, year out at Belmont. With more on tomorrow's activities, let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm pleased to be joined by Zach Richards, Senior Manager of Events and Marketing here at NYRA. And everybody, Zach, has had the opportunity to model this duffel bag like we're on the Home Shopping Network. But this is a really cool giveaway for tomorrow.
We're super excited about it. Tomorrow's weather forecast looks incredible, 80 degrees and sunny. Gates open at 10 a.m. tomorrow, a bit earlier than usual. But we've got this premium leather strap Belmont Park duffel bag to the first 7,000 fans through the admissions gate with paid admission while supplies last. So the name of the game is get here early when gates open at 10 a.m. because these things will be gone before first post.
Yes, such a great giveaway. And NYRA always has tremendous swag for people coming out to the track, but there's also some other things that dads can enjoy tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. So for the first 200 fans at the James & Sons cigar stand in the backyard, free cigars to those first 200 fans. We've also got a golf simulator in the backyard. You can work on your swing, work on your game. I'm not so great at it, but we've got some golf pros here. They got the clubs, they got the balls, everything right in the backyard, 11 to 3. We've got 3 food trucks on site, and we've got a Casa Noble tequila sampling from 12 to 4. So a jam-packed day all day tomorrow on Father's Day.
Some great racing too, 2 stakes on the card, and like you said, looks like a beautiful afternoon. And Father's Day is always a day that we see a lot of people come out to the track.
Attendance has been growing year after year, and that's why we kind of opened the gates a bit earlier, especially this year with the 10 a.m. open. So my biggest recommendation would be just get here early with the good weather, claim your spot in the backyard. People will be camped out all day, so you want to make sure you get a good spot in the backyard or on the rail. And the key, like I keep saying, is get here early.
You do not want to miss out on these bags. You've got the cigars, the tequila. I mean, what more could you possibly want, Greg?
And those bags, just about big enough to haul out all the cash that you hopefully win with a good day at the track tomorrow. And I know another guy sitting right next to me who needs some help in that golf simulator, so you should make a stop over there.
Wow.
I saw you swing at Oklahoma.
By the way, those bags got a little, like, extra thing where you can fit shoes in there, a little sneak compartment. Those bags are legit.
Yeah, very nice bag. So get on out here tomorrow. It's going to be a fun Sunday for Father's Day. Here's the splendid one to kick off our post parade at 6 to 1.
I thought I had a big chance in here for Mark Hennig. Since the blinkers have gone on, this filly by Exaggerator, she's gotten a little bit better and better.
Eric Cancel on starts now against Lasix.
Yeah, for the first time for Merck Katamuchi barn. And I thought one of the players in here definitely at 7 to 2.
Saw Katie Davis in the paddock on Burning Honor, who put in a nice middle move and then backed up to second at 46 to 1.
Yeah, really had a wide trip that day. I thought Jackie Davis gave the horse a good ride. You know, I thought this horse would come down to about 7 to 2 or so.
David Donk, John Velasquez, and a first-time starter here by Destin.
Yeah, $10,000 purchase, been working well. I was working at WinStar, then at Belmont, and taking a little bit of money, too.
Destin and narrow runner-up finisher in the Belmont back in the day. Bomb Squad, Christophe Clement, 3 to 1.
Yeah, it's a filly by Looking at Lucky that's getting a little bit better and better, and you get Manny Franco aboard.
North End Lady, 16 to 1, getting on turf for the first time.
Didn't do much first time out, but I would just draw a line through that, treat this horse as a first-time starter. And like you said, getting on the lawn, Barkley Tag and Junior Alvarado, they can be dangerous.
I thought this was the deserving favorite, and with Irad aboard, you knew this horse was going to take money regardless. Votes on for Kelly Breen.
You know, Kelly's been going back and forth with this filly, with the blinkers, without the blinkers. A couple really tough losses last year. I'm kind of with you, Greg. I think now with the blinkers off, you know, they got to push to the front because there's really not a lot of pace in here. Maybe the 6 will show pace because it's a horse that only's run one time, but you don't really see much in here, and just try to take control of the race, and hopefully the racetrack will carry her.
2 minutes to post here in the second. Again, it kicks off to pick 4. You can download free Equibase past performances, get all the stats of the jockeys, trainers, horses. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and get your free past performances to play along with the program. So back to Bomb Squad. Manny Franco will be aboard for Christophe Clement. We're going to take a look back to June 1st and a narrow runner-up finish. This was adding blinkers for the first time.
Yeah, and you know, the Splendid One had added blinkers for the 4th time, but was the horse that was getting a little bit better and better, and he's on the complete outside. I mean, if you watch these 2 replays, I mean, there's not much in between. I could argue maybe the Splendid One was better, but Bomb Squad had the inside. That's a very tough call between the 1 and the 5. I thought they would be similar in price, but when you look at the 1 is 0 for 9 lifetime. But I consider it as 0 for 3 lifetime on the turf with a second and a third, and pretty good second and a third. So I think the 1's improving.
Meanwhile, Bomb Squad, yeah, all 3 tries on turf, but certainly, start by start, you're seeing this filly move forward.
Yes.
And that's a positive sign, and this barn usually does that with them. Christophe Clement, we'll see if that continues today as we get a look at starts now. Matt Cantor Mossy Barn. Eric Cancel missed by a neck in the first time stretching out on the turf at a mile and 16th. This was turf start number 2. Almost got it done.
Yeah, it was a good effort. I mean, Eric Cancel, this horse kind of just grinded away at the front end. You can see Eric had a swing outside. When he got this horse outside, she's just a tiny bit green. She's looking around a little bit, and right now she starts to pin her ears back and she starts to run. The horse on the front end, just starts to dig in. As soon as Eric got to the hip of the horse on the front end, they kind of drove clear. The more I looked at this race, I'm like, did she hang? But then if you go and look, they actually separated themselves a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like she kind of kicked into gear late.
So I don't know, so that's why I think the 2 is a player in here, definitely a 3 to 1.
Meanwhile, the Splendid One does own a performance too where she finished ahead of Bomb Squad, so they've kind of traded punches with each other. And as you said, not really 0 for 9. She's only 0 for 3 on the turf. She's only been on the turf 3 times. Castellano rides for Mark Hennig and immediately can get a ground-saving trip from that inside slot. Let's go to Acacia for more.
I would take a look at the number 7 Photon. I kind of signed my divorce papers with her because I liked her last time. She's had quite a few chances, and I do think that she's a filly that has some ability. The question is just, does she have the ability to seal the deal? Now, she had a lovely warm-up with Irad Ortiz. I was excited to see her getting back to turf sprinting last time because I've always kind of felt that physically that's what she looks like. But I thought it was an interesting move to go back to turf sprinting and take the blinkers off. Maybe that was more of a prep race to get back to going longer on the grass. She warmed up beautifully out on the track. She looks great, as she always does. Just 9 races already with 5 seconds, and I know that it feels like they're kind of searching of what is the right spot for her. Maybe you give her one more chance with the blinkers off and going long, but at that short a price, I thought there were a couple other intriguing runners. I think Paul's right about the 2 starts now. I don't think that she really hung last time because the winner was really digging in, and the winner came back to run 4th very well in a really tough race in her subsequent start. So I think that that's just kind of how this filly ran behind a good runner. And starts now, she was so green, really, really key, lacking focus last year, much like I said with Burning Honor. Seeing starts now so much more focused and professional this year, and at 7-2, I think she's intriguing to step forward, Greg.
And there she is, moving into the gate with Eric Cancel, but the public solidly behind Photon. The 7 on the outside down to 9-5. The way this race starts, Paul, on the inner turf at a mile and 16th, almost immediately on a turn, Photon has a chance to get over, clear, and create some separation very early in here.
You make a very good point there. And you see if Irad cuts the reins loose and goes. Like I said, I like the 1, in the 2 a little bit with 7. I'm surprised that the 3 is 7 to 1 and the 5 is 3 to 1. I think they're the same kind of filly.
9-5 favorite will be the last in, and she'll be the one leading them every step of the way. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
And they're off. From the inside, the Splendid One. From the outside, Photon, and Bomb Squad is up close. Followed by Starts Now as they go around the turn. It is the Splendid One leading here by 2.5 lengths. Photon runs in second. Bomb Squad down on the inside in third. Then comes North End Lady in fourth, a little more than a length to Starts Now and Stone of Destiny, the gray. And then a break of 4 to Burning Honor, who trails the field in seventh. And now the Splendid One steps away here to lead by 6 lengths. Ran the quarter in 25-1. The Splendid One is on top. Photon, the favorite, runs in second. Followed on the inside by Bomb Squad in third. Then comes North End Lady. Stone of Destiny looking to move up in between horses. as they all chase the Splendid One. The Splendid One is the leader, heading for the far turn, now in front by 9 lengths. Photon still in second, half mile in 50 seconds. Bomb Squad is in third. And then moving up now on the outside is North End Lady from fourth, followed by Stone of Destiny at the back. Starts now, and Burning Honor who begins to move. And they're closing in on the Splendid One. Here comes Photon. Photon now to take the lead. Burning Honor is on the extreme outside and continues to gain. It is Photon with a narrow lead. Then on the outside, Starts now, and Burning Honor looking for a way through is a Bomb Squad, and then North End Lady. Photon is in front. Starts now, driving up on the outside. It is Photon the leader. Starts now in second. They come on for the finish, and Photon has graduated from the maiden ranks. Starts now was second, Photo for third.
Javier Castellano tried to pull a fast one here, opened up on this field, taking advantage of that inside post where this race starts right on the turn. Eventually backed up, even though they got soft fractions up front. Photon with the victory as the favorite.
Yeah, did a great job again. We talked about it. Irad won the first one. Could be a big day. He just won the second one. And a horse that we thought, okay, needs the lead. You go back and you look through the form. I always go back and I look and say, okay, why did I not choose the 7? I went with the 1. I thought the 7 needed the lead, but if you go back and look, some of the 7's best races were a tiny bit off the pace or chasing the pace. And, you know, you and I were looking at each other going, is the 1 going fast? Because the fractions don't say it, but it looks like that he or she is. And Photon just took advantage of it. And, you know, the 2, again, Starts now. Probably needed that race, but ran a really good second.
I mean, thinks those fractions might be off.
Yeah, right? It's because it's just the way they blew by her, the Splendid One. And you thought Javier's making this swift move. And I'm like, oh, okay, we're getting 115 here. But, like, I don't know about that because it went from 115 to 113. So these horses quickened up very quickly. They went 19 and something, so I don't know about that.
7-2-5-6 Photon. Irad Ortiz Jr. starts the day. 2 victories through the first 2 races. Wins for Kelly Breen here in Rock Talk Farm. Pick 4 underway. We'll have the prices when we come back.
Trice puts ahead in front. Tapit Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Fans enjoying a beautiful Saturday here at Big Sandy, with the best still yet to come in that bed of roses.
Yeah, and there you see Photon getting in the winner's circle there. Irad Ortiz with a double on the race car to start it. It's not really unusual, but a filly by Bayern. Go figure. Well, didn't go gate to wire, but gets the job done here. 5 second-place finishes, finally gets it done in her 10th career start.
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by assistant trainer John Atfield. Joining me here is Photon. John, I know that you've always felt really strongly about this filly, and she is a little bit of a soft spot in your heart. Talk about finding the right spot for her to break through.
You know, she's been a real hard-knocking little filly that's just never, ever been able to get it done. And today, luckily, we got the perfect trip. Irad gave her a perfect ride. He sat there, he did his thing, and she ran well today. She ran really well today.
And she always shows up. And I remember I was talking with you last time. I liked her cutting back. When taking the blinkers off, it seemed like that really got her to relax, to go long.
Yeah, we thought putting the blinkers on might get her to like wake up a little bit, and it didn't work. And Kelly and I discussed it and said, you know, let's take them off her and see if we can go back to where we were originally when she was. I mean, she had 5 seconds in a row, I think. I mean, she's been second in the slop, the dirt, the turf, every distance there is. I guess we might have found her spot now. So it was great. It was really good to see because I do have a soft spot for her.
You told me she's such a sweet filly and a genuine one to be around.
She wore a baseball cap for like 15 minutes this morning and never took it off her head. So she's just an absolute trip.
I love that. Great to see her break through. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Photon finds the right spot and looks like she's got to get some sort of winner's cap now, Greg.
Need to get her a Mets cap.
Yeah, I know. Too many Yankee hats on the backside. Rob Altris, a lot of people wearing Yankee hats. I don't get it.
Photon breaking through. Good to see after all those
Yes.
seconds. And it looks like maybe, yes, sitting back off the pace. That's where she's really done some of her best running.
Yeah, and, you know, in a filly like this, it's for, you know, you could see in his heart, like, you know, he's been waiting. And now, you know, something like this can wake her up a little bit, and now she's 1 for 10 lifetime. Look, she's been knocking on the door. She has 5 second-place finishes. She was the most accomplished filly in the race. But, you know, when a horse like this wins, and then wins convincingly, because sometimes a lot of these horses will win by an inch or a nose, wins by a nice little length and a half, and that should boost her confidence. She might be tough in a little starter allowance.
Yeah, look forward to that. First time against winners coming up. Next time out for her. Starting to get the smells of those barbecues going. That is nice.
The wind's just blowing it up here.
Photon 590 has gone official. Starts now. Bomb Squad second and third. Trifecta comes back. $17.25 for 50 cents. We'll set up the third momentarily as we'll get on the dirt for the first time. And Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to give someone else an opportunity to win. He was on one of the major contender there, unfortunately scratched out of the race. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation is at the forefront of caring for our equine athletes and finding them new homes once their racing careers are over on the racetrack. This next story shows TRF in action with Dusk Till Dawn, who found a loving new home that turned out to be back home with a horse they call Dusky.
We are so happy to be here in Chestertown, New York, at the beautiful home of Heather and Joe Rio, their daughter Hazel, and one of the luckiest horses I've ever met, Dusk to Dawn.
Dusk to Dawn turns for home with a 5-length lead.
2018 was the first summer that we brought horses up to Saratoga. We called it our TRF Saratoga Summer Farm, and we brought 4 or 5 horses up from the Wallkill Correctional Facility. Dusky was one of them.
I asked Joe, can we please go see the horses? I'd love to go see horses for my birthday.
We had a lot of people visiting. It was all about introducing our herd ambassadors, but then this sort of magical connection established.
It was love at first sight when I saw him running through that paddock. So my husband Joe turned to me and just said, I see it in your face. You're in love with Dusky. For your birthday, I want to get you a horse. I started crying in the barn. I'm like, I'm around all these people. So I found a barn in Fort Anne, about 20 minutes from us. But I had my daughter, and COVID happened. And they locked down barns, and you couldn't go to the barns freely to go visit. And that's when I really started thinking, I want him home. I need him home with me so I can be there.
Was this arena here? Was that barn here?
No, so we found the house and we ended up having an excavator come in and clear the land, bring in sand, and Joe built all the fencing around, found a place to build the barn.
I would call this the house that Dusky built.
Yes, definitely.
Did you have any idea that it was just down the road from where Dusky had been born?
I knew that Dusky was a Chestertown Farms racehorse. Had no idea we were moving to the same street that he was actually born on.
Oh my
Just,
gosh.
you know, a couple miles down the road.
It, to me and to all of us at the TRF, is an example of a fairy tale ending.
The most fun part to me is being able to show my daughter the lifestyle of having a horse, teaching her how to clean the barn. She loves throwing the shavings down and sweeping up and giving Dusky lots of treats. You know, being able to give her back what my dad gave to me.
When a family adopts a horse from the TRF herd, they not only adopt one, they save two by making a space in our herd where we can take another horse into our care. You know your mommy is a hero for the horses? She is. And you're her little horsey helper. You're the hero helper. Is that right?
Kim Weir, her team with Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, we are all indebted to the work they do finding new homes for these retired thoroughbreds. For more information and to contribute, if you choose to do so, go to trfinc.org, and will be a special day out here on Father's Day with TRF. With more on that, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, it'll be TRF at the track day on Sunday. Greg, a great opportunity to learn a little bit more about the organization and all of the work that the TRF does. They're also celebrating 40 years this year, 40 years of helping horses and saving lives. It's a great little sign you can take a picture with, and all of the people celebrating all of the work that have been done over those 40 years. Race 5 will be named in honor of the TRF, so a really special opportunity again to learn a little bit more and to donate. I think that programs like the Second Chances Farms that the TRF operates are just so important because it highlights how essential horses are to helping people as well. It's just a win-win situation with giving a second chance to the horses and to the individuals that care for them. So an organization that's very near and dear to my heart and to many of us on this show. So if you're coming out for Father's Day after you've got your duffel bag and your cigars, hopefully you'll take a little moment to contribute to the TRF as well.
Yeah, always good too if you get a little winnings, give a little bit back to these horses that entertain us. TRF Day coming up tomorrow. It's going to be a special day here. Expect a big crowd, as we heard earlier, with all these giveaways going on. It's always a special day on Father's Day here.
Well, yeah, it is a really special day. You know, a lot of us, our grandfathers or our fathers, some uncles took us to the racetrack, introduced us to this great game. And it's very special to my heart. I mean, I've gone to Father's Day racing my whole life until me and my father moved into separate states, but we still call each other. We put tickets together always on Father's Day. Every Father's Day, my father and I always put a late pick 5 ticket together at Belmont Park because my gift to him every year is a $200 voucher. That's all he wants.
8-5 favorite coming up. Are you going to put that ticket up tomorrow on the air?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. Here's our favorite O'Donnell, Ray Handel, Dylan Davis, Twin Sports Racing, and one who just went on the grass. They're going to go back to dirt with his filly. We'll be back with this race right after a break.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage from Belmont Park here on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Great secretariat. Who would have thought a storyline that would emerge on the 50th anniversary of Big Red?
Yeah, nail on the head. I have a conversation with my father, who's been in the game for so long, and he said it just could not be any better result. It really, he loved it. He said he had tears in his eyes when he saw Jenna rooting. How can you not? We've all had those unbelievable type roots where we try to get home and you lose your mind. You don't know what's coming out of your house, but what's coming out of your mouth, but all you know is your heart is willing that horse across the line. And I kept telling myself, I wanted to always ask Jenna, like, how long did that feel, that stretch? I know the stretch was like 20-some odd seconds, but it had to feel like 2 minutes
like
or
an eternity.
Right?
Let's head down to Acacia for more here on the third.
Yeah, I know that feeling so well, Paul. You're absolutely right. No matter how you might be associated with the horse, there's a technique to rooting home, too. And then sometimes as you start to get closer to the wire, you just throw all caution to the wind, and you're like a crazy animal screaming and cheering the horse home, but a really special moment. So talk about horses here in the paddock, starting things off with the number 5, O'Donna. And yes, it is interesting that she broke her maiden on the turf at the Meadowlands and was a relatively slow race, and I think actually a very smart placement by Ray Handel to put her there to get her to win. And she's by Buqueros, by Quintaros. There's some turf on the top, but on the bottom, I should say, in her previous races on the dirt, I actually thought that she ran quite well on the dirt too back when going the 7 furlongs in just her second start. And she was a horse that really, I think, had to kind of race into fitness, and she didn't improve a ton as far as her speed figures. But I thought that race back at Belmont at the Big A in September was pretty strong. After acting up in the gate, she was wide, finishing third behind some decent horses. I certainly don't mind her going back to the dirt in here. Well, she's really filled and grown quite a bit. She carries her condition too. She's obviously a good doer. And I would be a little concerned about fitness, but I do remember her being one that just really carries her weight from race to race. So she looks a picture in here. She's also much more settled mentally back now as a 3-year-old. The number 4, Katie Cakes, gets a bit of a drop in class. Of course, it's a bit concerning that she has not actually crossed the wire first. She was behind Midnight Rosie, was DQ'd to back in place first, but she faced a little bit tougher last time out. The winner, Marcel, came back to win again. She couldn't quite just keep up after chasing the pace in there. I think the class drop should help, and there's a little bit of length to her frame. 7 furlongs suits her just fine. The 7 Save Grace, I really didn't know what to do with, as she was the favorite and just was so disappointing last time. She takes another drop in class, and while I still have my questions about her, she was the one that first caught my eye as far as just plain appearances here in the paddock. Her coat looks terrific. She's incredibly fit. This could be the right spot for her. Let's see if she can get back to some of the better races that she ran early in her career. Greg?
Thanks, Acacia. Strategy being talked over in the paddock. We'll get to the post parade here coming up momentarily. 9-5 favoritism outside with that 7 Save Grace. Mike Maker, Manny Franco. But yeah, that recent form, I know dropping in class needs the drop in class.
Yes, certain times when you have a filly like this, and she's 4 years old now. Michael Dubb, Mr. Caruso, they have a lot of horses. So sometimes, you'd have to drop a horse down here and there. And this horse, they claim for 40, and just has not done much. last time she ran for 25, and she was 5th in the field of 7, so it warrants another drop. And sometimes when you chase these type of horses, it could be, bad proposition.
Free way to play the Sport of Kings from anywhere. There's no deposit required, but there are real prizes awarded. Naira Bets free-to-play contest. They are here. Get in on the action at freetoplay.nairabets.com.
Very, very simple.
And good luck to everybody going after it. Axel Rose, well named.
I was going to say. I thought you were going to bring
The
out
one?
Sweet Child of Mine.
I heard they were playing that here yesterday at the track. Kendrick Carmouche, James Begg, and a filly with the rail coming off a maiden claiming win that one at 6-1.
Yeah, it says bump start, up last jumps. Horse was okay last time. Kind of got the same running line as the 5 who's getting bet.
8 minutes to post. Here in this third at Belmont. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. New audience joining us right now. Next on America's Day of the Races, it's a showdown in the filly and mare sprint division. All 5 will have designs on year-end honors. The reigning champ makes her return to New York. Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint winner Goodnight Olive hopes to start a new win streak after her 7-race run came to an end on Derby Day. Caramel Swirl has been beat by the champ before, but if her last start is any indication, a Grade 3 win in the Vagrancy today could be a totally different story. That's our feature race coming up later on in today's card. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside 4-time Major League All-Star Paul Aduca. That Better Roses compact field, but every single runner in that race, including the champ, obviously, tremendous storylines.
Yeah, really good race, a tight and compact field, but a lot of horses that are in very, very good form. And you got a lot of horses that love to win races, but Goodnight Olive, let's make no mistake, the one to beat.
Third race here coming up, our first race on the dirt today. It's for non-winners of 2 lifetime, going 7/8 of a mile. Here's Axel Rose, Kendrick Carmouche from the rail.
You got the win last time for maiden 20. Now we'll try 16,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime.
Handle the Truth. Omar Hernandez Moreno aboard.
1 for 31 lifetime, so that's why she is the second longest shot on the board.
Another big price next door, Joey the Fish, just 1 for 10 lifetime.
Claimed 2 starts back, and then last time dead last in 25,000. Now it drops, but really needs to improve here. I actually think the 2 is a better proposition at 1 for 31 than the 3.
Katie Cakes, apprentice Jamie Torres for Rob Falcone.
A horse that has possessed speed and has been a nose away from her second win, and she's a 3-year-old facing a couple older horses in here.
O'Donna actually won on the turf to break her maiden, but it's shown ability against Better on the dirt.
Yeah, and I think she's the one to beat because she's the one that won a maiden special weight race. I know it was at the Meadowlands against a little bit weaker, but down to 16, 2-1 I think is warranted.
Another 1 for many here, 1 for 18 with his 5-year-old mare.
Yeah, this one, Elijah Greenidge in the irons here, a mare by Oxbow.
And here's a 7-5 favorite, Save Grace, Manny Franco for Mike Maker, one of the best claiming trainers in the sport.
The more you look at the 7, I think the 7 is just 3-2 because of the resume of the rest of the field. I get it, but she's making another drop in class. If she runs any of her other races, yeah, she wins, but if she comes back and runs her same race, she's going to lose again as the favorite.
Beautiful Saturday here in Elmont, New York. Tremendous crowd on hand. We feel the energy. And some terrific races still to come. Here's what we have ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 3 through 6 you'll see on FS1. Fast and firm conditions here in Elmont, New York. Middle pick 4 coming up in the 4th. And then coverage will continue over on FS2 for races 8 through 10 towards the end of the card. That includes that feature, the Grade 2 Better Roses with Goodnight Olive, the reigning champ of the filly and mare sprint division. Get signed up, play it all with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members with that code right there, bonus 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nairabets.com. Fans enjoying that backyard there, UBS Arena, right across the way. sun is shining. Great day for racing. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
We'll take a look at Greg at the number 5, O'Donna. For our previous audience, I mentioned back in the paddock that this was a filly who really looked like a good doer in that she really carries her condition. If I hadn't seen her before, I would have thought that she was not 100% fit coming back off the layoff. And I do think that this is the right spot for her. She is one that typically carries her weight. And looking at her out on the track, she seemed to move well. While I would love to see her just a little bit more tucked up against this field and what she did last year, I think that she's finding herself in the right spot, and I like the way that she's been warming up out on the track, and she'll be my pick in here for the red hot Ray Handle. The number 2, Handle the Truth. This is a mare, I should say. I know she's 1 for 31, but if you look back at her races at this level, she's actually run some decent figures and some decent races. I don't think she's necessarily a win candidate in here, and I was actually thinking that she might be an even bigger prize. She's 13-1 right now, but she was third 2 starts back, facing tougher last time out. If you want to get a little creative in here with some of the favorites, I think that you can pretty much guarantee that this is a mare who runs a race, maybe not a winning type, but she often hits the board, and you can sometimes find value with using the favorites with some big prices underneath. And I think that Handle the Truth is in the right spot to potentially get another placing. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Getting set for this first dirt race of the day coming up on this Saturday card here. So 7/8 of a mile. Big scratch, too. For those just tuning in, Irad Ortiz Jr. won the first 2 races on the card. Starts his day a perfect 2 for 2, and he would have been on probably the filly to beat in this race, the 8. It was a scratch early on.
She would have been the heavy favorite in here because when you look at this field, there's not much in here. And you know, Katie Cake's the 4 for Rob Falcone. You know, she's never crossed the finish line first. She got put up via DQ. So she's 1 for 7 lifetime, but she's never been in front. But I think she's a major player in here because she can kind of sit somewhat of a good trip. You do get the bug boy aboard, so you get a little weight. And at 7-2, I just think 6-5 in anybody in this field is a tough proposition. I landed on the 5, O'Donna, because this is, I think she's a 3-year-old filly that, you know, could be going in the right direction. And, you know, she ran in some tough races. Those restricted bed races, Unifying, Crypto Mama, a couple of those horses have come out of there that have been okay fillies. So, you know, I know those were back in 2022, and she's coming off a long layoff. But if you look, Ray Handle is almost 30% off this kind of angle, off this layoff.
Look at the jockey standings. The man who won 2 early on today gives him a little breathing room over his brother. So Irad Ortiz Jr. 3 up on brother Jose, and a 4-time Eclipse Award winning rider, including last year, Irad. Well positioned right now for number 5, midway through the year.
Yeah, and when you look up at that board, it's just like there's not one guy up there you would look at and go, you know what, I'm not going to play this horse because that man is on that horse. There's not one guy, it really is. And Eric Cancel has come a long way to be on the bottom of that list, but he's turned himself into a nice little rider. And I know Javier Cascalano's got only 15 wins, but he's got one big one out of town and a really big one in town.
Be a Kentucky Derby and a Belmont Stakes. He's putting himself in that conversation. He can win a few more big races this year.
Yeah, for purse money, exactly. And the choices that he has going forward with his horses, you know.
Yeah, let's not forget, Mage still coming back later this summer. Could still have a big say in this 3-year-old division.
You know, and he's in the Mott Barn with Cecilia. And I'm going to keep on mentioning that name. It's a 3-year-old filly. If you haven't seen her run, she's a Tappet out of closed hatches. And I think she's a prospect that is up and coming, that her next test, I know Bill likes to take it step by step, but her next test is coming up soon, and she is going to be a handful. And Javi's been working that horse ever since she's been a 2-year-old at Saratoga, he told me.
Yeah, very talented 2-for-2 start to her career. We've got to see her on this program a couple of times. Potentially, who knows, but could wind up being the best 3-year-old filly in the division. We'll see. 3rd from Belmont right now. We're set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Save Grace now stepping up. Field of 7 about to go 7 furlongs here on the fast Belmont Park main track. And we're ready. Number 5, O'Donna, broke through the starting gate. Will have a delay.
O'Donna get too far away, breaks through the gate there. Dylan Davis with that mount. So they'll walk her back around, make sure everything is okay with her.
I mean, it just shows you, like, the gate crew guys, I literally, no exaggeration, compare these guys to hockey players. They're so tough and so strong. Do you realize the force of a 1,000-pound animal pulling your right arm out of the gate? I mean, these guys get injured
They
constantly.
play, they're always injured.
Oh, yeah.
They play hurt.
They're
24/7.
monsters. Yeah, they're monsters.
Tough as it comes, this starting gate crew, no question. And O'Donna, they'll load right back up. So good to see that. No harm, no foul there with that rearing up, breaking through the gate. So we will try again as she moves back in. Let's go back to John Imbrial.
O'Donna back in and ready to go. And they're off. And O'Donna breaks right on top quickly, opens up by 2 lengths. Katie Cakes runs in second, followed by Handle the Truth down at the rail. Save Grace is on the outside. Axl Rose advances from the rail in 5th. Then comes Russell in 6th position, and it is a big break. Back to the trailer, Joey the Fish in 7th. As they move up the backstretch, it's O'Donna on the inside, leading now by a neck. Katie Cakes right there in 2nd through a quarter in 24 and 1/5 seconds. Save Grace sits just behind the front runners in 3rd. Axl Rose down at the rail, and alongside is Handle the Truth. And then comes Russell, and way back is Joey the Fish. The battle up front continues. It's O'Donna on the inside and Katie Cakes on the outside. They are heads apart for the lead, and now they've got 3.5 lengths on Save Grace in 3rd. Another 2 to Handle the Truth. The half mile in 48 seconds. The field is coming for the quarter pole. O'Donna closest to the rail with the lead. Katie Cakes now being asked for more. Save Grace is in 3rd. Handle the Truth next in 4th. And Russell is 5th. It is O'Donna. Katie Cakes trying to come back at her again on the outside. It is O'Donna with the lead. 1.5 lengths. Katie Cakes next in 2nd. Handle the Truth down at the rail. Save Grace on the outside. O'Donna off the layoff to get the victory here. O'Donna with Dylan Davis.
Well, talk about aggression paying off. The filly that broke through the gate had to be reloaded. Dylan Davis said, let's go right from the outset, and that proved to be the difference.
Yeah, and very rarely do you see a horse break through the gate because it takes a lot of force. Sometimes it takes a lot of energy out of them as well. And then this horse broke like a rocket. She was just telling everybody, listen, this is just the false start at the 100 Olympics. I'm going to come out of the blocks fast here again. And my goodness, she won the race right out of the gate. Took it to him from the beginning, and the 4 was just in chase mode the whole way around. Katie Cakes, who's just going to hold on here for 2nd. Good call by Acacia, talking about the 2, Handle the Truth, who was grinding away, getting into that trifecta. Almost got into that exacta.
2-1, second choice on the board. O'Donna with the win. Ray Handle, Dylan Davis. Let's go to Acacia.
And Dylan's aggression really did pay off here. She also broke like a shot, but if you watch the replay back, she switched leads to her outside right lead very early. And you could see how quickly she was right out to the front. And Dylan took a peek back. Nobody was as quick as he knew his filly was. But as he felt the pressure of Katie Cakes kind of breathing down his neck, typically you'll see horses switch to their outside foreleg, their right lead in the stretch. She switched about midway on the turn, and she kind of got another burst of energy, another wind after doing that. And it took a little bit longer for Katie Cakes to switch to her outside leg. I think that we saw O'Donna really dig in, and Dylan knew he had to save something for the stretch. And clearly she was ready to roll today, given that gate incident and being able to hold off everybody else, Greg.
Such a smart strategy, too, from Dylan Davis, who we've seen be more aggressive late. That's really helped him turn around his meet here at Belmont, because fields like this, there's not a lot of heart and will behind you. So if you can break their spirit early,
yeah,
you're in good position.
Well, we've talked about this. Like, okay, no disrespect to anything else, but these are 16 non-claimers and non-2 winners of a lifetime. The horse that almost ran second in this race, it ran a bang-up race, Handle the Truth, is 1 for 31 lifetime. So obviously a lot of these horses don't like to win. So when you're aggressive and you get to the front end, it discourages a lot of the other horses.
Dylan Davis really kick-starting his meet the last couple of weeks here at Belmont after struggling for a bit. Teams up with Ray Handel, Twin Sports Racing, Adelphi Racing for the victory in our first dirt race of the afternoon. Still to come, our feature, big one in this Filly and Mare Sprint division. It's our ABR Race of the Week, Grade 2 Bed of Roses. And the reigning champ returning to New York. What a streak Goodnight Olive put together. Won 7 consecutive races, including the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, including the Grade 1 Madison to kickstart her 5-year-old campaign, and then that troubled trip where she could not get out and get any running room in that Derby City Distaff. This is a look at the Filly and Mare Sprint win, though, and this led to a championship.
Yeah, it's crazy when you look that she's 7 for 9 lifetime, and obviously this was her 6th win. She won another one right after this. She won the Madison. And then last time out, she lost, okay? And you see Wicked Halo, the gray. You can argue, or you can actually factually say she's better than Wicked Halo, because she beat her on this day, and then the Derby City Distaff, Wicked Halo locked her in, and she was going to be better than her that day. And Wicked Halo is 7 for 13 lifetime, so it just shows you how salty this race is. And you got other horses like Caramel Swirl that's in tremendous form, but they all have to beat this mare.
They got to beat Goodnight Olive, but Goodnight Olive's got to figure out a way to not have happen to her in the Derby City Distaff again from that inside post in the Bed of Roses. She could potentially get pinned in again. So how aggressive does Irad Ortiz Jr. have to be today? He knows he's on the bet. I think most believe she's the best. She's the champ. Try and establish yourself early?
Well, it's a good question. When Irad was asked the question, he said, I'm just going to stick to my guns to where I was last time. If I get put in the rail, I'll find my position and go from there. I liked his answer. You stick to your guns, stick to your plan. You're on the rail. The thing's going to be, does he take it to Beguine? Because the speed is right to his outside. So I think he takes it to Beguine early and tries to stretch the field out, then get Goodnight Olive out so Wicked Halo can't lock him in. But again, you don't want to take your horse out of her running style,
It's going to be fun to watch, and all eyes will be on Irad and the ride he gives Goodnight Olive today, considering what happened last time out. We look forward to it. Grade 2 Bed of Roses. Very good race with just five lining up, but all 5 with tremendous quality, including Bill Mott's improving 5-year-old mare, Caramel Swirl, last time out in the Vagrancy Grade 3 victory, and she really seems to love it here at Belmont.
I think she's turned into something special. Her 5-year-old, you watch the end of this race, she's just loping along, and her ears are completely straightforward. Junior Alvarado just circling the field, starting to look like the girl version of Elite Power and Cody's Wish and all these horses from Bill Watt that are just circling fields. And you look at her form, she was second to Goodnight Olive in the Ballerina. This is the first time since 2021 she's been able to throw back-to-back races together. She's obviously doing tremendous. She loves this racetrack, but look at the end of this race. Now, I get it. There's no Goodnight Olive. There's nothing, but she's in a straight canter, and look at her ears. She's the scary one for me. She's the one that can beat Goodnight Olive for me.
Pretty good one behind her in Dr. B,
No,
too.
100%, but just the visually looking the way this horse is striding, that's scary.
She'll need to step it up, though, to beat the likes of a Goodnight Olive. And she obviously loves 7/8, but no one loves 7/8 more than Goodnight Olive. 5 for 6 at this distance. She'll get it again today. Can't wait for it. Race 9 on the card, 5:19 Eastern start time for that Grade 2 Bed of Roses. Really fun division this year.
It is a fun division. It really is. Like, We don't really have a clearly 3-year-old, 4-year-old, the older horses as well. Like, what are we doing in the older division horses? What's going to happen there? That's going to get interesting because I cannot wait till Cody's Wish goes along. So that's what I'm looking forward. A lot of people looking forward to the Travers, of course, because that's going to decide the 3-year-old. This is probably one of the first years in a while where a lot is undecided right now at this time of the year.
A lot of wide open divisions,
Yeah.
but starting to see a little bit of separation. We'll see if Goodnight Olive can reassert herself coming up later today in that Grade 2 Bed of Roses. Let's get back to the third. And Dylan Davis, this is what happens when you are aggressive. It can pay off big time. And this race was pretty much over a few steps out of the gate.
They did a good job, you know, and this horse broke through the gate. Great job by the gate crew, by the way, because, you know, one more push, she gets away, and she's the late scratch, but she gets the job done. Buchero out of a Harlington mare, bred in the Sunshine State of Florida, Twin Sports Racing and Adelphi Racing. Congratulations, Dylan Davis continues a nice little hot streak.
$6.40 on O'Donnell. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Ray Handel. The wind is not my friend today, but Ray, O'Donnell, I'm sure that you had to just kind of sigh when she broke through the gate. That's always such a frustrating position to be in for a horseman.
Yeah, especially when you're being so aggressive and placing them in a spot like today where we thought we'd probably lose her. You know, you want everything to go perfect, and you try and do as much as you can. We took her to the gate a few days ago, and she was great, stood like a champ, and I popped her out, and she came out great. I was like, all right, we're good. 3 races she's ran in. She's always kind of bobbled at the break and stuff, and you know, the distance was a bit of a question mark today, so I was like, I need her to break good and be in the game. You don't want to be playing catch-up going 7/8, and you know, it's just like, you got to be kidding me. And she does what she does, but then she came out of there like a rocket. But you always worry, how much does it take out of them? You know, like Richie always says, it's like it takes a little bit, it deflates the balloon a little bit. So you know, she ran super, and it didn't affect her too much, and she had to dig deep down the lane. So you know, we needed every bit we could.
She did dig deep, though, and she got the win. Another win for Adelphi as well. So you'll team up with them tomorrow in the New York Stallion Series with Gem Mint 10. Can you tell us a little bit about that horse? Just missed last time.
Yeah, you know, we thought he showed us a tremendous amount of talent early on, and we were a bit of we were scratching our heads after the subpar performances in the dirt. And I said, this horse trains too good to be that bad, so let's give him a whirl on the grass. And it's just been a different horse since we got him on the grass. And he's a big, rangy horse, so I thought he'd do better stretching out. You know, he ran a big race last time and just got run down by a pretty nice horse that had been knocking on the door in that 2X condition, and, you know, came up with a big fig. And, you know, I think the 7/8 will be just fine for him. And, you know, on paper, it looks like it's a, you know, 2-3 horse race between us and Horatio's horse on the outside, and maybe Danny's horse coming off the layoff. But, you know, he should be right there. He's training super, and, you know, I'd expect him to just keep on getting better with time.
And I was joking with you. I said, they just can't keep you out of the winner's circle these days. But, right, you have a lot of experience, you know, galloping horses and being on the back of a horse, too. Do you feel like that helps you because you know what to feel, you know what you're looking for, and you know kind of more intimately with these horses?
Well, you know, placing them in appropriate races and having great owners like I do that let me kind of do my thing, you know, helps a lot and helps you keep you in the winner's circle. But, you know, the way our approach is in the barn is very hands-on, and you know, we get on horses, I get on horses, we rotate. I'm there every morning and just very embedded in every decision that goes on, small and big. And I think it's paying dividends, and I think we're going to keep rolling.
Keep it going, and congratulations here.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And Greg, he's even got the swag on, too, with the handle hat. He's outfitted. He knew he was getting the picture taken.
Ray always looks good at the racetrack, and we've been talking about him for a few years now. Better than 24% at this meet. He had that great Saratoga last summer. First Kentucky Oaks he went to earlier this year with a 3-year-old filly. Things are going in the right direction for him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's handled himself professionally as well. And like you said, sometimes when you go up to Saratoga, you can get discouraged. But he handled himself well, won some races up in Saratoga, and his horses can fire. And the one thing that is great about Ray, you can't label him anything. His horses run well on dirt. They run well on turf. He's good off the claim. He's solid in every spot. And he even said it, listen, I knew we were probably going to lose this horse, which they did. The horse got claimed, but they walked away with the W. And sometimes you need to place your horses like that.
Good for Ray Handel. Terrific meet continues for him with the victory there and that aggressive ride from Dylan Davis. Next step, back on the grass at 7 furlongs. In race 4 starts a middle pick 4. And New York Breds in this allowance optional claiming spot right now. What a wide open group. Yarrow is your favorite at 7-2 on the board.
Yanni or Yarrow? Oh, that's Yacht Rock. We were talking about Yacht Rock. Oh.
What was your Yacht Rock song?
Remember there was that horse Yacht Rock, and I said I wanted to know if Yanni was considered Yacht Rock. Is it considered Yacht Rock?
Yeah, absolutely. That's your go-to Yacht Rock song? Kendrick Carmouche, I don't think he listens to Yacht Rock. He's running on high energy nonstop. We'll have his favorite race when we come back.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple of dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is gonna pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist bump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got our Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Man, we always love to see have success. Paid its dues, riding at Parks, several riding titles that he won there. He dominated at Parks for a long time and then made the move, came to New York, and he has had great success here.
Yeah, and I just think that, you know, when he was in Maryland and he was all around, it's just his positive attitude. And I think his positive attitude translates to the horses. Horses are, animals, herd animals, a lot like your dogs at home. They feed off your energy. And I just think Kendrick's energy is just so electric, and he always has a smile on his face. I think his horses love that.
Yeah, no one with a more positive attitude than Kendrick Carmouche. Fourth coming up, 7 furlongs on the turf. We're going to see Kendrick on the 3, bar 14. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start with the 2 horses coming out of that race. We'll get to Kendrick's Mount in a moment, but starting with Yarrow, the number 1, who is your tepid favorite right now. I don't know if it was instructions to go to the lead last time, as he's the type of horse who often, when he gets it done, he just barely gets up there in closing well. And sometimes horses like that have that kind of running style, it actually serves them well to put them on the lead because they don't have the opportunity to try and pull themselves up and not get there in the final jumps. And as far as Yarrow's concerned, he ran the best race of his career last time being on the lead and was beaten by Running with Scissors, who came back to win a 94 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start. I actually like the 7 furlongs for Yarrow. He has a little length to his frame. I would think Manny Franco will be aggressive with him again. It worked last time, and he's dappled out from head to toe. But there's a big disparity in price with the other horse that's coming out of that race in bar 14, who gets back on the turf, and he was off a little bit awkwardly. He got left at the start, and he was closing well in a tight photo for 3rd and able to get up that day. Kendrick Carmouche has him here, and he's a horse that used to show some speed. I think he'll be a little bit more forward and hopefully gets out of the gate today. He's very fit coming back here too, and I think back on his preferred surface at a generous price right now. The number 7, Ruse. I am a little bit concerned about the fitness, but I have long felt that a little bit shorter should actually suit him well. His lone sprint race on the turf was going 5 furlongs at Gulfstream, and as I spoke about yesterday with Z First, who was a similar kind of cutback, if you're a horse that gets out-footed a little bit in those 5 furlongs at Gulfstream turf sprints. They are fast early. You can kind of get run off your feet. And I think it's a different dynamic of the turf sprints here in New York. The 7 furlongs should really suit him well. He's sharp on his toes, as he always is. I love the cutback. Again, a little bit concerned with the fitness with him off the layoff, but I think this is a really intriguing spot for Ruse, Greg.
All right, we get to our purse parade here coming up. Thank you, Acacia, coming through that tunnel. Ruse, quickness, going longer. You know we'll be plenty fit for that 7/8. You would think anyway. There is the question of the layoff, but having gone longer.
Yeah.
And all those seconds, though, a bit of a concern.
Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth. A lot of second-place finishes, but not really getting played at the window either.
Here's Yarrow. Christophe Clement, Manny Franco at 2-1.
I actually agree with the cage. I think the 7 furlongs will be better. I like this horse. I don't know at 2-1 though. This is too wide open a race to take that short of a price.
Me and Sap next door, 3-time winner on the lawn, huge price.
Yeah, for David Donk, 2 for 4 over this racetrack. You're right at 26-1. Does have a win though here at 7 furlongs.
Man, we were just talking about Kendrick Carmouche on bar 14 gets another crack at Yarrow. Had a wide trip against him 2 back.
You know, this horse has been on the turf the last 2 times. 6 furlongs was 47-1 second, and it was 17-1 right behind Yarrow, 3rd.
Ghost Giant, the 4 at 7-1. John Velasquez for David Donk.
I thought a player in here got hung out really wide. I thought last time, or had to use his speed. Now cuts back in distance to 7 furlongs. I think that might hit this horse right in the eyes.
Rad Ortiz Jr. has got a perfect game going so far. He's on What's Up Bro trying turf for the first time.
Well, yeah, Rad won the first 2 races, took the 3rd off. Going to try to win this one for Knollwood Stables.
Phantom Smoke. We'll see next. There's a 6 for Mike Maselli.
The speed of the speed, Greg?
Looks like it.
I think this horse could control. At 8-1, interesting horse. Jose's very good on the front end, and horse has got a couple figures that this horse could be dangerous.
Yeah, it's made the lead going 5.5 furlongs on the turf before. Here's Ruse coming off the bench. First start since September 15th.
Yeah, Greg mentioned a lot of second-place finishes, but 3 of them were here at Belmont. So this horse has fired some good shots at Belmont, and 6-1's a square price.
And an undefeated horse on the outside wins first time out. That was at Aqueduct November of last year. Comes back in April, wins again first try against winners.
Yeah, it's hard to throw out any kind of undefeated horse. This one for David Duggan, a very underappreciated conditioner. He's very good. Trevor McCarthy aboard. This is a son of Editorial.
We'll have this race for you live when we come back. Starts a middle pick 4. We're going to hear from Jonathan Kinchin as well, joining the program right after a break. Stay with us.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control. And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Faiza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July Sale of Selected Yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. Greg Wolf, Paul LaDuca, Acacia Clement. We're going to bring in Jonathan Kinchin here in just a moment. Getting set for the 4th at Belmont. 7 furlongs on the turf at this New York bred allowance optional claiming race. 5-2 favoritism still with Yarrow as we get another look at Kendrick Carmouche, the one he'll ride Bar 14, who's a 2-time winner on the lawn.
Yeah, and there you can see our picks there. I was between the 1 and the 4. I think the 4 is going to run a big race here, Ghost Giant, for David Donk. I just think the 7 furlongs is perfect. As you can see, Acacia and Jonathan on the 7 here, but a wide open board.
Let's go back to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on the horse that's undefeated to the outside, the number 8 Rough Draft, as Paul mentioned, by Editorial. Horse that only ran twice, and yet another Todd Pletcher trainee that is now a stallion. Was beating a neck on the turf in his first start and then won his second start on the grass. And Rough Draft, who was very green in that debut, got the win and then came back and won again against Tougher last time out. I haven't seen him since his debut, but while he's still sharp, he's been rather professional as far as comparing to his competition too. He's obviously lacking some experience versus some of the others that he faces today, but I think he definitely warrants another look because he just looks like a horse that's doing well, and Dave Duggan is an excellent horseman with just a few runners, and seems like he's really got this horse taking steps forward at the right time. The number 4 Ghost Giant, it wasn't one that I had initially thought as far as a horse I wanted in here, but he just kept catching my eye in the paddock. If you look at his race 2 starts back, the last time he sprinted, he was actually close behind Bar 14, who I think has a chance in here. And Ghost Giant just looked tremendous in all of the preliminaries here. He's so fit. He's so healthy right now. 7 furlongs suits him perfectly. At 8-1, he's another one that just caught my eye in this spot, as we'll check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Thank you, Acacia. Yeah, look, I really like the 7 Roos. This is a horse that, you know, he is, I think we all can kind of see on paper. I think the cutback is something that looks like he's going to appreciate. But I think even more so than that, the thing that kind of got me over the hump with him is if you look back to his past performances, he runs well for this trainer, runs well off of layoffs. He hasn't necessarily won a lot of races, but he hasn't won a lot of races. He hasn't won a lot of races off of layoffs, but he hasn't won a lot of races. But he has run well. And when you ask about these seconds, and you start to kind of be concerned about the seconds, but we all agree that he probably needs to be running shorter, I think you can forgive some of those seconds because he's probably doing something not completely he's comfortable with.
And they're off. Ruse and Rough Draft from the outside. Yarrow from the rail. And now moving on through is a Bar 14 along with Me and Sap. Then comes Ghost Giant. And on the outside is a Phantom Smoke. What's Up, Bro? Trails the field in 8th. Ruse the leader here by a half length. Rough Draft on the outside is in 2nd as they move along the Widener turf course. It is Ruse the leader, 3 parts of a length. Rough Draft is next in 2nd. And right behind, it is the foursome of Me and Sap, along with Ghost Giant. Bar 14 is there, and Phantom Smoke. And then it's Yarrow down at the rail, and What's Up, Bro? The quarter in 23-1. They're midway on the turn. It is Ruse holding the lead here over Rough Draft. Phantom Smoke in the red cap on the outside has advanced into 3rd. Me and Sap is down at the rail. What's Up, Bro? Has now gained some ground. As they come for the head of the stretch, Ruse ran a half in 47 seconds. Rough Draft still in 2nd with Phantom Smoke on the outside in 3rd. Bar 14 looking for a way through. What's Up, Bro? On the far outside. And then Ghost Giant. It is still Ruse. Here's Phantom Smoke. Here's Rough Draft. The 3 of them come to the finish together with Ruse, the leader. Rough Draft, one last try. Ruse holds on. Ruse wins his 2023 debut, holding off the late charge of Rough Draft.
Off the bench, winning performance. Yes, exactly. In the 5-year-old debut for Ruse here. Dylan Davis with another win. And beating a horse, Rough Draft, who suffers the first loss of his career.
Yeah, 2 wins for Irad Ortiz. The first 2 races, 2 wins for Dylan Davis. The last 2 races, and he's won them both by being aggressive. Nobody wanted to go early with Ruse. Everybody sort of took back. But he won the race out of the gate, and you could tell that Rough Draft on the outside, and Trevor McCarthy was content on laying off. The 6 tried to make a move. Phantom Smoke. The 4, who I liked a little bit, Yarrow was way too far back. Both of those 2 horses just couldn't make up any ground because it was a heady ride by Dylan Davis. He was able to cut out fractions. 47 flat, not fast for a horse coming out of mile races, cutting back to 7 furlongs.
Goes off at 4-1.
Good call by JK.
7-8, 6-4 finish. Yeah, well done, JK. And well done, Dylan Davis. And Timothy Hill's T&J Stable with this runner. Acacia had this one as well.
Well, she signed the divorce papers with the last one. Maybe this one's a little bit different, she said. But a good call there.
Yeah, good performance. And Ruse with a nice win here off the bench, finding a distance he wants at 7/8. Well, the prices when we come back. Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com. Get signed up and started. Some big races still to come later today. Bed of Roses. Some big races the rest of this meet. Then we're up at Saratoga playing with Naira Bets all summer long and beyond. Dylan Davis, couple of wins now on this Saturday card.
Yeah. Congratulations to Dilly Dill. 2 for Irad, 2 for him. Ruse is a 5-year-old gelding by War Dancer. Out of the Let the Good Times roll mare, Pink Tights. I challenge you to go to a bar class with Acacia come out with pink tights on, Greg Wolf.
Pass. 786. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Polly, I know you're good for it. We're going to make it happen this summer at Saratoga, but so happy to be joined by winning trainer Tim Hills. And Tim, you said the traffic was bad getting here, but you're glad you came for Ruse. And he is just an honest horse that shows up every time.
He is. He puts everything into his training, and he had himself ready. So,
talk to me a little bit about the distance here, because the lone turf sprint was 5/8 at Gulfstream, and those races are so different tactically from the 6 or 7 furlongs we have here at Belmont.
well, it was a good starting point, and you know, he's got natural speed. He puts himself into the race, so I figured maybe he's a little bit short or a little bit wound up from being off so long that the cutback was good.
He's always been a real feel-good type of horse on his toes before the races.
You know, he's kind of quiet in the morning, but they're tough to gallop. But I'll tell you, I'm not looking forward to Saratoga, because in that paddock, he's a lot of, it's hard to get the saddle on him.
How do you keep a horse like that settled?
Just good riders. One of my rider's been with me a long time, Jose Azuna, and he gets along with horses like that.
It's all about the team, right? Well, congratulations to the team today.
Okay, thanks, Acacia.
Terrific horseman, Tim Hills. Good to see New York Bred Ruse get it done.
Good to see him get a victory here and a nice training job to get this horse ready. Find the right spot, right
Yeah.
distance for him off the bench.
Yeah, very underrated trainer, Timothy Hills. And, you know, he did a good job. And a horse that was very sharp, break like that. It's very sharp. It's also very hard to get a horse to go 7 furlongs off the layoff, too, as well.
So Ruse, just the 3rd win of his career in 16 tries. We move on to the 5th here, start of the pick 6. And a mile and 16th, main track, made special weight, all looking for that first win of their career. Cloud Forest, this should change. 6-1 right now. A horse who just missed against the next out winner for Bill Mott. Last time out.
Wow. 2-5 on the first-time starter here. Donegal Forever, who's been training lights out at the Saratoga training track, and obviously the word is out, but I'm with you. They have to beat the 1, and I would think the 1, with the way the board's going, unless you're from Louisiana in Shreveport, I would think they would get a little bit closer. Great town,
What
Shreveport.
don't we know about Donegal Forever? We know Hall of Fame trainer Tom Pletcher has some very good runners, and we expect him to start unleashing a lot of them this summer at Saratoga. There must be a story with this horse first time out.
I mean, there's got to be. There's no. I mean, we're not getting a Clocker report, especially from the Saratoga training track, but obviously the word's out. But I'm looking at the pick 5 will pays. The horse is the lowest will pay at $200 and some odd, and the 1 is the second choice at like $260. So it's not like this horse is a giant favorite over the 1, and so
it's going to even out.
I would think 9-5 to 2-1, somewhere in that area.
Get a look at him on the track momentarily. Bill Mott, what a year he is having. Late last year as well, sprint champion, Breeders' Cup 3rd mile winner. He's got Carmel Swirl later today. His barn loaded. We'll be back.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Wanda, 300,000, 275, medium 275,000, 75, but to get 75, 275,000, 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000, able to get $200,000.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye.
Yes!
No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1 mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1 mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on a beautiful Saturday here in Elmont, New York. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Pick 6 coming up next here at Belmont. Mana 16th and a first-time starter. Taking a ton of money for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, but Hall of Famer Bill Mott seems like it is his year right now. What a loaded stable of stars he has.
Yeah, and the other part about this, I think our collector is starting to get back into form. Costa Creed, no disgrace with Caravel and Big Invasion. Elite Power and Cody's Wish. Maybe they should just have a match race against each other on the backside at the Bill Martin's barn. I don't know which one's better, but my goodness, Elite Power and Cody's Wish are just putting on shows every time they get on the racetrack, and he likes to look around, say hi to the crowd a little bit more than Cody's Wish. Cody's Wish seems like he's just more focused a little bit, but then Elite Power, I mean, he just has won every big races out there. I mean, he's so talented as well.
Two of the very best, and they're both on incredible win streaks. And, you know, I've said it before, that's most famous win streak in history. Bill Mott Cigar. Well, he's got one on a 7-race win streak, another champ on a 6-race win streak.
Crazy. And then Poppy Flower just kept on coming at Bubble Rock last week and won that race. She exploded late. Man, his horses are just firing. And then Cody's Wish, like, this was freakish, Greg. You know, we've watched a lot of races in our lifetime, you and I. Like, I was just telling you before we got on set, next year, you and I have been working on set together for different channels and stuff, almost 15 years. And when you win races like this, Greg, you just know you are so much the best horse. I remember Mike Smith telling me, if you're going to go that wide down the back stretch, you better think that you're going to be 5 lengths to 10 lengths the best. If you only think you're going to be 1 length the best, you're going to fall up short. Cody's Wish was like 10 lengths the best that day.
You don't win races with trips like that. You get beat.
Yeah.
And if he had run second, even third, and narrowly got beat, you'd say, what an effort. How much the best was he?
Yeah.
He winds up winning going away. This horse is the best dirt horse in training, I think, anywhere in the world. I think he's the most exciting horse in the world. He's got probably the best story in the world.
Yes.
With Cody Dorman and that Keeneland Make-A-Wish Foundation naming this horse after that man with that disability and that rare disease, and they had that special connection. And now the fact that they're going to go after the Classic. They've already won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. They know how good he is, and say, let's go for the main event with a horse who, I mean, how much did he travel? How far did he travel in that Med Mile?
You know, in Junior,
probably a mile and 16.
Yeah. And Junior made such a great point. He thinks now, when last year he was still too keen, where this year he thinks now he can get him to relax to get that distance, and his stride is so efficient. I actually think he's going to get it done, and it's going to make, for me, to be an unbelievable Classic.
5th at Belmont. Again, the start of this Pick Six coming up in Donegal Forever. Todd Pletcher, Donegal Racing. They had 3-5 favoritism here. Arad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3 this afternoon, but this horse right here just ran huge last start for Belmont. Cloud Forest. Let's welcome in for the first time today, champion jockey, Richard Migliore. Mig, good to have you with us.
Yeah, great to be here, guys. And what a beautiful day. It's just picture perfect for an afternoon of sport here at Belmont Park. Interesting group here of maidens going a mile and a 16th. The one, Cloud Forest, would absolutely win the paddock appearance pick. I mean, this horse is glowing with good health. I mean, he's dappled out. His coat is resplendent, rich, hydrated. I love the way he's walking around. Now, this is a horse they dropped in for maiden 75 last time back in April at Aqueduct, and he ran well. And I just feel like this horse has been a work in progress where he just seems more focused now. And maybe he just needed to mature a bit more, the Son of Quality Road, but he's got the size, the scope, and again, as far as overall general health, he is resplendent here in the paddock. The 4-horse Ride Up also making a really nice impression. And kind of interesting, a little bit of a different type, a little bit shorter, not quite as long and scopy, but a solid individual who just really making a nice impression. Dylan Davis has really kind of worked his way through the funk he was in earlier this meeting. Just comes off of back-to-back wins here, actually, looking for his 3rd win of the day. And when a rider's confidence gets going, you really got to give anything that they ride a second look. And the 6-horse, first-time starter from Todd Pletcher, Donegal Forever. You know, very tough distance to debut at, a mile and a 16th, but this is a rangy, scopy individual. He's got that kind of old-time, long, sinewy-looking thoroughbred look to him. Todd Pletcher, I think, as good as anybody, putting the foundation and the miles into a horse for them to run well, particularly at an elongated distance first time out. I'm going to kind of get a look at him on the racetrack, see how he warms up, see how he acts with the pony. But I will say, from a fitness standpoint, looks like Todd's got him pretty fit for his debut.
Going to be exciting to see what he can do first time out. Obviously, he has shown big ability in the morning to open up at this price for this Hall of Fame barn.
Yeah, and I think the other horse on the outside, the 7, you know, for Chad Brown, going to go around 2 turns for the first time. Well, not 2 turns, a little hook turn there, but getting a little bit extra distance. And he seems like he woke up in his 3-year-old debut.
Earn a $25 bonus today by playing with NYRA Bet. Bet $75 each in Belmont Park, Ellis Park, and Santa Anita Park. And you'll get that $25 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do, don't forget, opt in. Go to NYRABets.com. Opt in and play away. Every little extra bit helps in that account.
That's the truth.
Here's a look at Ride Up. Linda Rice, she is having a terrific meet. And she'll have Dylan Davis aboard looking for number 3.
You know, Ride Up is an interesting horse. And in his last race, it was kind of weird. He broke a little sideways and didn't get the best of trips. And that was the first time in blinkers. You know, this horse had 6 career starts. Only 2 of them have been on a fast track. One the Ballantine and one the Register, and they've both been okay. So the way Dylan's going, he's going for a hat trick, and actually a natural hat trick, 3 in a row. But I thought this horse hung in there for a long time.
And Shreveport was trying to do it on the front end. He's going to wind up backing up in here. He'll be in today's race as well. Ride Up is going to wind up runner-up, and then, you know, after this, struggled on a wet track, so maybe throw that one out.
So what do you take out of this race? Do you take Ride Up because Ride Up finished ahead of Shreveport, or because Shreveport was trying a 1 1/8 from 6.5 furlongs? Do you give Shreveport a little bit of a pass?
That's slow fractions,
Was
right?
slow, yes.
I don't know if he gets extra credit for that.
Yeah.
I think Cloud Forest is going to be incredibly tough in here.
I'm with you too. We don't know what's been in the mornings with the 6. I'm kind of with you. I thought the 1 was going to be the favorite in this race.
Well, it just goes to show you, and we'll wait and see. It looks like it is going to even out. They're going to go off fairly similar prices, but this horse must have big ability to take this kind of money into a horse that just ran. I mean, he's going to have to run a little bit to tackle Cloud Forest, who ran a very big figure last start. Seems to be going the right way. And like Mig said, trying to win at a route of ground in your debut on dirt is a very difficult ask.
Yeah, the word must have came down from Saratoga. This one's been working very, very well. You know, the horse has work way back in April at Palm Beach Downs, and then they went straight to Saratoga. So maybe they were pointing for Saratoga, and the horse is doing so well that they were like, you know, let's get a race into this horse. But they're betting this horse like he's the winner. But at the end of the day, I think the 1 will end up being your favorite at post time, but the Will Pace is saying no.
And here he is, pioneer of the Nairo Colt, out of a flatter mare for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. Donegal Racing, Arad Ortiz Jr. You know, on the double, Cloud Forest is actually your favorite, which is usually the more true predictor, but not by a lot. And in the pick 3 as well, slightly favored,
yes,
Cloud Forest. So
yeah.
probably the 1 is going to be your favorite by post time.
I'm with you. I mean, that first race here at Belmont at the smallest 16th, you know, Cloud Forest's debut, I mean, it crushes this field. Now, you could say, oh, this 4-year-old colt does not move forward. I do like that last effort. When dropped for 75, maybe it gave this horse a little bit more confidence.
Jose Lezcano on board. Had that rough wrist injury. He's out about a month. Came back quick. And it's been great to see him back. He's on board for Mott here from that inside post. Another look at the first timer for Todd Pletcher, who's got a couple of his talented 3-year-olds running later today, including Kingsbarns. Mama, that's part of that cross-country pick 5. Here's Cloud Forest, Jose Lezcano, and just missed last time out against a next out winner.
Yeah, and power on powered numbers, if I'm not mistaken. You know, he lost to Gasoline too. Win it. He's lost against some decent horses, so I think the horse to beat.
Marty's Magic, big price with Kender Carmouche.
Just missed on the slop 3 back. They tried a stakes race. The son of Not This Time. Last race at Churchill for 50 was okay.
Here's Dylan Davis looking for number 3 today on Right Up.
Yeah, blinkers went on last time, but, you know, slop. This horse has only caught a fast track a couple times. 9-1 could be a nice little price.
Shreveport tried to do in that race we showed you with a soft pace on the lead, backed up to 3rd.
Shreveport, Louisiana, home of the AA San Francisco Giants.
Donegal Forever, debuting still at 4-5 for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, getting bet too. Looks the part, son of Pioneer of the Nile.
And, well, you brought up Michael Phelps earlier today. Phelpsy
Right?
for Chad Brown, Manny Franco.
Yeah, and Into Mischief. Colt, they paid $1 million for. Last time with Lasix, a little bit better. 3-year-old debut. I think this is the dangerous horse on the stretch out.
Let's show you Cloud Forest last time out. Dropped in, and yeah, I guess maybe he ran what he ran, but he did drop from maiden special to maiden claiming to do this.
Yeah, I get it, but how many 4-year-olds are getting claimed for $75,000 around here anymore? Not happening. The question mark that you have is, how does he not win? Because the horse on the inside looks like he's about ready to fall down. So, does he hang? The other part about it is you can look, they're 6 and 7 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher, so you can say it's a winning effort. The horse hasn't been seen since April. It's a really tough race to gauge. I kept on watching it a couple times, and, you know, it's just a really tough race to gauge to me because I just don't know if the horse just didn't want to go by or not.
Let's go to Jonathan. JK, your take on Cloud Forest.
Cloud Forest down on the rail. The situation, you kind of mentioned when a horse runs for a tag, it's always just a little bit of a concern for me. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a safe horse to enter for a tag. Like you guys mentioned, there's not a lot of horses that are 4-year-olds that are still maidens that are being claimed. But still, it says something if you enter a horse in for a tag. And she didn't run. She should have won that race, I thought. Or he, excuse me, should have won that race, didn't. Drawn towards the inside. I thought that the stablemate was a little bit more likely, the 5 Shreveport. Shreveport, if you look back at the past performances, has a couple of really nice races. And even the races where the horse doesn't run particularly well, does something pretty good within that race. You can kind of take something positive out of every start of Shreveport. Now, I'm just hopeful that they've kind of figured this one out. A full to Lake Avenue, who was extremely talented. It feels like Bill Mott's familiar with this family, probably just needed to do a little bit of tweaking. I thought last time, as a young horse player, young handicapper, I used to get frustrated at horses who made easy leads and got beat. I used to think it was a sign of weakness, a horse that maybe wasn't very good. As I've gotten a little bit more seasoned, I think what you can also take from a situation like that is sometimes going too slow takes away some of their ability and some of their strength, as it were. I think Shreveport's going to run much better in here, but you can't ignore the board when the money that the 6 Donegal Forever is taking. I wouldn't be surprised if either one of these win. I'm going to go with the 5 Shreveport as my top choice.
All right, JK, we'll see it happens with this 4-year-old son of Tappet. Shortening up from 1 mile and 8, only has to last 1 mile and a 16th today. And you look at the rest of this field. Obviously Cloud Forest was close last time. I don't expect the 2 Mott runners to battle each other. Let's go to Mig for more.
Yeah, guys, everything I saw in the paddock was reinforced on the racetrack pertaining to the 1-horse Cloud Forest. He looked great in the paddock. His coat is just over the top, resplendent. And I love the way he moved on the racetrack. I think this is a horse that just took a little time to figure everything out from a mental standpoint. And I think he's going to fire a big shot today. He's my top selection because, like I said, not only did I like him in the paddock, I liked him even more on the racetrack. The 4 Ride Up also continued to make a nice impression on the racetrack. I think 9-1 is way too big a price on the 4-horse Ride Up. The 5-horse Shreveport, Godolphin runner. Last time I was in Shreveport, Louisiana, I won the Super Derby for Godolphin on Regal Ransom. Beat a pretty good horse named Blame that day. So there is some connection there with the name. He was a bit studdish, a bit cantankerous in the paddock. When he got to the pony, a bit studdish. Looks like after he warmed up, he settled down some, but he definitely had a little bit of an attitude, especially hooking up with the pony. And the 6-horse Donegal Forever, obviously the word is out at 4 to 5. I mean, the word must have came down the Northway, down the Thruway, Cross Island Parkway, all the way here to Belmont Park, because they must have been shouting from the peaks of the Adirondacks to get 4 to 5 on a first-time starter going 1 mile and a 16th. Even with Hall of Fame conditioner Todd Pletcher, I'm not going to take 4 to 5 on a first-time starter trying 1 mile and a 16th around 1 turn. It's so different than a 2-turn mile and an eighth or 1 mile and a 16th where they jump out, run to the first turn, and then everything moderates, and everybody kind of has their position, and the race slows down in the middle. A 1-turn mile and a 16th, the race picks up in the middle, and it's not unusual to see them go faster the second quarter than the first quarter, and that makes it a test of stamina. And for a horse that's never run, and again, despite the fact that he's got an incredible trainer in Todd Pletcher, I just think it's a tall ask. It's a tough thing to do. If he wins this, certainly a horse to keep an eye on going forward.
If he wins this, yeah, this might be a horse you throw into the mix for some much bigger races down the line this year. Obviously, Pletcher trying to play catch-up with him if he is that talented and that kind of horse.
Yeah, that's true. In the 5-horse Shreveport, behind Artorias, Artorias actually in today, I want to say at Monmouth, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and, at one time, Artorias, in the race he ran at Saratoga, we were oohing and on over that. So Shreveport's running against some, decent horses, and I can see it in the Godolphin Blue. I like Cloud Forest. I'm still sticking with the 1, even though probably should have won that last race.
And that Salvatore Mile, Artorias.
Right, that's a tough race, huh?
Very tough race. Part of that cross-country pick 5, by the way. Pick 6 pool here, 136,000, and still growing even. Money has remained your favorite And unless there's a big late shift, looks like it is going to stay that way with this first-time starter.
Wow.
Surprising. Wow, this horse must be working good. See if he lives up to the billing. There he is, son of Pioneer of the Nile for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. First start for that horse right there with Irad Ortiz Jr. Not easy to win at Irad Ground in your debut. Can he do it? Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Oh, there was a bobble there right after the start for number 6, Donegal Forever, and he has gone towards the back of the pack. Ride Up is out for the lead. Marty's Magic down on the inside, and Shreveport the Gray runs in third. Donegal Forever now settling down and sitting in fourth, about 3.5 lengths from the front. Cloud Forest advances down at the rail, and the trailer is Phelpsy in sixth as they move up the backstretch. And now it's a battle up front. Marty's Magic at the rail, Cloud Forest in between. Ride Up is 3 wide. Shreveport is 4 wide. The quarter went in 23 and 4. Donegal Forever running in fifth, but just 3 lengths from the front. Another 3 lengths back to Phelpsy. It is Ride Up and Marty's Magic. And up front, along with Ride Up and Marty's Magic, is Cloud Forest. Cloud Forest with a head in front. Ride Up on the outside. Marty's Magic down at the rail. Then comes a Donegal Forever on the outside is Shreveport, and farther back Phelpsy, half mile 47 and 1. Cloud Forest challenged here by Ride Up and Shreveport on the far outside. Donegal Forever now just in behind the front runners in fourth. Marty's Magic drops out of it. Then Phelpsy, Ride Up, and Cloud Forest, and they are heads apart through 3/4 and 1:12. Donegal Forever now moves to the outside for the run into the stretch. Here is Ride Up, and here is Donegal Forever on the outside. Donegal Forever has now taken over the lead. Donegal Forever getting clear from the field here. Donegal Forever had some anxious moments right after the start, but no doubt about the victory. The first-time starter wins it by 4 lengths, and Irad Ortiz Jr. has his 3rd victory today.
Might have a new player in the 3-year-old division very soon here. Donegal Forever, first time out. How long is this stride on this horse?
My goodness, and his head, low head carriage too, as well. And you can see, Irad Ortiz, like at the end of that race, put his foot back into the stirrup. This horse had a brutal beginning. I get it, might not have faced much, but you're right. The stride on this horse is ridiculously long, but you gotta love the low head carriage too as well. Just efficient, still a little green, switches right on cue, and it's bye-bye. Wow. This was impressive and just kind of Cadillac-ish, right? Sort of like smooth, like you don't even feel the engine running. You know what I mean?
Jeez. First time out, and there's improvement to come. Look at the start, so keep your eyes on post 6.
He almost came out of the irons. Watch this. Whoa, my goodness.
Wow.
Wow. For a lot of people out there that really don't know, that takes a ton out of a horse. I mean, you stumble that much, it can take a lot of air out of the horse. Irad, unbelievable skill.
Left foot totally up and out of the stirrup.
You know, and I want to watch after the race because his right foot almost went out of the stirrup at the end of this race. We stay on it. I wonder if it comes out. But, like, my goodness gracious, it was a feat to stay on this horse, and then for this horse to win like that, wow.
Mig, I'm sure you've been in that position before. Some great horsemanship here by Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, all of his athleticism on full display there to regain his balance and, you know, lose as little position as possible if the horse stumbled the second stride. And, it makes it more difficult because you're going forward, and all of a sudden that momentum is checked for that stride when they stumble. Keep an eye on him turning for home here. He's on his left lead with that giant stride you're talking about. Watch this exaggerated lead change right there. I mean, if anybody has trouble picking up when a horse changes leads watching at home, that was as clear an illustration of a horse changing, and he just kept finding. And this horse covers a tremendous amount of ground. I mean, really a very, very impressive and powerful performance. We'll go back to the start here, guys, and keep an eye on him. First step's clean, and your momentum's going forward. And the second step is when bloop, he he stumbled. His left foot was completely out of the stirrup, and that was all the leg strength on the right leg to be able to right himself. I tell you what, again, I'm always impressed with just how physically fit and strong these riders are. That was a really an incredible performance for him to stay in the middle and not lose more ground than he might have. He didn't use the horse's mouth to right himself. He used his legs.
Richie, let me ask. It's going to break time. Well, Richie, let me ask you something. Something like that, you can't go into panic mode. You have to slow yourself down to get your foot back in the stirrups. What goes through your mind there when your foot gets out of the stirrups?
You know, Paul, I think it's all instinct at that point. You know, first just staying in the middle of one, getting yourself all back together, feet in the stirrups, yourself set. And then he didn't panic at all. He allowed the horse to just kind of get up underneath him again, get his stride, but keep an eye on his left leg. I mean, he's basically gone there. And this was, again, people that maybe don't understand, you know, how athletic jockeys are. Just watch that. I mean, 90% of riders might not have stayed on, and you know, certainly people that weren't jockeys wouldn't have stayed on. I mean, just incredible leg strength there.
Balance, leg strength, and to not panic in that moment. 3 wins today for Rat Ortiz Jr., and this could be a very talented 3-year-old. This is the debut for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher and Donegal Racing. We'll be back.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We just saw a very exciting prospect here for a Hall of Fame trainer, Todd Pletcher. Debut win going around or ground for Donegal Forever. Rat Ortiz Jr. 3-win day. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, I'm with Irad, who's already got 3 wins today, and he's not done by any means. But this was a particularly impressive maiden race here. First-time starter, Donegal Forever. Start was a little rocky. You did some job staying in the middle of him. Talk us through that.
I tried to broke so good, a little quick out of there, and he stumbled a little bit. I lost my iron. Thank God I was available to stay on him, and after that, you just go to plan B. Drop in, let him be happy, let him find his stride. He's a big horse, huge horse. You see him. He have a huge stride, so I let him find his stride, let him be happy. Conto, he was in contact with the field, so I leave it there, and he do the rest. I mean, he was very professional in behind the horses. was available to wait my time to go. He waited for me. I called him and he gave me what he got. I mean, it looked great.
Yeah, I mean, that was what impressed me. I mean, he sat in the pocket, took the kickback. Seemed like he wasn't a first-time starter.
He do it like he was doing it forever, you know. Todd did a great job. His team did an amazing job. They are hard workers, Cersei riders, and they teach them, so they deserve the credit.
Well, and you deserve a lot of credit, too, even just staying on him. But when he came off the turn, he's got that huge stride, and he's on his left lead. But when he jumped over to his right lead, he really panned out and he looked comfortable.
Yeah, he started getting his pace by the 316 pole when I hit him for one time, and he started giving me another gear. So it was nice, it was fun. It was fun to ride, to be honest. First time started like that.
I read you show up. I was watching races the other day. You're in Indiana on a day off riding, right? I know you work horses up in Saratoga sometimes on dark days, but you never had opportunity to get on this colt.
Not really, no. He got good work. He worked 47, 48 last couple of times. So I know Todd did a great job, and they bring them here ready. So I'm not afraid to ride a first-time starter for them. And we work. If they need me out there, I'll be there. That's what all we do every single day.
Well, congratulations. Well done. And you want to talk about a guy that's not afraid to work. Every time I look up, he's someplace riding and someplace working, but the harder you work, the luckier you get.
And usually when we see him, he's winning races, and he's doing a lot of that today. 3 wins already for Irad Ortiz Jr. this afternoon.
Yeah, and Big hit the nail on the head. You create your own luck. $216 for that pick 5, and Donegal forever. Can't wait to see where he lands next. That was very, very impressive. And hopefully you're a Dylan Davis and a Irad Ortiz fan, because there's the one, they're the two that rounded out that pick 5.
We're going to see him in the Curlin maybe at Saratoga. It's an audition for the Travers.
Yeah, it's a nice little stakes race to go to. Yeah, why not? It's like $125,000. It's about right, yeah.
6th at Belmont, mile and an 1/8 inner turf, $25,000 claiming race. Starts the late pick 5. Land Biscuit right now, currently favored. I think that's going to change.
Yeah, I would think the 5 here, Be Here, no pun intended, will be your favorite. And I think some people might take a shot and single this horse to start.
Saying so long to Paulie here. Enjoyed it. Andy Serling's going to be joining me after a timeout. Better Roses, what do you think?
I think Goodnight Olive turns the tables. I really do. But I am not throwing out Caramel Swirl. I'm not. The horse is going too well for me. I'm going to go too deep in there.
All right, look forward to it. That's our feature coming up in that Filly Mare Sprint Division with a reigning champ. Late pick 5 next from Belmont when we come back, and I'm joined by Andy.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
It's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Then beautiful, truly stunning. Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Madkin and İlkay Cantamasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Oh, you know what? Gallop. Same, back up to wire, same. It worked out pretty good, and then we start with one horse.
This bird can sing. Length and a half at the end. This bird can sing, owned by Cantamasi Racing.
5 horse, 10, 15, now we have to win it, 3 horses. More than financial, we are doing this with our heart. I think this is what makes us different than the others. One hand means anything, but 2 hands make the work, so this is what we're trying to do.
2022 marks the 5th summer the Cantamasi brothers have had a stable at Saratoga.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Rod.
Their good fortunes and long journey is not forgotten.
Beautiful morning in Saratoga. But we worked really hard for these days, you know. This one, she's more calm and going nicer for the rider in the mornings. But whatever happens, teaches you something, so you find your way. I believe we are improving every year better and better. So we see from our mistakes and from the faults to do the better things. Good, Tyson?
Very good.
Okay. Be careful.
It's happy.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Every horse different, and they all want different things. And you have to do what they gonna be good with. Only him and Sierra? Not yet. Most fun part is the afternoons, of course. When you see the horse you are with every day, you feed them, you train them.
Waiting now for Evie Jets. And they're off. The duo of High Opinion and Evie Jets from the outside. Evie Jets is now coming on quickly. Messidor to take over in deep stretch and win it.
She ran great. I think she just caught at the end. And this is 17 days between her last race. In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come.
There's a look at the barn you were just hearing about. Madkin İlkay Cantamasi, and they're going to be sending out frontman the 1, 14-1 big price. They've had great success and starting to get more and more horses. Of course, Evie Jets was that breakthrough runner for them to deliver that first graded stakes win. As I welcome on Andy Serling to the set. Good to see you.
It's sort of an odd one. I'm only here with half an hour with you, but you're going to leave me shortly.
It feels
I'm
strange leaving early.
Beautiful day here at Belmont. Looking forward to the Bed of Roses coming up in a few races, and it's nice to be here, even if for just a few minutes with you.
And what's your take on Goodnight Olive?
I mean, she's the horse to beat. To deny that would be foolish in there. And I think you'll see Irad be a little more aggressive for position. I'm going to try to beat her with Dr. B, who didn't have the best of trips either last time, but she's the horse to beat in a highly, highly competitive race.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one in that filly and mare sprint division. We have that still to come as our Saturday feature. Right now, though, it's the start of this pick 5. Bed of Roses, of course, included in that. There again, the Cantamasi runner. And it's Land Biscuit right now, the 4, still the 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I picked Land Biscuit over the number 5, Be There, thinking that Land Biscuit would be a better price. Well, I'm getting a lot wrong today, and I seem to have gotten that wrong as well. They look like the main 2 here. Big price on Klickitat at this point, right? That horse would be double-digit odds.
7-2 morning line, 11-1 right now.
They're betting on the number 6 in this race, Goldini, who's frankly not really a turf horse, but has run okay in the turf, but maybe not impossible.
Pick 5 pool closing in on $300,000. We're approaching the 9-minute mark to post. We'll get to the post parade in a moment. Let's get a paddock report head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and before we talk horses, let's talk jockeys. We got a kind of a family affair going on here. You got Jackie Davis, Dylan Davis, their brother and sister, Trevor McCarthy, who's married to Katie Davis, another one of the riding Davises. And, you know, I had the privilege of riding with Robbie Davis, who's a tremendous rider. You know, and actually, he won 3 Better Roses. He won more Better Roses stakes than anybody else. And his first one was on Pleasure Key, opened up a big lead and was able to hold on at Aqueduct. And, you know, Robbie, just a terrifically talented rider, someone that he and I were fierce competitors. We're good friends now. We didn't always get along as well when we were riding, but we both wanted the same thing. And you can see this filly was aggressive with him, opened up a big lead, and speed wasn't a bad thing to have on the inner track back in the day. I'm sure Andy can attest to that. And all of Robbie's skills, holding it together, keeping her going, and holding off, fending off any late challenges. But you know, fun to look back and see Robbie at the height of his powers. And now he's got 3 children riding and a son-in-law riding. So it's all in that riding Davis clan, if you will. And obviously, Trevor McCarthy, son of Mike McCarthy, a rider that I rode a great deal with. And full disclosure, my son Joseph works for Trevor and Katie, represents him as their jockey's agent. And Katie's riding at Finger Lakes, but coming down here on days off from Finger Lakes to ride. So not leaving any stone unturned in the search of winners. And somebody that's easy to root for. Let's talk horses. And 3-horse Dylan Davis is making a really good impression here. Second time, I should say, for Pat Quick. I mean, this horse really kind of took his game to another level as far as his coat and his physical appearance. I think he's really come into this better than he ever did. And a horse that's a bit of a price, he's certainly one that I'm going to give a long, hard look to, particularly in the warm-up, the way he looks here in the paddock. The 5-horse Be There, Bill Murray, he's just such a welcome addition to the New York scene. Bill Murray wins at high percentage, places his horse as well. Horse making a nice impression here, as is the 6-horse Goldini for Rudy Rodriguez. Man, this horse just really stood out. He would get the paddock check mark from appearance. Now, we all know on the racetrack, pretty is as pretty does, but I like to see a horse that's doing good, and then if they make sense on paper, they get the double check mark. That's when I think it really comes into play, when you like what you see from a horse physically.
All right, Mig, thanks. I want to remind everyone, get signed up, play along, get down on this pick 5. Look at that pool, 326,000 plus. With NYRA Bets, that's the code to use for new members, bonus 200. You'll get a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Go to NYRABets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That is going to be a packed area tomorrow on Father's Day. Looking forward to the great crowd on hand here today. Tomorrow is going to be sensational.
Yeah, I know. Father's Day, always a big day here, but you're right. Nice crowd here. I was out in the backyard a little bit earlier, and always a fun day. And you, in fact, we bring the family out tomorrow.
Yeah, first trip for Isabel to Belmont Park.
Now, she's on the early show or the late show?
She might come on both shows.
Really? Wow. She's ready for a full day of work already.
She hasn't had her TV debut yet. My son has.
I like
a couple
that.
of years ago. See if we can get her on.
They're big fans of the show, I hear.
They're watching right now, actually.
It's actually Paul that they like, right? Much more than you.
They love Paul.
Apparently, they have no interest in you, but they see enough of you at home.
Yes.
I know that feeling.
Jose Lezcano moving by. Called a post, and we're going to start off with Frontman. So that Cantor Mossy barn. Junior Alvarado will be aboard. Frontman actually going to break from post 3 here at 17-1.
And I don't love him in this race, but 17-1 on a horse who at least you know has ability on grass seems to me to be a big overlay given the prices of some other horses in here.
Yeah, you talked about a big price on Klickitat. I agree, 12-1 inside post for the 2.
You know, it's a barn that actually Gustavo Rodrigo's only claimed 1 horse and run him on the turf. And his recent form leaves something to be desired. A mile and 8's a question, but once again, how is he 12-1? Why are those horses considerably bigger prices than this one?
And here's Healing, Dylan Davis with 2 today.
Yeah, but his last race was inexplicably bad, and while he does have some back races that are good in the turf, you have to be concerned more about how poorly he ran last time.
Land Biscuit, still 9-5 favorite, 1 for 11 on the grass.
Rained off last time out, but when he ran 2 back off a layup, it's 6 furlongs. He ran well, and he gets Javier Castellano.
Be Here crushed him May of last year when they met. Bill Morey trains B here with Trevor McCarthy.
A little windy up here. Yeah, he seems to be a logical type. Can Trevor get him into better position? He doesn't have much speed.
Goldini, Jose Ortiz for Rudy Rodriguez.
And he's getting over bet right now because even his turf races aren't that good, but he's sort of being bet off dirt form.
John Velasquez riding on Mount Travers for Mir Shishakli.
Even on his best, 9 furlongs a question, and he's probably more of a dirt horse.
And 8 tries on turf for American. Lincoln has never hit the board.
He's actually run okay at times on the turf, but his recent form is so poor, it's just hard to be overly excited about him.
Huge number, warranted outside as we're 4 minutes away from this pick 5.
I'm looking at the double prices, and at least based on double prices, Be Here will be a fairly strong favorite, probably 2 to 1 or so by post time, and maybe a little bit higher. So if you like Land Biscuit, maybe you'll get closer to 7 to 2 on him.
Real quick, as it happened before you came on, get your thoughts on that debut from Donegal Forever.
Well, this was extremely impressive. Stumbled at the start. I like the way he got right back into the bit and was right back in position. Obviously dominated. It's not a killer field, but not a bad field. It's obviously very promising. And I should have known when Donegal had about 8,000 people here for the race. But
yeah.
They're always very supportive and nice to see them. Of course, Jerry Crawford got to spend a little time with him earlier.
Let's bring in Jonathan here as we get set for a pick 5 coming up. JK.
Yeah, Wolfie, I'm going to single the 5B here. Look, it's hard at times to understand class levels at different racetracks. What's an allowance race at Monmouth versus $25,000 claimer at Belmont? And sometimes you can just kind of figure that out. You get a feel for it. But there's also kind of a little bit of a cheat with Timeform US. They have these race ratings. I don't lean on them totally, but I do think that they can kind of lead you in the right direction trying to understand class. This horse has been running against better. It's a pretty significant drop down to the tag. He's been running against better. His speed figures are pretty darn quick. I'm going to single the 5B here to get started. In the second leg, I'm going to use the 1 and the 7, the 1 Ocean's Reserve, the 7 Mariachi. In race 3, I'm going to use the 2 and the 7, the 2 Owls Rocket, the 7 Exact Estimate. I'm going to single the 1 Goodnight Olive. I think Irad realized that if I get her in trouble, I can get her beat. I think he'll do everything in his power to keep her out of trouble. And then to wrap it up in a race I thought was pretty wide open, I'm going to use 1, 6, and 8. The 1 Rum Runner Ready, the 6 Quick Power Nap, and the 8 Smoking Hot Kitty.
JK, good luck. Good luck to everyone playing pick 5 later today.
One thing is certain. I hope one of us hits it, but we both can't hit the pick 5 because we both played the 8th race completely differently.
Meanwhile, this one has been the favorite throughout. Land Biscuit. We're going to go back to a win, show you that performance from last summer at Belmont at a mile for no more than 3 life.
No, this, I believe.
Oh, am I wrong here?
This is 2 back. I think it's 6 furlongs, I think. Now I'm questioning myself. This is 3 back. I got you. Okay. Yeah, he ran fine to get it done in this race. Obviously, he was a heavy favorite, but what I like about him was how well he ran 2 races back, because he's not really a 6 furlong horse. He wants to go longer, and that was a clear prep coming off an 11-month layoff. And you know, he's big price and had a little trouble to start and made a significant run to be 3rd. I mean, that and sort of outrun his odds and outrun expectations. And now he's running at the preferred distance. I wouldn't bet him at 2 to 1. Now, he is going to be the clear-cut second choice by post time, as Be Here is probably going to be closer to, 8 to 5 or so by post time. And I think he'll drift up a little bit. Listen, I chalked this race out. I used 4 or 5 here. I agree with Jonathan on the 1-7, the 7th race. I used the 1 and 3 in race 8. I think Goodnight Olive is vulnerable. I used her. I used Dr. B and Caramel Swirl. And the last race, we agreed on the 1, but I like the 4 mostly harmless. I used 1 and 4 in the 10th.
Rider off here on the 3 Healing. That's Dylan Davis. And this one looks like she's
scratched.
Coming out. We're going to scratch Healing, the 6-year-old. So back to the barn. And they'll make the adjustment on the gate. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I was watching him warm up. Dylan left the pony, gave this horse a big, aggressive warm up, and obviously he just was not happy with the way he was loosening up. He looked great in the paddock, resplendent, but when they get to moving, some horses just, don't warm up to the rider's satisfaction, and one of the safety protocols in place, There's an examining veterinarian at the gate. Rider goes to him, says they don't like something. Horse is automatically scratched. We'll have to go through a physical exam, work for the vet, a blood test, a whole battery of, protocols that this horse will have to pass before to be allowed to compete again. I'm on the 4-horse, Land Biscuit. I love the way he warmed up. He really framed up beautifully. You get Javier Castellano, and no knock on Omar Hernandez Moreno. He's an apprentice, and you get an experienced rider on the turf, and it usually, I think, elevates horses, moves horses up. And the way he warmed up, he completely won me over. So it'll be about Land Biscuit for me.
All right, Mig, thank you. Going with this 2-to-1 shot, Javier Castellano, who is not just the Derby and the Belmont wins for him and completes a career Triple Crown. He's riding sensational overall.
He is, and listen, Javier won 4 Eclipse Awards. I think sometimes people lose sight of his career as total, which is a great, great career. And getting a little older, still not as old as I am, but getting a little older, and had some injuries, and he hadn't been riding as well. But once last summer, he got healthy. He got a new agent in PJ Campo, who's done such an amazing job, frankly, with Eric Cancel, and he really helped turn things around. And I think the combination of the new agent and getting healthy had just reinvigorated Javier, and we saw it all last summer. I mean, none of us were surprised when he had such a great Saratoga last summer because he had ridden so well at Belmont Park. I think people pay so much more attention to Saratoga. It was like, wow, Javier's back. Well, we knew he was back, and this year is an even further confirmation of that. And it's not just that he had those huge wins in the Derby and Belmont. He also gave both horses exceptionally good rides. The horses got to get you there, but Javier made sure they had their best chance.
This guy right here on Klickitat, the 2, we know how great he is on the grass. With this configuration at 1 mile and 1/8, that turn comes up very quick. Does he try and be aggressive with his horse?
I would think he would. He's not an overly aggressive rider, but you have to lead from there, at least for position, to see how things play out. And I have to imagine Javier's looking to be aggressive as well with Land Biscuit. We'll see. Will they try to clear with Mount Travers, who might have he and Goldini have speed? It'll be interesting to see, because that first turn is a very important part of the 1 mile and 1/8 inner turf races here.
Mount Travers stepping in with Hall of Famer John Velasquez and the big long shot American Lincoln last in. Here we go with a 6 from Belmont, start of the late pick. 5, John Imbrial to start us off.
And they're off. And it is Land Biscuit along with Mount Travers, who now moves up and towards the inside. It is Klickitat. So Klickitat has taken the lead. Mount Travers on the outside in second. Land Biscuit is next in third, with Klickitat leading here by a length and a half. Mount Travers next in second. Land Biscuit is in third. American Lincoln on the outside in fourth. And there goes a quick brush from Goldini. Goldini quickly goes from next to last to challenge for the lead. Goldini is right up with the front runners, Mount Travers and Klickitat. So it's 3 of them across. Land Biscuit sits in fourth. Then comes American Lincoln next in fifth. Frontman is in sixth. And at the back of the pack is Be Here in seventh. The quarter 25-1. Klickitat once again has the lead here. Klickitat by a length. Mount Travers is in second. Goldini's on the outside with Land Biscuit towards the rail. 1/2 mile 50-2. Frontman runs in fifth, 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then American Lincoln and the gray Be Here at the back. Klickitat by a length. Mount Travers continues to run along in second. Goldini looking for another gear here and is coming on again on the outside. Land Biscuit is next in fourth. And then Frontman Be Here is drawn within 3 lengths of the lead, but will be forced widest of all. They are at the top of the stretch. So it is Klickitat. Here's Land Biscuit up to challenge. On the outside is Frontman in the red blinkers, and Be Here on the far outside. Now it is Land Biscuit and Frontman, and it's between those two. Land Biscuit on the inside, Frontman on the outside. Be Here is in third. They come down for the finish. It is Frontman with the lead. Frontman in front by a 1/2 length. Land Biscuit was second. Then Be Here, and farther back was Klickitat.
Well, we just showed you that story in the Cantor Mossy barn, and they deliver now with Frontman at 11-1. Junior Alvarado aboard.
Yeah, and they all got sort of a good trip, which they were sort of, I know that paces seem slow. I'm starting to think that the paces are a little unreliable in some of these inner turf races, depending on the rail settings, because it's obvious that this pace completely and totally fell apart. And Junior's in the right spot. It seemed like Javier, could not have given Land Biscuit a better ride, and he just got simply outrun down the stretch by Frontman. And there the Cantermachis coming down. So congrats to them. And Be Here, he tried that big wide slingshot move, but the 2 horses that got probably better trips beat him.
Here's Matt Cann, high fives all around, well deserved. And this barn continuing to impress. Nice job here with a long shot. Who gets the victory here at double-digit odds to start off a pick 5? That you had this one, setting yourself up well. Long way to go, obviously.
Long way to go, but if you live still, good luck.
So front man, 6-year-old return to the races for that barn right there. Matt Cann, Ilkay, Cantermasse. Showed you in that piece how successful their father was, and he wanted better things for his sons, convinced them to come here to the States, and it is paying off. 1-4-5-2 finish. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. It's still to come. Big one in the filly and mare sprint division with the reigning champ. Good Night Olive trying to rebound off a tough trip on Derby Day at Churchill Downs. We'll be back.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched City Man and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS1 coverage on a gorgeous Saturday here in Elmont, New York. Pick 5 underway. Father's Day on Sunday here at Belmont Park, and giving this away to the first 7,000 fans with paid admission while supplies last. Beautiful duffel bag, tremendous giveaway. Actually make it $6,999. I'm gonna keep this.
Warning, they blow away if the wind is too strong.
Tremendous bag, though.
It is great. It's a very nice
great giveaway. Extra, and they're opening up early tomorrow. I believe gates open at 10 a.m.
Really?
So get out here early.
Are you signing autographs to the early arrivers?
You say that, and
no,
my mom calls me up and says, wow, you have an autograph signing tomorrow?
Your mom's going to come
in
for
Andy
it?
was kidding, Mom.
If your mom comes early, if she's going to be there, I'm going to go. Richie's always up for an autograph session. I, on the other hand, am not.
We'll see. Maybe we could do an impromptu one.
I know Richie would do it.
Be one of the first 7,000. This is yours. Great giveaway, and so many other great things going on tomorrow, too.
Agreed.
Food trucks will be here. It's going to be, beyond everything that's happening with the giveaways, just a great environment.
I agree. Father's Day is one of our best attended days at Belmont. It's the best attended day besides Belmont Stakes, and a lot of good stuff going on. And thankfully, the weather's going to be good. It's a beautiful day today.
Bring the family out, enjoy the action, see some horses, and I'm going to have my little Isabel here tomorrow. Her first visit to Belmont Park. You can see a lot of youngsters here creating those new fans for the future. And it's going to be packed out there in that backyard. Good for the Cantermossis. With front man here, get this one ready off the bench to win his 6-year-old debut.
And as we said in the post parade, and I didn't like front man here. He was too big a price, 11-1. They were betting horses with less turf form over him, and he got an excellent ride by Junior and got it done.
1-4-5 finish. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, well, we always see the jockey, the most visible part of the team, but American, you had this horse ready off the bench. I mean, how difficult is it to get a 6-year-old ready, you know, having not run since last October?
Yeah, we give 8 months off since the last start, but we didn't want that because one time it came off the turf. Actually, he got twice off the turf. We entered him. And another way, he was ready since April, end of the April actually. But we had to wait, and it was the right day. I believe yesterday a little bit rain and made it softer turf, which he loves. So just patient ride and make one move.
Well, Matt, your dad was a tremendous horse trainer. Now, tomorrow's Father's Day, and how much did you learn from your father over the years, and how young did you start? When did you know you wanted to train?
So I started like since I'm baby, since I know myself, I know how to speak, how to talk. I was with horses, watching races, jockey's room I've been, in the barn, after race, before race. I know every part of the racing with horses. So I started in 15 years old riding the amateur races, and then went to Moscow, rode couple professional races. But I got little taller and heavier, and my dad said the best way for you, in the best future for you, being trainer like me, and longer time, safer, little bit, you know, instead of taking the risk riding the horse, just get them ready and then watch. So I've been since 15 years old on the horse, with the horses, 100% full time. So I'm 32 now. I don't know, 17 years maybe.
Well, it's fun to watch you and your family, your brother. It's such a family affair. How satisfying is it to work with your family that closely?
It's some ups and downs, you know. When things go wrong, everybody asking questions to each other. But when everything is good, it's one piece, one cake, everybody. So it's Father's Day, like you said. Frontman won before on my birthday in Saratoga, and he surprised me again for the Father's Day. So it's for my dad, I think.
Well, congratulations. Great job. And, guys, it really is fun for me. Go on the backstretch. I go by their barn, and they do things just so professionally. Terrific horse people.
And great to see them get a win, but doing it as a family operation as well.
No. I mean, they're if anyone who knows them around the track, they're impossible people not to like. Happy to see. If I'm going to lose, I'm happy to lose to them.
7th at Belmont, 7 furlongs. State bred, A other than allowance coming up. And Ocean's Reserve right now favored. We're going to see Mariachi come back too. He showed a lot of ability back as a 2-year-old. His 3-year-old debut coming up.
I mean, you would have assumed that Mariachi would be a strong favorite by post time. I'm going to look at the doubles. I can't imagine he's not favored in doubles. He's only a slight favorite. I don't know what's going on here because the pick 3 is showing no payoff for the. Yes, he actually the 1 is favored over the 7. I tried to be a wise guy and I took this 1 over the 7 thinking he'd be a bigger
he's
price.
given up a lot of experience here. We'll see how he comes back. See how he comes back for his 3-year-old campaign. That was 2 starts as a 2-year-old. He showed a lot of ability. He was very talented. Mariachi.
Yeah, no,
we'll
I mean, he's the horse to beat. John Kimmel does not have great stats off layoffs, but he should be the favorite in here. Oh, he's charming. He's got to get that ridiculous IRAD money, so he's currently the short price. That'll change.
Feature to come, ABR Race of the Week. Grade 2 Bed of Roses in this Filly Mare Sprint Division with the reigning champ returning. Good night, Olive. And trying to get a little redemption off that tough trip on Derby Day in that Derby City distaff when she was crying out for running room and just never could get out. And that ended her 7-race win streak.
And with drawing the rail today, you'd have to think that IRAD is going to be very aware of the target on his back this time and do what he can to not let that situation get repeated. And it's tricky. My guess is the best way to do it is to be aggressive from the gate. Now, it's a good question to ask Richie. You know, what would Richie do in this race if he was riding Goodnight Olive? Because he cannot get caught inside like he did last time. If this horse loses, it's going to be because she wasn't good enough, not because of the trip. Because of the trip, it would be extremely frustrating.
Yeah, so do you gun early and try and get a little separation from the rest of that field and then swing out?
I think you do. I think you, I don't know, gun's the word, but you use your horse enough to get the pace faster. So, in fact, you can create some separation and let the maybe Beguine go and get outside of her. Easier said than done, but being passive could be problematic again.
Jonathan, let's bring in JK. Obviously, she is tremendously talented. She's the reigning champ. It's going to be a lot of eyeballs on that ride for Murad today.
Yeah, you know, I mean, look, she's not the fastest horse away from there. I think what happened last time is Irad just got it stuck down inside. I think if he just finds a way earlier in the last race to tip out, I think he's fine. Just got to get her in the clear. I think, it, you know, very similar to what we saw with Cody's Wish. I don't think she's as slow away from there as Cody's Wish. But just let her break away from there naturally. Let these other horses kind of run by you there. And then Irad will take a right-hand turn, get to the outside, and then she can kind of do her thing from there, very similar to what we saw with Cody's Wish. I think asking her away from there too much, getting stuck in kind of no man's land in a forward position where she's not necessarily used to being, I think could be kind of a tricky position to put her in. Just break away from there, get outside. It's not the biggest field in the world. I think she'll be fine here with an outside trip.
See how it plays out. It's going to be very fun to watch. It's not just about her, too. Obviously, she's the star. A lot of talent in that field.
She's the champion, so she is the star of the show, but it's a highly contentious field.
I'm going to be signing off. Our FS1 coverage coming to an end. Angels Royals coming up next on FS1. FS2 coverage at 4:45.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Watching America's Day at the Races on this Saturday, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Check out America's Best Racing racing.net today. Great to see so many fans along the apron. Thanks for sticking with us on America's Day at the races. Father's Day tomorrow. We're on Valley Sports Southern California and San Diego along with SNY right now. We'll be back on FS2 around 4:45. But we have some more live racing still to come. Acacia Clement stepping in here. Andy Sterling joining me. And Andy, it's been a day-long battle with the wind for my hair. And we'll see.
I'm not having a big problem with
yes,
that.
Yes, I thought that you might be, really. Yeah. But beyond that, it's a beautiful day. And there's the flag blowing in the wind.
It is, but it's also really nice and nice to have you back up here. We spent a little time on Talking Horses earlier. You're having a good day so far, and nice to have you back up here.
Yeah, we look forward to the feature coming up a little bit later. By the way, it was Flag Day on Wednesday. I can't believe our director Mitch Levitas missed it.
Oh no, he was actually the what do you call it? He was in charge of the parade at Flag Day.
The Bed of Roses
is
a great 2 event coming up a little bit later on in race 9. A race we've been talking about all week, but that's because there's a lot of storylines happening in this race. The rematch between Goodnight Olive and Wicked Halo, the traffic last time out, the champion Goodnight Olive as we take a look at her win in the Breeders' Cup back in November. A lot of different layers to this compact quality field.
It's kind of unusual that the champion is looking for redemption in just her 3rd start of the year. And for those that are saying, well, maybe she's lost a step, I think you might be speaking too soon, because I thought her return race was actually better than it looks, where the race really collapsed. And I think you could argue she ended up moving a little early in there, and I still think ran well. And then she did have legit trouble last time, and a good chance she would have won if she hadn't been trapped. So I don't really know that she's lost a step whatsoever in there, but she's going to have to answer this in one of the tougher fields she's run against. And I know she beat Wicked Halo and Echo Zulu, the 2-year-old champ the year before in the Breeders' Cup. But Echo Zulu was making, just her 2nd start since she came off the layoff. Yep. And probably needing to take a step forward. She's one of the only ones missing from here, as opposed to Mataray, who's running in a meaningless race next week at Ellis, or this weekend or something. She's good. But there are some others in here that have a chance to take a step forward and also have a say in this division.
Yeah, it makes it very interesting. You have a couple coming out of the Vagrancy, Dr. B and Caramel Swirl. You have the horse that's going to be the speed in Beguine. Can make it very intriguing as to how the race is run. I interviewed Irad Ortiz earlier and asked him the game plan with Goodnight Olive, and he said, I'm fine to be down on the inside with her. She's the best horse, and I'm just going to ride her like I usually do. He's got confidence. You don't want to overthink it sometimes.
Oh, that's very fair. And I really want to sort of get Richie's thoughts on, how would Richie approach it as a rider at some point, because you come off a loss like that where he took some heat from it, fair or not, but I'm sure Irad has the confidence that it'll work out.
We'll get some Richie thoughts later before that Bed of Roses, but first we'll take a look at the field here for the 7th coming up. That's a look at the number 7 Mariachi. This horse is coming off a layoff for trainer John Kimmel. Talk to us about this stat.
Well, if she were 9-2, I wouldn't care about this stat at all. I think both you and I assume that she'd be a heavy favorite, and he should be favored in here. He's good. I mean, this is a horse that ran an 85 buyer in his 2nd career start after an 83 in his debut. So now he's been out, 6.5, 7 months. Routine improvement has this horse easily running a figure in the mid-90s. Now, the stat says that John Kimmel's horses usually need a race off a layoff. Most of them probably don't have the kind of races that Mariachi has going into it. And the thing is, his chief competition, Ocean Reserve, I know they're overbetting Irad in the 3 right now, but his biggest competition is Ocean Reserve, Not Always Charming. He's got a little bit of seconditis, and you and I both picked him, but I think we also thought he'd be a clear-cut second choice in this race, and it's not so clear he's not going to be favored at post time.
We'll see if Mariachi can get it done. Maybe Richie has his maracas down in the paddock. Richie, your thoughts on Mariachi making the first start of his 3-year-old season?
Yeah, I do have a maracas story, but we'll save that for a trackside confession. Mariachi looks great. I mean, he's a very striking son of McLean's music. I will say this, 7/8 is a tough distance to return at, and he could look just a touch tighter for me. I'm going to try to get a hold of John Kimmel after this and see what he thinks about that. layoff, and you're coming back at 7 furlongs. The one, Ocean's Reserve, making a nice impression. He has a race off the bench. But he's also a horse that has accumulated a lot of seconds. 1 win, 5 seconds. And a couple of those races, he snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory. He seems like a horse that likes to run with horses, not necessarily by horses. And the 3, Always Charming, just seems like he's come back a different horse at 4. His last couple of races just very strong. And Irad Ortiz sticks, so you know he's going to take money. But we'll get a look at him on the front side warming up, guys, and we'll report back.
All right, Richie, thank you. We look forward to the trackside confessions coming up, but there is Mariachi. And Andy, you touched on it. As we have 2 horses, 9 to 5. Mariachi, I think a generous price for him at 4 to 1 right now. But the presence of Irad Ortiz on the number 3, Always Charming, even though this gelding may not be kind of up to the class level of the inside and outside runners, that's making the price on him much lower.
Yeah, the board is massively skewed right now by money that are people who seem to be betting on Irad Ortiz regardless of who he's riding. And we've been seeing a lot of this going on around here. And then they see him with a horse off 2 easy victories and not really analyzing the competition he faced in those races relative to what he faces here. And Win for Gold, who came back with a mediocre effort, always seems to sort of succumb to whoever's closest to him in the race. And he should be a distant 3rd choice in this race, not the co-favorite, which he is right now. And it's simply because Irad's riding him.
We'll kick off the post parade with Javier Castellanos' mount. Here's Ocean's Reserve.
Yeah, I mean, he's a talented horse. He got a very good setup last time to sort of get the pieces for second, but he's the only horse that made up ground, fast pace or not, and he's run fast races before. He's the logical alternative to Mariachi, but right now he's a shorter price than we expected.
Last out maiden winner, Tommy Gunn.
But it shows the difference in competition. A blowout winner by almost 9 lengths, yet he got only a 69 buyer, and he would have to run significantly better than he's ever run before to win here.
Trying to get 3 in a row is always charming.
Yeah, and listen, he is in great form, and he's really turned his career around, especially being more aggressive for Bob Glaceris, but this is a significantly tougher field.
The 4 is out. Here's the 5, Brajol.
Brajol would need there to be a fast pace in here, and on paper it doesn't project that way, and the horses that he has to beat have much more speed than he does, so tactically he's at a big disadvantage.
First start since January for Dr. Marbus.
Seems to be a little bit better when he runs up at Finger Lakes, and even those races not good enough here, thus the big price.
And Mariachi.
He's going to come down. He's going to be the all likelihood the second choice behind the horse on the rail, Ocean's Reserve. And honestly, I think anything other than favoritism, he's probably an overlay in here. This horse is pretty good.
You like a mariachi band?
Who doesn't like a mariachi band?
His trainer, John Kimmel, standing by trackside with Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with John Kimmel. And John, Mariachi coming off the bench. 7 furlongs, so I think that's probably the biggest question. Are you worried about that at all?
Yeah, I would have preferred a 3-quarter race. Unfortunately, I didn't write the book. The next New York bred other than isn't until Saratoga. So he came up here. He had 3 useful works. The last one was pretty decent. But in all honesty, he's off 200 days of layoff. And going 7/8, you know, he's entitled to get a little bit tired, but he is a very good horse. He might overcome the shortcomings on the fitness level just by being a good horse.
Well, and John, he showed so much talent at 2. What have you seen from him making that step from 2 to 3?
Well, according to our jockey, Kendrick, he said, you know, he's bigger, stronger, and gives him the impression that he's made that nice transition from 2 to 3.
John, today we run the Bed of Roses handicap. We won the Bed of Roses together with Katinka back in '99, I believe. Do you remember how good I rode her?
Oh, you did just a great job. Whenever you finish first, you're doing a great job no matter what happened.
Guys, John Kimmel, he's my man. We won a lot of races together. And I know, Jonathan, you like a little mariachi.
Every time I get back to Texas, my family gets so mad at me because I refuse to eat anywhere but Mexican food. That's it. I eat a lot of Italian when I'm in New York. When I'm in Texas, all Mexican. And yes, I appreciate a mariachi band. Speaking of the horse, drawn towards the outside, I completely agree. I mean, I think that this is a horse that, especially at this price, I almost singled. I thought the 1 was a little bit interesting. And if I would have known I was going to get this price, I would have likely singled the 7. Here's a couple of things. One, a lot of the performances that we saw from this horse were when he was 2. And so there's obviously an opportunity for him to improve now as a 3-year-old. There's just natural progression that comes with that. But not only that, that last race on November 26th, there's been 3 horses that have come back and won their next start. There's been 5 horses that have come back and run faster speed figures than they did that day. I think it's a real number. I think he's a real horse. I think it was a real performance. And I love that he's drawn towards the outside. Look, I initially wanted to talk a little bit about the one Oceans Reserve, who I thought was interesting. I still think the horse is interesting, but I got to be honest with you, all of my attention moves to the 7 at the price we're getting right now.
7-2 right now on Mariachi, 3-2 on Oceans Reserve. As Andy, we'll take a look at May 29th for Oceans Reserve. This was his first start off the layoff. He hadn't run in 5 months. He was coming back behind Dafuski Island, who has been on a roll right now, putting impressive races in a string together. I thought he ran quite well. Obviously, as the guys have mentioned, the question is the 5 seconds to the 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Dafuski Island looks like he's headed towards stakes like the John Morrissey up in Saratoga. He's been good. And Dafuski Island and Agility made the premature move against him. Wasn't a bad ride, just kind of a horse that doesn't finish the deal. And for him, he's got that sort of small move. And you could say he was picking up pieces, but it wasn't a race that was completely collapsing at the end. It was coming off a layoff. The problem with him, and you and I both picked him, is he's got the 5 seconds.
Right.
And he's lost races at very short prices throughout his career. So he's a hardly reliable horse. But I'm going to tell you something. The price on the 7, Mariachi, concerns me because he's the best horse in this race and the likeliest winner, and I don't really think it's really arguable. And I'm looking at exactas. I'm even looking at the exactas with CAW money. 1-3 is $7 for $1, and 1-7 is $8. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it's one thing that the public in the win pool overbet IRAD every race. But that's CAW money in there. That's a discrepancy that bothers me a little bit. And I'm starting to think that the they knew concept, to me, is legitimate. The money is smart. And it's like they're telling you, Mariachi's going to need one. And it sounded like talking to John Kimmel.
Right. That's
he seems to think he's going to need one, too.
Yeah.
He's very good. Listen, I agree with John in the press. If you were to say who's the most talented horse in this race,
right.
I think we're all in agreement that Mariachi's the most talented horse. If there's a stakes winner in this field, especially against New York breds, Mariachi might be 1-5 to be that horse. But I'm wondering if he's going to need one, especially at 7 today. If I trusted that Oceans Reserve was more of a winning type, I'd just single him in a big 4 and go from there, because if he loses to Always Charming, I just throw up my hands and say, I got to lose here.
And there is Always Charming. He's won 2 in a row. Yes, that's true. But 2 back goes to 25,000 non-winners of 2 condition. That's significantly lesser company than what he's going to find in here.
Yeah, and Win for Gold in his next race. And, you know, Win for Gold is a horse. He's a talented horse that always loses, right? He's got real speed. He's in this position control. He was in a race the other day. I don't know how he couldn't finish second. Nola Contendere won the race with a very good trip and a ride by IRAD as well. But it just feels like he's a horse that's always ready. Okay, who's coming? You know, like, you're up. And it's just like, I mean, the one just went down to 6-5. Nobody's going for Mariachi.
I know.
And
that's true.
After the race, I'm going to say, okay, I was foolish. Mariachi was a great price if he wins, but I don't think that's going to happen. The board is telling you right now, Mariachi needs a race.
The number 5, Brajol, he is one who, again, not necessarily a winning type and one that has recently been effective against lesser, but you can kind of count on him to hit the board in some of these bigger races.
I think that's a great point, Acacia. You know, I'll put it this way, should he be 11-1 and Always Charming 5-2?
No.
Now,
they're very similar, actually, with what they've competed against.
Yeah, and I mean, like the last race, I didn't like Frontman, and I'm not trying to red board. I wouldn't have bet him, but he also was an overlay at 11-1. You can say it was an overlay even if you don't really like him, and I think in relative terms, if somebody said to me, here's $100, you've got to bet an Always Charming or Brajol, I'd bet Brajol every time because he's just a better value. And who knows, maybe the 7 sets the pace, the 1 doesn't like to win, the race gets hungry late, and here comes old reliable Brajol to pick up the pieces, and the race isn't that fast. I would bet him at 11-1 over Always Charming at 5-2.
Saw trainer Oscar Barrera have a very strong Aqueduct. A lot of horses going through conditions over there, so having to face tougher here at Belmont. Quite a few in the money finishes. See if Brajol can break through at a big price, but all about the number 1 Oceans Reserve and the 7 Mariachi. Intriguing 7th race coming up. John and Brielle standing by.
We are set for race 7. And they're off. Bit of a bobble at the start for number 3, Always Charming. He's now moving up. On the inside, it's Tommy Gunn who's out for the lead. Mariachi runs in second, and then it's Always Charming and Ocean's Reserve heads apart 3rd and 4th. Brajol is in 5th, and Dr. Marbuz trails the field in 6th up the backstretch. Tommy Gunn by 3/4 of a length. Mariachi on the outside in second by a length, and then it's the trio of Ocean's Reserve, Always Charming, and Brajol on the outside. The quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Up front, Mariachi. Up to tangle, Tommy Gunn for the lead. It's Mariachi on the outside and Tommy Gunn down at the rail. They've got 2 lengths on Always Charming in 3rd. Ocean's Reserve down at the rail. Then Brajol, and farther back it is a Dr. Marbuz. Mariachi has the lead. Always Charming now ranging up on the outside. Tommy Gunn trying to hang in there with the front runners, and then Ocean's Reserve in 4th, half mile 46 and 3. It is Mariachi. Always Charming on the outside. Ocean's Reserve looking to rally down at the rail, and then Tommy Gunn. There's a furlong to the finish. Here's Always Charming on the far outside. Ocean's Reserve down at the rail. Mariachi not done yet. So it's Always Charming, Mariachi, and Ocean's Reserve, and the 3 of them will fight it to the finish, and Ocean's Reserve will get there at the end. Ocean's Reserve the winner, close for second, Always Charming or Mariachi.
Reserve, incredibly game. 3 of them coming down to the wire, Andy, and a great ride by Javier Castellano coming up the inside with this Son of Spitester.
I think Javier will be the first to tell you, I wanted to get outside, but where was he going to go? There was like a building outside of him, right? And what was he going to do?
They were all drifting out, yeah.
And he's like, okay, there's enough room to ride a truck through it. It's interesting. I don't think the rail's been bad at Belmont, but boy, do the riders stay away from it, like the whole meet. And we've seen horses come up the inside, and Ocean's Reserve just grounded out. I'm not going to use the distant major excuse because the pace was fairly moderate at best here. And Mariachi, you couldn't even hold second over Always Charming. He ran fine, but
probably just needed the race.
He ran like a horse. There was a little short to go 7 furlongs first time out. And John probably would have rather the race came up at 6. He needs to get a race under him. And let's be honest, his goal is not to win a non-winners a 1 with him here. This horse could legitimately be a stakes quality horse, New York bred. And by the end of the year, he may be in those races and be competitive in here. And I think he ran fine. But it's nice to see Ocean's Reserve, and it was a narrow margin, but they kind of knew that Mariachi would just be a little short.
1-3-7-2 in the 7th race at Belmont Park. Coming up on the inside, Ocean's Reserve to get the win. 2nd win of his career. Javier Castellano in the saddle. Tomorrow we have some fun stakes action to look forward to with the New York Stallion Series and some good horses coming back and trying to pick up some big victories. Take a look at 26 Black, who's been very good recently, or Horacio de Paz and Vacation Dance looking to get back to the winner's circle for John Kimmel.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire.
Ms. Big Bucks will pull off the upset in the nightcap.
Her full brother Bucker 2 and Brennan's War score a War Dancer exacta.
Bucker 2 in front, Brennan's War on the outside. The 2 of them come on for the finish, and it is Bucker 2.
And New York Anthem kicks off the year going a perfect 2 for 2.
New York Anthem not going down without a fight.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. As we just saw some excitement down to the wire in race 7, coming up the inside. The man of the hour, Javier Castellano, won this year's Derby and Belmont. And another good ride here with Oceans Reserve to get the victory.
Javier's riding with confidence that things are going to work out for him, and nice to see Leah Giamatti get the win as well. Leah doesn't have too many opportunities to win, but she's got live horses. They get the job done. I just feel bad for Maggie. She's Leah's biggest supporter and fan, and she's not here for this win.
Congratulations to Leah. She's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, I'm happy to be joined here with Leah Giamatti. Leah, we're under a cloud. I don't know, we're the only people getting rained on here at Belmont at the moment. Oceans Reserve is so honest, and he shows up every single time. Has it ever been a little bit frustrating, though, when he hasn't quite gotten there? It looked like some races maybe he could have finished the deal.
Yes, it was. You know, you had to figure him out. So he has speed, but he can also rate. You just have to kind of figure out how to get him to rate, because I think that's the best tactic for him, depending on the setup. And he needs the right rider who can, like, gauge that. You know, depends on the break, depends on the rest of the field. You know how that is, right? If there's a bunch of speed horses, you don't want to be dueling. And he's not an easy horse to train in the morning. And so coming up to a race, it's a little difficult sometimes with him. You have to, like, baby him a little bit. You know, just.
What about the trip he worked out today? I mean, Javier gave him some ride.
It was great. It was fantastic. And I was a little nervous because he came up the inside, which looked fantastic. And then it looked like he's almost going to kind of do that hesitation thing. And then he still came through. So, I mean, fantastic ride. And Javier obviously has been riding like lights out, right? Yeah. So you can't.
So Leah, you were talking off camera about this ownership group and just how great they are and how much they deserve this.
They're the most fantastic. Bonaventure stable, they are the most fantastic owners. They're so patient, and they're so supportive, and even when horses take a long time to get to the races, they're patient. They do everything that you want them to do, and that's the kind of owner you want, right? Like, they're great. They're fantastic. And it's a great group of people that they're so happy all the time. Like, I've never seen anybody get, like nervous or annoyed, or, they're fantastic. It's raining.
Well, this is what we need. People that love the game, enjoy the game. Great job here.
They do. They are a really, really, really good group. And they'll be big at Saratoga, because that's kind of their upstate is more their thing.
Well, congratulations. We're getting wet. I'll send it back to you guys.
Toughing it out there in the winner's circle, but like Richie always says, it's always warm in the winner's circle, no matter what. Congratulations to Leah with Oceans Reserve, and yeah, she's absolutely right. We talked about it, the ride by Javier, Andy. Go for a horse that can hang a little bit, going up the inside can be a little bit of a dangerous task to take.
But I think Javier very quickly realized that he had no choice.
Right.
So he was decisive in that move. He realized what he had to face, and he just didn't. He just went. And I agree. Horses will hang inside, even regular horses. And this horse got a little hang in him. He's a good horse, though. Nice to see him get the job done. Happy for Leah as well. And Leah spent so much time with the Chief when she first got involved in the game. And obviously learned a lot from him, as we all did. Any of us did.
Formful horse in the late pick 5 sequence after that big price in the first leg, with front man paying $25.80. See a little passing shower. There's blue sky right here next to us. I mean, literally, I think on the other side of Belmont Park, it's not raining.
Is it like Charlie Brown or somebody in Peanuts that has like a cloud that follows them around?
Oh, yes, Pigpen has the dust cloud around
Pigpen has a dust
pattern.
Yeah. That follows Mitch Levitas, our director, around.
So a little bit of a shower. It doesn't seem to be bothering anybody in the backyard. Those girls have a soccer ball out there, too. That was fun.
You want to go out and play? I'll handle things alone for a little while if you want to. You're not really dressed for a soccer game right now.
In any event, tomorrow will be fun as well. Of course, Father's Day. We hope you're coming out to join us at the track. And we have some fun stakes to look forward to as well. The New York Stallion Series, we have the Spectacular Bid and Kupakoi's Joy Division. Spectacular Bid will go as race number 5, Andy. And again, these are horses sired by stallions who stand in New York State in a big field, a very intriguing one too, going 7 furlongs on the turf. As we take a look at 26 Black, who's been in terrific form since coming back as a 3-year-old for Horacio De Paz.
Oh, he has. There's no doubt about it. He's really stepped his game up. I think the concern for him is not necessarily the competition as much as the 7 furlongs. It's a big jump. There are 7 furlongs, I find, is often better for the horses cutting back a little.
I agree.
Whereas they have trouble at 6 furlongs. The 6 furlong 5.5s, they're true turf sprints. They're a special kind of animal. And I wonder a little bit, and we'll find out, if 26 Black can be as effective going longer. Obviously, his maiden race was a better race than it looks. They bet him last time like they knew he was going to run. And I mean, you don't win these races by almost 5 lengths. He was good.
That was an impressive performance. He's 2 for 2 since coming back as a 3-year-old son of War Dancer. We saw him only once as a 2-year-old back in Saratoga last year. He was given some time, and he's obviously done quite well since then. You bring up an interesting point about getting to handle the 7 furlongs, and it really is kind of an entity unto itself here in New York, because you get so many horses cutting back along with those stretching out. Vacation Dance, an example of that as well, who tried to navigate the 7/8 last time in the Paradise Creek. That was also on a yielding turf course. This is him back as a 2-year-old winning the Atlantic Beach.
Yeah, this was a very good effort. He was very much with the flow of the track, being on the inside, but I think he's run well, and sometimes the John Kimmel horses need a little time, but I think it's a great point that you make. The 7 furlongs, is he a horse that wants a little bit less distance? But like you say, tough competition last time, a really boggy course, and he still ran a respectable race. I'm sort of on the fence between who are the ones to beat between the 4 and the 8, because Vacation Dance has run better races against tougher horses. I'm a little interested in Ramblin' Wreck in this race for your friends at Reeves Thoroughbred, a horse that I thought ran okay last time in Central Park. It feels like one that could be interesting off the layoff, but he's got IRAD, so he'll be taking all that IRAD money.
He broke his maiden on the turf, Ramblin' Wreck. They tried the dirt in the New York Stallion Series back in December. He actually ran okay behind a runaway winner, General Banker, that day, but he's back on the grass with the surface that he does prefer. There is Vacation Dance in the winner's circle. It'll be a fun one. I always enjoy these races as we get a chance to see those horses and highlight the New York Stallions and the terrific New York breeding program.
No, I agree. I think it's a great program. We end with those big purse races towards the end of the year. We always get big fields for them. General Banker was successful in them, and I think it's important to support the New York-based stallions. We want to try to keep them in there. Because all too often you see a horse like Lauban, who unfortunately passed, but he had done well and he went to Kentucky. We want to keep him in New York and like to support those New York stallions as much as we can.
The fillies have at their moment in the sun of the Cupid Coys Doy division of the New York Stallion Series a little bit later on the card tomorrow with race number 8. As we take a look at that field, another big field. And this race is interesting because you have quite a few horses that are trying the turf for the first time as well, Andy. We'll get to that in a moment, but first, one who has handled the grass is the number 9 Stolen Future for Mark Casse, just beaten last time out behind Master of the Tunes.
It was a quick-looking pace, but the race was dominated on the front end and really had no excuse not to beat Master of the Tunes, who finally got to the winner's circle and was chasing wide the whole way. And it makes me really wonder, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but once again, is this horse going to be effective at 7 furlongs? I don't think there's any argument that she's run the best turf races of anybody in here, but the distance could be longer. And the other question is, horses that have tried the turf in the past, like Midtown Lights, like Little Lindsay, are they improved racehorses, so it's reasonable to expect them to move forward even on the turf, which they've handled reasonably well?
Absolutely. Another interesting layer as we see Stolen Future. She broke her maiden in her second start against New York Bred Company. Came back to finish second there, just run down by Master of the Tunes, as you mentioned. Take a look at the Park Avenue. Now, this is on the dirt, but we'll see Little Lindsay, Levanton, and Midtown Lights all coming out of this race. Little Lindsay was the one who crossed the wire first and was subsequently disqualified for drifting. She'll go back to the turf, as will her other competition in here.
Now, people will see her 79 Beyer debut at 5.5 furlongs and say, what are you talking about? She's clearly a better turf horse. Well, I think you and I have discussed this because of the horse who was second, Souffle. That's a figure that's not held up to scrutiny, and maybe the 54 to 60 or 54 to next start is more indicative of her turf quality, but she does appear to be a horse that's improved for Dominic Scatino, and so I think both she and Midtown Lights are both dangerous because they're improved horses that began their careers in the turf, so at least their connections thought they were turf horses in the beginning, And even Le Bon Temps, who's got enough turf pedigree in the dam side to handle it, and Laubend's a little neutral, maybe a little more dirt. But there's enough there that all of those horses, I think, have to be considered contenders.
Yeah, the thing about it, Midtown Lights and Little Lindsay both started on the turf. As you mentioned, it'll be the first time on the grass for Le Bon Temps in her career. So kind of another interesting layer with it, too, about, like you said, and I think it's a very good point, who has taken steps forward as a racehorse now that they go back to another surface?
Right. I mean, if you feel they could handle enough as a 2-year-old, and now they're better horses, they improve the figures, they're all playable. I'm interested in a price in here, Joey Big Nose, who I know running against Weaker last time out, but really ran very, very well in a quick-paced race. I'm interested in that horse, and even Red Moon on the rail interests me a little bit as well. I find that this is a race, there's a lot of options in here outside of the more obvious types.
Well, I know that you really wanted this opportunity, so here's your chance to model the Father's Day giveaway. Andy was very insulted. He was the only person not asked to model the giveaway. This is for the Father's Day on Sunday. The first 7,000 fans in attendance get a free Belmont Park duffel bag, plus the first 200 fans also receive a free James & Sons cigar. And dads can show off their skills in the golf simulator in the backyard.
I feel as though my modeling skills are being underappreciated around
here. Well,
Keisha,
here's your
and
chance.
If you and I are going to take over the respective roles on Wheel of Fortune.
That's right.
Where I'll be Vanna and you'll be Pat Sajak. I'm going to have to step up my game as modeling. So I'm excited about this opportunity, and I hope the Wheel of Fortune is watching. Maybe we can leave here and move on to a big stage. What do you think?
I'd like to buy a vowel. Very good. That's it. All right. Everybody's had the opportunity to the back. They're really nice, by the way.
They
so
are
get
great.
here early, and you can have the opportunity. Hopefully, we'll see some dads out tomorrow. It's always a great day at the racetrack. A lot of fans here today. Looking forward to celebrating with everybody tomorrow. When we come back, we'll kick off the late pick 3 from Belmont Park. Stay with us on America's Day at the Raceway.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, new to Coolmore, America, home of champions.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon as we get ready for the next race coming up. It is race 8 on today's program at beautiful Belmont Park. We have an allowance race on the turf here coming up, and a bit of an intriguing one in this spot. And 3-2, Andy, no surprise to the outside on exact estimate. You've got Irad Ortiz, you've got Chad Brown. It's the perfect recipe for a short price favorite.
Yes, no question about it. I mean, the horse is 3-2. I don't think he's that wildly overbet in here. I think the problem for him is not necessarily his talent, is that he may be a bit pace compromised in here, but he makes sense.
Catnip, who beat him last time trying stakes at Monmouth today, by the way, to stretch out prep for the United Nations potentially. So we'll see how he does. But obviously he was beaten by a good one last time at Keeneland. His 2 turf races have been good. Can he bring that form to New York and get the right trip here?
He seems like a very logical horse, but I don't know that he has a big edge on Emboit as far as speed figures are concerned. Emboite, excuse me. You tried to tell me earlier. I'm just too stupid to listen. And I think Emboite has much more early speed, which may give him a tactical edge.
7-5 now on exact estimate. Let's head down to Richie, get a paddock report.
Well, one thing you can always kind of count on is Chad Brown's horses looking the part, and the 7 exact estimate not only looks very competitive on form, but from a physical perspective, God, he just checks the boxes. I mean, I love when a horse walks with that perpetual bowed neck. You know, like it looks like just a coiled up spring waiting to be released. I mean, his energy level is just so apparent, and obviously he's just in fine health, which you expect coming from a world-class barn like Chad Brown's. He's obviously a major player here for many reasons. The 4-horse Shutters, a horse that was in the Chad Brown barn, now making his first start for trainer Mark Hennig, also making a really nice impression, like what I see. You know, when they come from a good barn and go to a good barn, they're horses that are healthy. You know, you're getting a horse that's been well cared for, and he looks the part. I think the 4 is a major player here as well, Shutters. And the 1 horse is a bit interesting to me, Danzig with the Stars. Now, I know he's probably got to get a little bit faster, but I thought last time coming back off Alea from Island 3/8 was just too big an ask. I didn't think he looked 100% fit. He looks so much fitter now on the turn back, going a mile. He gets a good inside post. You get Javier Castellano, who's just been, riding at that other level lately. And I think Danzig with the Stars is kind of interesting on the turn back, making his second start off the layoff for Dominic Citino.
You should definitely appreciate a little bit less distance here, Richie. Thank you. You can join Naira Bets today and get to play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. The number 4, Shutters, will rematch with the 3 Emboîtes. These two come out of that April 7th race. Now, since then, Shutters did go through the sale at Keeneland and was sold for $60,000 back in April. So first start for Mark Hennig after being sold to new owners, and a horse that, to be honest, Andy, has been consistent, a little bit tough to keep on the racetrack, and ran a good second last time out.
I wonder if that has to be one of the reasons, at least, that he didn't sell for that much money at $60,000, especially as a New York bred. Now, keep in mind, he doesn't have any New York bred conditions left, so you guys can run their stakes.
To run against Open.
Which, I mean, it's not the craziest idea, or run against Open, but still, he's okay. I have mixed feelings. My concern with him is he has a similar running style to the number 7 exact estimate, and I just think exact estimate's a better horse. But he's also a much bigger price at 9-2. The horse that I'm just surprised looking at the board at this price is Emboîte.
He was 3rd in that race, close behind Shutters. That was off of a layoff. He's run some good races before, and he has some positional speed as well.
I agree. I think he's supposed to be in front in this race, and I think it gives him a real edge. I thought Emboîte is one of the horses to beat in this race, and they're not betting him at all, but it's early. He's likely to come down. The other thing about, Richie was talking about the distance with Danzig with Star, a horse that I like, I put on top, you pick second, so we're both fans of his chances. I just think Dominic won a race for him last time, Dominic Citino's trainer, and the mile and 3/8 came up. He said, he's not going to win. He's not ready anyway. We'll just run a mile and 3/8. It'll get him tight for this race. And he is a horse that has strived in Saratoga. I wonder if it's more of a timing thing. It takes a little while to get going, but mile and the Widener just seems perfect for him, and this is a very generous price.
A generous price of 6-1. This is definitely a better distance for him. My notes from him last time out at the end of May were that he needed to strengthen off the layoff, and sometimes there's just no substitute for a race for that. They strengthen up so much coming out of a race, especially going that distance.
I couldn't possibly agree more. I mean, what a perfect spot to find for him when he's not really ready to win anyway.
Right.
So I like his chance, and I think 6-1 is very generous. Apparently a lot of people like Al's Rocket. I don't get it.
He comes out of finishing second behind a wire-to-wire winner. He did close that day. he's not necessarily a winning type. He's got 1 win out of 11 starts with 4 seconds. Get more on him in a moment. Here's the one dancing with the stars.
Well, we've already sort of covered him. See if Javier can get another win in today's card. And just seems like an interesting horse. I think we're all in agreement that he's a player.
Andy said he's a big Dancing with the Stars fan, by the way. Here's the 2, Al's Rocket.
I'm a little upset they've never asked me to be on. Listen, he's taken a lot of money. It's Todd Pletcher, but his last race was fast. But overall, I just thought he was a cut below these. But public clearly disagrees with me.
Amboite coming out of that April 7th race.
I can't figure out how he's this big a price for Mike Maker and Jordan Wyckoff. Seems to me to be the speed. I think he may be the one they have to catch and beat.
Here's Shutters, 92.
Yeah, I mean, Shutters has run well in all of his starts. Is he going to run as well in a new barn? It's tough to take these horses over.
Purchased at the Horses of Racing age sale recently. First time for Mark Hennick. Here's the number 5, Kawaimia River.
He's going to try a longer distance for the first time, more of a turf sprinter type. And he's run figures fast enough to compete, and he's a big price if you like him stretching out. I don't, but I could see why some would.
He's also second off the layoff. He's 10-1 right now. Katie Davis will be in the saddle. Here's the 6, Soulmate.
An interesting claim by Greg DePrima, but he's really going to have to improve against this field.
And he's stepping up in class off the claim. See what he can do at 16-1. Here's your favorite exact estimate.
Yeah, he's just massively overbet right now because of connections and IRAD. He's fine. He's certainly one who can win this race, but I have no idea what about his PPs make him the heavy favorite in this race.
6-5 right now on that runner. Let's go back to the 2, Al's Rocket. As mentioned, he comes out of a race where he was coming from off of it behind a wire-to-wire winner. I was in the paddock for that day, and I said that he had filled out. He had done well from 3 to 4. I did feel the 9 furlongs was a bit too far for him, so this could be a better spot. The thing about him is that he's just not a winning type.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly to make out of his last race, but I agree. Listen, he ran his best race last time, so maybe there's the argument that he's improving and improving for a good barn. So not the opinion I'm taking, but I can understand why the public is and others are.
He's getting a big warm-up as Jose Ortiz will look for the win here. We'll take a quick pause. Welcome in our FS2 viewers. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us today. If you're just tuning in on Fox Sports 2, so glad to have you with us. We're getting ready for the 8th race at beautiful Belmont Park. Occasionally come on alongside Andy Sterling, Richard Migliori here with us as well. Andy, this 8th race coming up, and we have a short price favorite, 7-5 on the number 7 exact estimate, who looks to get back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, and it's just another, I mean, he's definitely a player in this race, but this is, in I think both of our opinions, a far more competitive race than the board is making it look like. The board is telling you exact estimate, 7-5, just very, very likely winner. Everybody else is fighting for a chance, and I don't see it that way at all. He's not a horse who has any early speed. I think one of the major contenders who's right now a sort of delicious 7-1, Amboite, who's supposed to be controlling on the front end. And to me, this is just another case where a horse is being overbet because of the trainer, Chad Brown, and specifically the rider, Irad Ortiz.
7-5 right now. For more on this field, let's head trackside, check in with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, guys, not a lot has changed, from my opinion, in the paddock, except I will say that the 3 Amboite on the racetrack earned higher marks. I just like what I saw from him in the warm-up. The 4-horse Shutters will be my top selection. You get Johnny Velasquez, who has also been riding just lights out, a 3-win day yesterday. I do think the 7 is the most likely winner. 6-5. I'm not going to pick a 6-5 shot because I'm not telling anybody they don't know. I mean, he's the horse to beat, no doubt. But I'm going with the 4-horse Shutters. I think he's going to get the right kind of trips in behind horses. And, he's got to have to fend off exact estimate. And Boite certainly warmed up good. But a guy I'm always interested in his opinion. JK, what do you think?
Thanks, Richie. And I'm going to go with the 7 exact estimate. And look, I understand the price is coming down quite a bit for a horse that was beat last time. But I thought this horse ran a winning race. In fact, I think both of this horse's runs on the grass have been quote-unquote winning races. Obviously, the first one was a win. Back at Keeneland, this horse was closing into a slow pace. And often it's one of my favorite angles. It's still a little bit hidden, I think, when you're looking at the form. And really what that means, to dig a little bit deeper when it comes to looking for those closing into slow paces, is that there's just a lot of energy that was used in a situation that doesn't always show that final reward of the win, because the horses that are a little bit more forwardly placed just had a lot of energy left too, because they weren't traveling very fast early. It's just a little bit sneaky to me. I think the 7 Exact Estimate is the most likely winner of this race, and considering that, I mean, if you're interested in playing a double or maybe a pick 3 using Goodnight Olive, you can kind of try to create some value with the 7 Exact Estimate. And the other thing I'll mention is in Timeform US, it doesn't project that the pace is going to be overly fast in this race. But there's no one in here with a lot of speed. The 7 Exact Estimate is projected to be sitting second in this race of a slow-paced race. That sets up pretty nicely for Chad Brown and Exact Estimate.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. We'll see how it plays out here in the 8th race. Andy, I know that you like the number 1, Danzig with the Stars, who is a nice price right now.
I agree. I think he's an overlay, and there's overlays, but I don't have a problem with the concept of 7, maybe the horse to beat in this race. I'm not going to be surprised at all when he wins this race. But I am absolutely certain that he's a horrendous bet at even money. And I think it's you have to make a real distinction between who you like and what their prices are. And to me, Emboite at 6-1 and Danzig with the Stars at 9-1 over time you will do better betting those kind of horses than a horse like the 7 at even money because of the connections. And he ran okay last time, but take a good look at the PPs of the 3rd place finisher that day, and I think you'll be less enthusiastic.
Post time for race 8, a mile on the turf in this allowance race coming up. Some good prices if you like somebody other than the favorite. We'll send it up to the voice of Belmont Park, John and Brielle, standing by.
Exact Estimate. Ready for race 8. And they're off. Emboite goes out for the early lead. Kawaii Rivers in between horses. Soulmate now moving up from the outside. Then Exact Estimate, who runs in 4th. Al's Rocket down at the rail in 5th. Shutters was off a step slow, now advancing from 6th. Danzig with the Stars is the trailer in 7th. Kawaii River goes on with it now. And Emboite steadying there down at the rail. On the outside is Soulmate, a close-up 3rd. The quarter went in 24 seconds. Shutters in 4th, 2.5 lengths off the lead. And then comes Exact Estimate in the clear on the outside, followed by Al's Rocket and Danzig with the Stars. Kawaii River leads here by 3/4 of a length, with Soulmate in 2nd and Emboite at the rail in 3rd. The field is going into the turn. Kawaii River by a 1/2 length. Soulmate on the outside in 2nd. Exact Estimate along with Shutters and Emboite. Those 3 are right together. Danzig with the Stars is drawn within 4 lengths of the front. And then Al's Rocket. Anybody's race as they come for the top of the stretch, the 1/2 and 48 and 3. It's Kawaii River on the inside and Soulmate on the outside. They are right together. Then comes Exact Estimate, followed by Shutters down towards the rail. Then comes Al's Rocket, Danzig with the Stars out in the middle of the course. Kawaii River. Here's Exact Estimate now, ranging up on the outside. Shutters looking for a way through down at the rail. Then Al's Rocket. Then Danzig with the Stars. They fight on to the finish, and it is Exact Estimate. And Erod Ortiz Jr. gets his 4th victory today.
Here at Johnny I, 4 wins today for Erod Ortiz. Maybe his horses take a lot of money, but he does deliver, Andy.
He delivered. You bet horses like this at 4 to 5, you'll go broke, but he did get the job done and deserves credit for it. It was a very slow pace that compromised a lot of horses, and he was able to overcome it. It was an oddly ridden race when, I don't know why, Manny just sort of gave it up in the 3, but Emboite ran so badly that his being 7-1 became kind of obvious because he was dead on the board. Pace was slow. He got it done at 4 to 5, but I don't think he did anything on the racetrack to justify that price.
You have to give Katie Davis credit with Kawaii River. Put that one on the front end and nearly managed to pull off the upset. The favorite, the winner, though, 7-5, 4 to 5 over 13-1. Let's go down to Richie.
Yeah, guys, was an interesting run race, and Boite backing out and being hard held with no pace on kind of changed a lot of the dimensions of this race, if you will. Go back and watch Shutter's trip. He got left at the gate, got ranked because of the slow pace. Looked like he had run. Johnny was searching for room, and you're going to see right here, he's just going to run out of room. He was going to dive to the inside. Horse on the lead, Kwame River. Katie Davis dropped the crop late stretch, and see right there, Shutters having to really tap on the brakes. And then he actually kind of found his stride and kicked on again. Horse you want out of this race is Shutters. Very tough trip.
All right, we'll watch him moving forward. Ended up finishing 4th. Richie, thank you. But your 4-5 favorite, number 7, Exact Estimate, has definitely found a new home on the turf.
Yeah, but Richie's a very good point by Richie about Shutters. He was shut off in the stretch. It could have been different. Exact Estimate is fine, and he did overcome a very moderate pace here to get it done, so that's fine, but 4-5, okay.
Red Ortiz off to Royal Ascot this week. Ride Twilight Gleaming for Wesley Ward. And maybe today he'll have a big stakes win with Goodnight Olive, the champion, coming up a little bit later on in the Bed of Roses. Sheena Red Ortiz had a tough trip last time out in the Derby City Distaff. Can they get clear sailing today? We'll find out in just a bit. Coming up next on America's Day at the Races, the champ is back. Goodnight Olive in the spotlight for the Bed of Roses. Stay with us. All that and more after this.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hole up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Richard Migliori in the paddock here with Chad Brown, conditioner of Exact Estimate. Put in a nice run today. Broke a little cleaner today as well, Chad.
Yeah, he did. He was kind of stacked out there and off a slow pace, so I was a little bit worried he'd take away all his turn of foot there, and he did actually look like he took a while to get in gear once we gave him his head. But good for Irad to just stay with this horse, and I'm proud of the horse to pick it up again and just get there.
Well, and as a trainer, you're up in the stands. You've turned the keys to the car over to the jockey. When you see a slow pace like that, like, what are you thinking? What is it, a frustrating feeling?
Yeah, especially when you're not, if you're making the pace, it's a great feeling, right? So, but here when you're stuck wide off a slow pace on turf, that's really the worst scenario. But but there's a lot of other factors. He had some other horses inside of him that were in trouble, so he's trying to manage the entire race of maybe keeping a few other rivals inside to the latest moments, but also giving his horse the best shot to win. So I thought Irad really played the race terrific from start to finish.
You guys are a dynamic combination. One race that didn't work out last time was the Derby City Distaff with Goodnight Olive. You draw post 1 again. What's the conversation like with Irad going into that?
You know, I think we just have to draw a line through that race. It really didn't work out for us. No fault of Irad, I don't believe. It's just a situation that Philly found herself in, and it was tough to get out of. So I think you just have to leave out of there with good, strong intent. Make sure that if people want to be on or near the lead, that they're going to have to use the horse to get there, get the flow of the race started, and let things develop from there.
All right, well, I know you got a saddle. Congratulations here, and good luck going forward.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Guys, they got a plan. Let's see how it's executed.
I like that, Richie. You hand the keys to the car over to the jockey, and then sometimes, Andy, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, with Irad, you usually get a good ride. Yep. I mean, it's obviously a trait of any good rider, but that's true with all the riders around here, to be fair. And sometimes you can get a little unlucky as well, and that Chad was making some good points about managing the whole ride. He lost a little ground, but some others were a little bit unlucky. Listen, he got the money. He did not deserve to be that price. He won it. You bet him and you cash. But to me, I mean, a lot of things happened that were pretty good for him, and he still was able to get it done.
He's the shortest price so far in the late pick 5 follow along. Coming up next is the Bed of Roses. Right now, Goodnight Olive, Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz teaming up. She's 1-9 currently on the board. 2 races to go in the late pick 5 sequence. But first, we take a head on of the stretch in race 8, because while things might have gone well for your favorite exact estimate, things did not go well. They're in the blue cap for the number 4 Shutters, as Richie pointed out. This horse was stymied after braking slowly. You could see he had nowhere to go, and he kind of switched back to his left lead late trying, and he just couldn't get out.
Yeah, and maybe you wonder, something a horse like that, are they better off trying to make the runs from the outside? And Johnny was dealing with the hand that he was dealt. It's not a bad ride by any intimation by John Velasquez, but some of those horses, you want to get that clear run on the outside and get another chance in the condition, and Shutters had a little trouble, and the winner got the clean run. Good things and bad things happen.
That's racing at the end of the day, as we have stakes action coming up next, the one we've been talking about so much, and that's because it really is a good one. As mentioned, the champion, Goodnight Olive, currently 1-9 in the Grade 2 Bed of Roses. But hey, Andy, I gotta say, our Dr. B at 25-1 looks a little appealing.
This is wild. I'm looking at double. The Dr. B is far and away the biggest price, which I think is an absolute shock. And you can see the morning line. It's 4-1. Very similar prices to Wicked Halo and Caramel Swirl as well. And the public is saying no.
Goodnight Olive, the favorite. We'll talk more about her and the rest of the cast of characters in the Bed of Roses coming up next. And on Wednesday, a special day coming up, showcasing the Northern Turf Stars Mystic Lake Derby on tap at Canterbury Racecourse. We'll be able to cover all of it. Stay with us for more after this.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire.
Ms. Big Bucks will pull off the upset in the nightcap.
Her full brother Bucker 2 and Brennan's War score a War Dancer exacta.
Bucker 2 in front, Brennan's War on the outside. The two of them come on for the finish, and it is Bucker 2.
And New York Anthem kicks off the year going a perfect 2 for 2.
New York Anthem not going down without a fight.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking with us on FS2. Sites of Canterbury in Minnesota. We will have the action to cover the 6 stakes from Canterbury Park on Wednesday, featuring the Curtis Hanson Oaks and the Canterbury Park Derby. It's part of the Northern Stars Turf Festival and should be a fun day of racing. We've got you covered on FS2 and FS1, and covered this day last year, Andy, and it was a lot of fun. And you see a lot of good horses, good trainers come out for a big day of racing, and they enjoy putting on the show there at Canterbury.
A fun night of racing.
Fun night of racing, exactly.
I agree, and looking at the Canterbury Derby, and it's interesting, the heavy favorite is going to be One in Vermilion. First, has never been on the turf.
I know.
I mean, he's the speed, and he's got overlay figures going on the dirt, but who knows if he wants to run on the turf.
Right, did have that fast work on the turf at Canterbury coming into this, but you've got a couple other horses who have plenty of good turf form, including right next to him with Worthington for Mike Maker, who comes in, a horse that tried to run on the dirt in the Sam F. Davis to no avail, but did win twice on the turf in Kentucky at Keeneland and Churchill.
Yeah, he did not run particularly well in his last start, but as you have this go-back race, including this one, he ran pretty well. So he showed some 2-year-old form that suggested he was pretty good. He looked okay in the Dania Beach down at Gulfstream, but Dania, excuse me. Big Dania highlight.
You spent a winter in Gulfstream. You should know Dania.
I spent a lot of time at Gulfstream. Back when it was good in the 90s. Back at the original Gulfstream. You have to respect Mike Maker. What about Golden Bandit? He ran a big figure in his turf debut. He's going to have to deal, though, with One in Vermilion one way or another because they both have speed.
Then you've got We Storm for Jonathan Thomas, whose lone turf start was a win at Horseshoe Indy. Very intriguing fields here, and we'll see how it shakes out. Worthington, though, who has been in stakes before, yet to have a stakes victory. My notes from I actually saw him in the Sam Davis over at Tampa. Thought that he moved more like a turf horse, so glad they're keeping him on the grass. Maybe he'll find this to be the right spot. But speaking of We Storm, we'll take a look at his maiden score. He faced 3-year-olds and older in that race at Horseshoe Indy. First time on the turf, first time blinkers, and it brought him a victory.
Yeah, I mean, I have to look at the field he ran against and take a look at the race he ran, but it seems like he was pretty impressive that day. The question is, can he get faster, and how much faster does he have to get to be competitive here?
He's one of the horses that is a known commodity on the turf, at least when you have a couple trying the turf for the first time, or a few wild cards in this race. But there he is, closing on the outside, doing it pretty easily for Jonathan Thomas. Florent Giroux will be in town to ride.
I mean, you have to be careful because maybe he was beating a very subpar field, but he certainly put a lot of distance on that field in a slow pace and final 5/16 in around 30 seconds. So he seems to be a promising one. Be interesting to see what happens. And always a fun night at Canterbury Park, which I've never been to, but it looks like a fun place to spend an evening.
I have not been there yet either. I went to Minneapolis for a wedding, and my dad and I really tried to see if we could make it over to Canterbury Park, and just wasn't.
You actually stayed at the wedding and didn't go to Canterbury Park? I've lost a little respect for you.
My best friend's brother. They're
wanna,
basically family members.
Wasn't your best friend.
Yeah,
it was your best friend's brother. I'm very disappointed.
They're like
in case
family to me.
You've lost
They're
a little
like
bit of
family
ground
to
in
me.
your degenerate card. You're not really quite there.
Well, we were at the reception on our phones watching racing because it was during Saratoga.
Sorry.
So, yeah, it was the day.
You failed badly on this one. I'm very, very annoyed with you.
There's plenty of good wagering opportunities for you at Canterbury Park on Wednesday, too. Take a look at the Wednesday wagers. Post-time pick 4 begins in the first race. You've got the all-turf late pick 5. The late pick 5, which kicks off in the 5th, and those are a 10% takeout, which is a great opportunity as well.
I can't believe that Maggie's going to Royal Ascot over Canterbury.
Paul LaDuca will be at Canterbury.
Respect for Maggie, too.
Paul LaDuca will be there at Canterbury.
Paulie's degenerate card is confirmed. I don't think we need further proof on that, but it looks like a fun night of racing. We'll be covering it from, I believe, 6 to 10:30 or 11.
Yes. Hope you'll join us there 6 to 10:30 on Wednesday. When we come back, though, we'll continue on with our races here at beautiful Belmont Park. The stake race, the feature of the day, the Bed of Roses coming up next. Can Goodnight Olive, there she is in the paddock, get back to the winner's circle. Last year's champion, female sprinter. All eyes will be on her and the trip she gets. Bed of Roses coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Wicked Halo tries to get engaged, but still fourth and behind horses. CC fifth. Good Night Olive the leader. Good Night Olive by 2. Echo Zulu, then Wicked Halo. CC on the outside is fourth. Good Night Olive. Iran Ortiz Jr. victorious in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint winner Good Night Olive would send her to win a championship award as well. Eclipse Award winner Good Night Olive. She won 7 in a row before that streak was stopped in the Derby City Distaff last time out with a troubled trip. She's currently your 1-9 favorite in the Bed of Roses, Andy.
Yeah, this is pure insanity. I mean, and she's really good, and she may well win this race. But at 1-9, and I'm looking at the double, she's going to be around 1-2 or 2-5 in here. I hope for her connections, those that bet her, she gets it done, and I won't be surprised when she does, but this is a tough field.
We'll see how another Breeders' Cup winner fares here at Belmont Park. Let's head down to Richie. Richie, if you were aboard Good Night Olive, how would you attack this race, especially given the trip she had last time out?
Well, you're on the best horse. You've got you're a marked man, if you will, right? Everybody knows that they need to compromise your trip to have their best chance at winning. I'm coming out running. I'm going forward the first 100, 200 yards up to 1/8 of a mile. And if someone really wants it, commit to that idea. Spread the field out. Give me options. Now, the one thing that you have to keep in mind here, too, Irad Ortiz has to know the competition. And, obviously he does his homework. Beguine, who I think is the main speed in here, has a tendency at times to drift. And that could be your safety valve if you get caught up in a position like last time behind horses, hoping that Beguine will drift out. Irad's riding great form, coming into this with a lot of confidence, 4 wins on the card already today. And one thing when you look at Good Night Olive, and it's something that all good horses share, her balance. I mean, she's just impeccably balanced individual. So their efficiency of their stride's going to be there. I mean, she's just put together the right way in all the right places. Beguine looks great, but what a powerful hind end. She looks like a pure sprinter. I do expect her to be on the lead. Ned Allard, a really good conditioner. And then the 4, Dr. B, talking with Butch Reed and saying that she got a very weird trip last time. He expects her to be forward today. I think she'll be a lot more involved. And, it was kind of an odd mystery tour last time. She runs her A race. She's going to be forward for sure.
We'll see how she handles things today. Richie, thank you. Dr. B, she'll rematch with Caramel Swirl out of the Vagrancy, and there she is, Andy. And she went from being second or third, kind of in a stalking spot, to being last, losing so much ground and then being forced to go widest of all and chasing a talented horse in Caramel Swirl.
And she had run a career best race, albeit on the slop, in the Go for One at the end of her 4-year-old career, and it looked like a possibility she could be breaking out into a possible leader or top horse in this division. And I don't think there's anything about a return race to suggest that isn't possible because of the trip she had and coming off a layoff. I got to think she's going to be forward here with Kendrick and maybe step outside of McGee. We'll see if she's good enough. And this is a Grade 1 quality field. She's going to have to run a big race. You and I are confident she will. We'll see.
Alfred Vanderbilt, Sagamore Farm, owners of Bed of Roses, the racehorse. 7 stakes in a 2-year-old campaign, which is just absolutely incredible. Champion 2-year-old filly, champion older female, Hall of Fame inductee, and how about inflation, huh? Only $380,000 in earnings.
That's a lot of money back in 1950. This horse, she was a good horse, and I'm old enough to remember when Alfred Vanderbilt, he was at the track almost every day.
We'll meet the field for this year's Bed of Roses, starting off with the champion, Goodnight Olive.
She's the champ. She's the horse to beat. Whether or not you think 1 to 5 is an underlay is irrelevant from that perspective. Glad to see her running here, and she very well may get redemption.
Early speed for the number 2, Beguine.
Yeah, Beguine's going to try to wire the field and see if she can belong at the upper echelon. And she and our horse, Dr. B, they have some questions to answer from that regard that maybe the 1, 3, and 5 don't.
Wicked Halo, she and Tyler Gaffleone made a big difference in the trip Goodnight Olive got last time.
No doubt, Goodnight Olive was unlucky last time out, but Wicked Halo's improving for Steve Asmussen, and she's an awfully big price for a horse that finished a length ahead of Goodnight Olive.
Tyler riding at Ellis, so Jose Ortiz has the mount. Here's Dr. B looking for a better trip.
I think we've given our case for her ad infinitum and drops down to 11 to 1. She's a much bigger price in doubles, where she's the longest shot on the board.
And Caramel Swirl, who got back to the winner's circle in the Vagrancy last out.
She was beaten almost 3 lengths by Goodnight Olive and the Ballerina, so she's got to close that gap. But she is a talented, greatest stakes winner for Bill Mott, rounding out a very, very strong field.
This is a fun one, that's for sure. A reminder, you can join Naira Bets and play all of the action on our program and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Coming up, the Bed of Roses, we bring Jonathan Kinchin into this conversation. JK, 1 to 5 right now, and the champ, Goodnight Olive.
Yeah, now look, I'm not telling you to bet this horse to win at 1 to 5. I would have told you an hour and a half ago to single this horse in pick 5s, pick 6s, pick 4s, or whatever. I think that's the only way to kind of, from a win perspective, to be involved. If you're betting this race, I can understand trying to beat her in here. But here's what I'll say. If you look at Goodnight Olive and what she's done, let's just, like Chad said in this interview, let's put a line through the last race. Let's pretend that race never really happened. If you look at what she's done previously, 4 of her races from last year are faster than anything in this race has ever run. So it's not like she got lucky once to run a fast number. 4 times last year, she ran faster. Any of those 4 races were faster than anything anyone else has ever run. Now, she came back at Keeneland off of a little bit of a break and didn't run particularly fast, but you don't bring back the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint champion to win the Madison at Keeneland. Sure, you want to win the Madison at Keeneland, but it's more of a season-long situation. And look, I don't think she really got to do much running last time. I think we're going to see the best performance we've seen from her this year. I'm not worried about the trip. When you give these high-quality riders and you get their attention, I think sometimes when they're hyper-focused, an Irad, a Joel, a Johnny, a Louis, a Javier, when you get them super focused, you don't often see too many mistakes. I think sometimes just in the grind of all these races, sometimes they may make mistakes. And I think Irad just kind of got stuck down on the inside, and I think that won't happen here again. I would imagine Goodnight Olive will get to the clear very, very quickly, and I also imagine that my friend Richie Migliori would get her in the clear too.
As horse, you want to give them as clean a trip as possible. I do think he was unlucky last time. I'm sure he's going to be on guard for that. One thing I did notice, Irad left the pony and gave her a big warm-up, and he's continued to warm her up, and that usually shows intention that you want to leave the gate running and you want your horse up underneath you. You want them in the bridle. That helps you make the moves you might have to make from the inside. Listen, I think Goodnight Olive is certainly the horse to beat. I'm going to pick the 4, Dr. B, because of her tough trip last time, and I think she's going to be sitting just outside of Beguine and get the right kind of trip today, being forward. I do think that Goodnight Olive is the most likely winner, and she's beautiful to watch. Again, the efficiency of her stride, the mechanics, and it all goes back to that balance I was talking about. She's effortless. She floats over the ground. So as a fan, I just enjoy watching these kind of horses. If I'm wagering on the race, I'm going to take a little shot with the 4, Dr. B.
All right, Richie, thank you. 12-1 on Dr. B. You've got 2 fans of hers up here on the desk as well, Andy. But first, let's go back to Goodnight Olive, as we've been talking about the trip that she had in the Derby City Distaff, and we'll show that race for you. Tyler Gaffalione, who rode Wicked Halo in that start, he was aboard the Gray Filly, and he was on the hip of Goodnight Olive pretty much the whole race to make sure that she was stuck down inside. She was not able to get into the clear and chase down Monterey, who, to be fair, has talent in her own right.
And now Jose Ortiz is riding her, and Jose's job is to do the same thing here.
Yep.
I mean, it's as simple as that. He's supposed to do what he can to keep his brother in and beat him. It's race riding, and I really respect Tyler for the way he rode that filly last time, because he's trying to help his horse's best chance. And one of the ways you help yours' best chance is to keep the horse way the horse can be in a pocket if you can. And you have to be careful to just assume that she's going to get out, she's going to get a good trip, she's going to get a clear run. Probably will. It'll probably work out, however it does. It doesn't have to. And when you're riding the favorite, you got to make sure you don't lose because you're unlucky. You're going to lose sometimes because you're not the best horse. That's going to happen. And she may well have been the best horse in there, and certainly her prior race suggests that she was. But she never got a chance to show whether or not that was the case. And we'll see if it works out differently today. And that's Irad's job here. And if you're going to ride these kind of horses, and I'm sure Irad knows it, and he has the confidence to believe he can do it, and he should. But it's still going to be interesting to see what happens, and she's a bad gamble at this price, in our opinion. Not that she's not the likeliest winner. No sane person's not going to tell you that. But that doesn't mean that she's a right bet at 1-5.
There's Caramel Swirl, who won the vagrancy last time. Speaking to Belmont afterwards, said she was sidelined with a foot abscess after the race at Tampa, which was a big disappointment. She came back, maybe not 100% cranked up, 100% fit last time. She got the good trip while Dr. B did not. That said, they're both talented runners.
Oh, for sure. I mean, they both have a right to win this race, and they're both horses that could be heard from in this division. This is a very interesting race because it's really going to tell us a lot more about these horses. If Goodnight Olive gets a clear trip, are these horses good enough to compete against her? Goodnight Olive has shown she's the best horse when she gets a clean trip. Is it possible that others are ready to step forward? Whether it's Dr. B, or it's Wicked Halo, or it's Caramel Swirl, or even Beguine to a lesser extent. And it all makes this a very, very interesting race. And you see a 1-5, you think it's an uncompetitive race. Now, maybe it turns out not to be that, but I disagree.
Big effort last time from Caramel Swirl. Can she get back-to-back victories? She is the 3rd choice right now. The top 2 coming out of that Derby City Distaff, the favorites with the champion Goodnight Olive, 1-5 on the board. It is the Grade 2 Bed of Roses, the one we've been waiting for. Here's John Umbrial with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off in the Bed of Roses Stakes. And from the inside post, Goodnight Olive tries for the lead along with a Wicked Halo. Now Beguine is moving up along with Dr. B. So it is Wicked Halo, the gray, in between horses. Beguine is down at the rail, and those two are now heads apart. Dr. B takes back in 3rd. Goodnight Olive is down at the rail, and on the outside is Caramel Swirl. Beguine leads here by a neck. Wicked Halo on the outside runs 2nd. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Dr. B is in 3rd. Caramel Swirl on the outside. And the big favorite, Goodnight Olive, is down at the rail. As they race around the far turn, it's Beguine with the lead here. Wicked Halo in pursuit in 2nd. Caramel Swirl moving well up on the outside and now going up to challenge the front runners. And Goodnight Olive makes a move down towards the rail. Here's Wicked Halo now to take a narrow lead. Beguine is at the rail. Goodnight Olive is in behind horses. Caramel Swirl is on the outside. And then Dr. B, the half mile in 46 seconds. On the outside, here's Caramel Swirl up to challenge Wicked Halo. Good Night Olive is driving in third with less than an eighth of a mile to the finish. Here comes Good Night Olive up to challenge Caramel Swirl and Wicked Halo. The three of them will battle it out to the finish, and it is Good Night Olive by a head. Good Night Olive back to the winner's circle, and Irad Ortiz Jr. has a 5-win Saturday.
Irad Ortiz with 5, and the one I'm sure he really wanted to win, the Grade 2 Bed of Roses. And while we saw Good Night Olive victorious, Andy, maybe not like a 1-to-5 shot, I'll say as far as stretch excitement, this lived up to the billing. This set blows away.
Yeah, this was a race that lived up to the building. 3 very good horses battled down to the wire together, and Good Night Olive got it done. And the trip worked out for Irad. He left a little for position, but he dropped back to last, and she was able to get that clear run on the outside. Obviously, she shouldn't have been 1-to-5 going in, and she didn't run like she should have been 1-to-5, but she got the job done, and that's what good horses do. But make no mistake, Wicked Halo has proved here, and she's going to be a force to be reckoned going forward. She ran very well. Caramel Swirl ran very well, and it was a terrific horse race. You take the odds out of the equation, excellent horse race, the champ gets it done. You're better at 1-to-5. You should be sneaking to the window to cash your money.
How about the effort from Wicked Halo, though, the runner-up? She was up close on the pace, and she dug in gamely here.
I agree. There was a second there where it looked like she was going to battle back and get the win. She didn't get it done, but she loses nothing in defeat here. And, boy, I just already can't wait to see these horses hook up in Saratoga. And knowing Steve Asmussen, he'll be in the honorable miss and the ballerina. We'll see who else shows up there. I remember when she won the prioress in Saratoga, and she had missed the test, and I said to Steve, did you skip the test by design? And Steve said, me? Skip a race?
No.
So I think we'll get to see a couple races from her, and I'm looking forward to it. This division is a lot more competitive this year, but we'll tip our hat to Good Night Olive as she gets it done, but it was not easy.
Great to see her back to the winner's circle, but I will say, Andy, the second half of the year and this filly and mare sprint division could be incredibly contentious too, especially given the way Caramel Swirl ran, the way Wicked Halo ran. It'll be fun to see the 3 of them match up again in the ballerina this summer.
No, I can't wait to see it happen. It's going to be really fun. And this is, you want to see competitive racing, and we're not even talking about Echo Zulu's waiting in the wings. I mean, the way she ran her return race in the winning colors, they better have the running shoes on. It's going to be a lot different than that Breeders' Cup. And I don't know that Good Night Olive has necessarily lost a step as much as the others may have stepped forward a little bit, but a nice win for her. And, of course, Irad with a tremendous day with the 5 wins.
5 wins, 1 for the thumb, as John and Brielle likes to say. Irad Ortiz on the 1-to-5 favorite, getting the victory here with Good Night Olive. The good thing is, Andy, is they have photos with him holding up 4 fingers and 5 fingers because he wins a lot of races.
He does win a lot of races, and they were short prices, but he got the job done. I don't even know, is he riding in the last race? I don't think he is.
He's riding Quick Power Nap.
Oh, he is. Probably be 3-to-5.
Yeah,
can't wait.
In the last, but we'll bring you prices, reactions, and more from the Grade 2 Bed of Roses when we come back. Stay with us after this quick break on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His progeny include these recent standout performers. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming scrubbly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here.
classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, and Irad Ortiz is back in the winner's circle as we see this winner's circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings and horses of racing age on July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Goodnight Olive, champion female sprinter, back to the winner's circle, picks up another graded stakes win, this time with the Bed of Roses in a truly exciting race, Andy.
No, it was really a race that lived up to the building, and congrats to the connections of Goodnight Olive. There are a lot of them, and they're in the winner's circle. Nice to see them here. And listen, she's good, really good, but she's got more competition this year, and I think that's great. It's going to make it for some fun racing up in Saratoga, and we'll see. It's already, you know, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. There's some great racing left here at Belmont. That 4th of July weekend is going to be excellent. The final weekend with the Belmont Derby and the Belmont Oaks, the Suburban, other big races. But I got to tell you right now, I'm excited for the Ballerina. It's going to be much more competitive this year.
It's going to be a fun one, that's for sure, coming up this summer at Saratoga. Big day, though, for jockey Irad Ortiz, too. 5 wins on the card this afternoon, and a really spectacular afternoon. And yes, he had some short price favorites. We see him move the board, but today, as mentioned, wins a lot of races, and today one of those as he and Chad Brown also teamed up for 3 victories together.
Yeah, they obviously a great day, and they started out well, and they finished the day up well, though Irad's not done. And Irad also rode a very promising first-time starter. Nice to see him get that win for Donegal, who sometimes seems to be a little forgotten about, but always happy to see the Donegal and the crews get it, and their crew get it done.
That's a perfect segue as we see the Day Chaser Chase of the Day segment brought to you by Day Chaser Canned Cocktails, real spirits, real fruit juice. And Donegal Forever, first-time starter for Todd Pletcher. That's going to be the highlight here, brought to you by Day Chaser Cocktails. Irad Ortiz at the break aboard this first-time starter, the number 6, where he lost his stirrups and was able to kind of hold on to his balance when that horse tripped. The sheer athleticism from him, Andy, is incredible.
And it's also a real credit to the horse as well that he was able to get right back into stride, because he was really in good position the whole way around. A very promising firster. Todd Pletcher Barn has not had a lot of success with their firsters going long in the dirt. And sometimes they're going long because they're just kind of a little bit slow, and this one, even with that break, wasn't far off of it. Very impressive victory, and onwards and upwards, hopefully, for the Donegal crew. And there's Jerry Crawford, of course, there as well.
Everybody in the winner's circle, though, for Goodnight Olive as they get the trophy celebration. Is that kind of the big race sport coat for Chad Brown?
I got at least I have an excuse for my tie flying all around. Yes, I like it when he and Seth Klarman both wear pretty much the same jacket.
Yeah.
It's kind of adorable.
Yeah, it's kind of the big day sport coat. You know, I requested a Beyonce fan, but this is a little much here.
It is a little windy up here. It's a good thing we've got Kyle here to keep everything cool.
Well, yes, Kyle's been chasing things around the set for us. Kyle, our cameraman,
He's a lot quicker than he looks.
He is deceptively fast. That being said, Goodnight Olive, the champ, is back. Let's head down to Richie for more.
Yeah, I'm here with Irad Ortiz Jr. 5 wins today. Goodnight Olive worked out a better trip today. When it was going around the turn and the way things were setting up, were you having a little deja vu?
It was very similar last time, but I mean, I just want to ride my filly. I know what she can do. We take the challenge. We ended up there again, and we tried to work it out different this time, and it did. It worked out. I kind of like wait a little longer, go around it because it's a small field, so I can wait and go around still. It's hard to get there, but she's a nice filly, so she overcomes. So thanks to the trainer, Chad. She did an amazing job, and the whole team, the Cersei rider. She's not an easy filly to work with, to getting ready, because she's kind of like to go fast, and they do a great job. She was ready.
Well, watching you warm her up, you left the pony, and the way she got up underneath you and bowed her head, I mean, she was kind of touting herself.
Right away. When I lose the pony, she jumped on the bed and she just wants to go. I try to relax her. That's why I lose the pony before everyone, because I was the one who I want to just go alone and make her relax. Warm them up and at the same time relax, and she did relax. I can't jog back too much because she was on the muscle. I go back to the pony, let her relax. She broke on top. She listened to me. She always does. I let her relax and be there for me whenever I ask, and she was there.
Well, terrific job here. Now you have one more mount and a good chance in the last. You're going to go get 6?
Hopefully we make it, but I'm just happy to be here and to win 5 races today, and I enjoy it, and hopefully we can get it done another one. That'd be great.
Congratulations, good luck. And guys, I can tell you, nobody enjoys it more. Irad really loves his job.
And he's very good at it, too. Richie, Irad Ortiz, leading rider, 5-win day, including the champ Goodnight Olive, who gets back to the winner's circle in the bed of roses.
I'm sure it's a relief to him as well.
Yes.
He definitely didn't want to come back to the winner's circle and tell Chad Brown why she lost again. So that's always a relief, I'm sure, for Irad.
A big Saturday for Irad Ortiz with some nice victories. And as you heard from Richie, still an opportunity for 6. One more option to go with Quick Power Nap in the nightcap. We have another race to bring you here on America's Day at the races. If we don't blow off the set, we'll talk more about it when we come back. We've seen some great performances so far. One more to go on this Saturday after this.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion, and you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnerships, and that's really rewarding.
We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barons. He ran 6 Grade 1s, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile, and of course the Whitney, and then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medal d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, and that we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We gotta straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
A family affair over at the Bond Barn. There's Kevin Bond, one of their sons, overseeing operations here at Belmont Park. And it is great to see how the family is so involved. And there's their charge, Fellini, here in the paddock.
Yeah, Fellini should at least be forward in this race. Whether or not she can finish, we'll find out. But always nice to see the Bonds do well. And you know one thing, they're gearing up for Saratoga.
Yes, they are. Of course, the main operation based in Saratoga for the Bond Barn. They just have to walk across the street. The lone turf start for Fellini was back at Saratoga last year, towards the very end of the meet, in fact, when sprinting on the turf, ran behind Quick Power Nap, and they'll actually rematch in here together. As we see Fellini with Jamie Torres should be forwardly placed, as you mentioned. There's a look at the field. Rum Runner ready, 4-1 on the rail. Pretty wide open group right here for the nightcap. My Red Ortiz looking for 6 on Quick Power Nap. Let's head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, guys, this is a really intriguing race. A kind of a tough handicapping conundrum, excuse me. I'll start with the one, Rum Runner Ready. I just think she falls into an easier spot this time than last time after she broke her maiden at Aqueduct for 40. I like her turning back slightly. They furlong in distance. And the inside draw, she worked out that kind of beautiful pocket trip. And I could see her getting a similar trip today under Trevor McCarthy. I think she's a player. And I like the way she's handling herself. She can get a little bit amped up at times, but she really seems to be handling the preliminaries very well. The 6, Quick Power Nap, Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for his 6th winner on the day. I like this filly getting back to the turf. I mean, she's all turf. She's been in a bunch of rained off the turf races, and I think she's really going to appreciate getting back on the grass here for Rudy Rodriguez. And then the 7, Fellini, the Bonds do great work. This horse looks terrific. I was watching Kevin after he saddled, and you'll see sometimes these trainers, they'll lift the horse's front leg and they kind of stretch their leg out forward. That's to get the girth to settle properly underneath their belly there. You don't want it to pinch them. You don't want it to be uncomfortable. And you'll just see a lot of trainers do that. He did that. She got very comfortable. She looks great. She's outfitted with ear muffs. Horses react a lot to sound, but she's handling herself well. And I got to tell you, she is dappled out. She's up at Jimmy Bond's training base in Saratoga, and I think horses do really well there all seasons. But, particularly this time of year, it's a little quieter. They walk from Jimmy's Barn out on Gridley Avenue to the racetrack. They're out of the stalls a long time, and I just think it's really good for horses, their mental capacity, and just to keep a happy horse when they can be out of their stalls and kind of really get more exercise and basically cool out on the way back to the barn while being ridden. But Fellini, the 7, making a nice impression.
Richie, thank you. Fellini 14-1 right now for the Bond Barn. And sometimes the best angle is when we show those features. There's a look at Smokin' Hot Kitty cutting back in distance, which should suit her. First off the claim for Horacio DePaz. We'll talk more about the finale from Belmont after this. Oh, gosh.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire.
Ms. Big Bucks will pull off the upset in the nightcap.
Her full brother Bucker 2 and Brennan's War score a War Dancer exacta.
Bucker 2 in front, Brennan's War on the outside. The two of them come on for the finish, and it is Bucker 2.
And New York Anthem kicks off the year going a perfect 2 for 2.
New York Anthem not going down without a fight.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and while we're enjoying every moment we have here at Belmont Park, they'll be here before we know it. Opening day of Saratoga, Thursday, July 13th.
It's coming just 26 days from today, end of a few weeks. You're in Saratoga every week.
I am.
You're like coming closer to a Saratoga.
Yeah, I love
Not there yet, but great
love
town.
seeing everybody out at the track at Saratoga every day. So much fun. The fans are just tremendous. And here's our Fox Saturdays at Saratoga. So excited to have the opportunity to highlight so many big days and so many big races on Fox throughout the summer.
Yeah, we're going to have 3 hours, I believe, for each of those 6 days on Big Fox. Of course, we'll be on covering all the action from Saratoga on FS2 and FS1 throughout the summer. And I just can't say enough about the support that we've gotten from Fox, of course, culminating with them showing the Belmont Stakes this year and buying the Belmont Stakes. But the support we've gotten from Fox has really been terrific for us, and we're all extremely appreciative.
We are, and for an opportunity to show to a big audience the sport that we love so much and the races, as Andy mentioned, that we're covering every day. So hope that you'll join us at the track as much as you can. But for the days you can't make it up there, you can tune in and watch all the action with all of us on Saratoga Live. But back here to today at Belmont, reminder, you can join Naira Bets and play all the action on our program and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. There's a look at the number 8, Smokin' Hot Kitty. She's sharp. She's on her toes. I thought it was an interesting move, Andy, clearly with intent for claiming here Horacio DePaz, cutting back in distance and putting the blinkers on. I think this is the right spot for her. The question is can she get back to the winner's circle?
I don't disagree with you. I think she's shown that she's probably as good, if not better, sprinting. I just didn't like her last race, where she really didn't do any running whatsoever, where she had a good trip, I thought, and just was dead empty. And that worries me a little bit. And that was for Linda Rice, who was in a good run at that point.
Rum Runner Ready went by. There's the 2 predetermined at a big price. Next will be the number 4, Mostly Harmless.
Yeah, I know you like Rum Runner Ready. I like Mostly Harmless, though I agree with you, the one's very dangerous. dangerous. Mostly harmless. I love getting back to sprints of the turf, and she's had some tough trips in her turf sprints.
Here's Fast Corey for the Cantor Mossy Barn.
Should be forwardly placed as they look for their second win today.
Irad Ortiz looking for 6. His option here is Quick Power Nap, who is last in the post parade. That's right. There's the Bond runner, Fellini.
And Fellini's going to be forwardly placed. Will have to run better in the one turf race, and did finish behind Quick Power Nap that day.
Tepid co-favorite, Smokin' Hot Kitty.
Yeah, listen, this is a wide open race. I preferred others, but I think I picked her third, and she seems kind of dangerous, her fourth.
There's the number 9, Susie Saver, back to the turf.
Yeah, she is going to have to improve immeasurably on the cutback.
Number 10, Queens over 3s, finally won last time when getting onto the grass.
She did, but she really over. I know the Steady Star is very minor. She had a very good trip that day against Lesser.
Jose Ortiz will take the call today for Rudy Rodriguez, and she'll look to go 2 for 2 on the grass. Next will be the number 11, Devilly.
I don't know if she's good enough anymore, but she has back races that make her 20-1 a very inviting price.
Big price right now. We'll see her soon, hopefully. That's still on the number 10. 12 next in the post parade. Candy Monet cutting back.
She's another horse that at times has run well enough on the turf that maybe she's a pretty generous price.
Yeah, last turf sprint, 2 starts back against Starter Company, was decent behind You Should Be Dancing. She's a big price at 14-1. Missing in the post parade is the 6 and the 11. We promise they're out there somewhere. His favoritism is now shifting over to the number 6, Quick Power Nap, as she gets back on the turf. Rudy Rodriguez claimed her at the end of Saratoga, Andy, and he has not been able to run her on the turf yet.
But what concerns me is she was able to wire the field that day, and with the presence of horses like the 5 and 7, it's going to be a lot harder to do that. So I wonder if she could work out the right kind of trip to get it done here.
That was closing weekend at Saratoga, where even though she was drifting, was able to wire the field. And there's the number 11, Devilly.
Yeah, and I said with Devilly, she's a horse that at times has run well enough. And she's taken a little bit of pop. She was about 20-1. Now she's down to 16. And listen, I don't really like her chances. I gave her a good look. She didn't run very well 2 races back. But she has back races that are good enough that I wouldn't just completely dismiss her at a big price. This is a race where I wouldn't be surprised if something kind of wacky happens.
16-1 right now. Pretty wide open board as well, with the favorite at 3-1 for a horse that, again, did win sprinting on the turf and has not been able to run on the grass since then. The number 1, Rum Runner Ready, it drops in class a bit. Where do you expect her to be placed? I mean, she showed some speed when going on the dirt. I wonder what kind of trip she's going to get from the inside. Unfortunately, she didn't do much running last time.
She has to be forward here. She's not going to be in front, but she has to be
Right.
forwardly placed.
We'll see how it plays out. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, I'm going to start with the 1, Rum Runner Ready. That's not easy to say. You should try it at home. If you look at the race 2 back, the one thing I do like about this horse, and Andy's point, is I don't think that this one's going to make the lead, but I do think that they'll be forwardly placed. If you look at that second race back and you watch the replay there, this horse did kind of sit inside of horses and ran well that day and won. I think this horse likes being inside. I think the horse is comfortable, relaxed, shuts off inside. So I think being drawn towards the inside for someone like myself who absolutely typically hates rail draws, I think they should be tough. I'm going to go with the 6. I think the 6, Quick Power Nap, if you look at that race 4 back on the turf, this horse has always been wanted to be on the turf, Richie.
Yeah, I agree. I like the 6, Quick Power Nap. I think she's just going to appreciate getting to the turf. You get Hot Ride and Irad Ortiz Jr. I think he's going to cap off the day with his 6th win. The 1, Rum Runner Ready, I think sits a good trip inside, and she is brave inside. She showed that with her win 2 back. And then the 11. Devilly, this horse really won me over in the warm-up, but like a lot of Kendrick Carmouche's mounts, he warms them up aggressively, and that always catches my eyes, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. His favoritism does now shift over to Rum Runner Ready, taking a bit of a drop in class. She'll try to get a better trip today and see if Trevor McCarthy's aggressive with her.
2-1 on anyone in this
short
field.
price.
And she was bad last time. I think she's a player. I picked her second. You have her on top, but it's a little bit short to take. I think Mostly Harmless has enough good races that 8-1's a generous price.
Number 6, Quick Power Nap, a player as well. Irad Ortiz looking for 6 wins on the day. He's already won 5, including the Bed of Roses. We'll look to wrap up the day in style. See if he can do it. There she is.
Yeah, good luck to Irad. He'll beat me.
Just another day in the office for Irad Ortiz with 5 wins and counting. Let's go up to John and Brielle for the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 2, Predetermined, and she trails. Fast Corey is going out for the early lead, and Fellini is right there along with Quick Power Nap. And then comes Queens over 3s on the outside, moving up from 4th. Candy Monet gains from 5th. Rum Runner Ready is down at the rail and in 6th position. And now moving up on the outside is Devilly into 7th. Smoking Hot Kitty is next in 8th. Mostly Harmless runs in 9th. Susie Saver is 10th, and Predetermined is the trailer. A battle up front. Fast Corey on the inside and Candy Monet on the outside. And the two of them are right together through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. The front two have opened up a half dozen lengths on Queens over 3s and Fellini. They're right together 3rd and 4th. Devilly's on the outside as they come into the stretch, the half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. Here is Candy Monet to grab the lead now from Fast Corey. Then comes Fellini. On the outside is Devilly, who continues to move up. Quick Power Nap is advancing in between horses. And here comes Rum Runner Ready down at the rail. It's Candy Monet, Rum Runner Ready, far outside, Smoking Hot Kitty. They come for the finish. And it looks like another photo here. Rum Runner Ready on the inside, Smoking Hot Kitty on the outside. A photo in the finale.
It was the number 1 Rum Runner Ready. Now, we did see an incident there in the stretch, Andy. The number 5, Fast Corey, went through the inside rail. She is galloping on the inside of the rail, and the outrider will try to pick her up there. She's actually in the infield right now between the hedge and the rail, so hopefully they'll be able to pick her up. She looks okay. Eric Cancel will keep an eye on him and hopefully be able to report back on that scary incident.
Yeah, but the horse seems to be
Right,
fine.
she does.
She's running, and hopefully Eric is okay as well. Is he getting into the golf cart?
No, not yet. He's
Where?
still down
I
at the
can't see
moment.
him. Okay,
He
I
is.
can't
But
see him.
that's why they have those types of rails, if that happens. Hopefully we can check in with Richie at some point. But as far as the winner does go, it was the number 1 Rum Runner Ready coming up the inside with Trevor McCarthy. Let's go to Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm watching. Eric's up on his feet. He was obviously a little bit slow to stand, but he's standing on his own power now. He's talking to the medical staff there. The filly appears okay. I didn't see exactly what happened, but obviously she, probably shied from other horses as being passed and ducked into the fence. But Eric will be checked out by the attending physician here at the racetrack before any determination about if he needs to go for precautionary x-rays or anything. But good news is he is up on his feet and standing.
That is good news. Richie, thank you. Actually, a round of applause here from the fans when Eric Cancel got on his feet. Good to see that. And, of course, we will report back when they have apprehended the number 5, Fast Corey. Again, she did look okay. We'll take a quick time out, bring you more updates when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire.
Ms. Big Bucks will pull off the upset in the nightcap.
Her full brother Bucker 2 and Brennan's War score a War Dancer exacta.
Bucker 2 in front, Brennan's War on the outside. The two of them come on for the finish, and it is Bucker 2.
And New York Anthem kicks off the year going a perfect 2 for 2.
New York Anthem not going down without a fight.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races as some great news to share here after a scary incident in the last race. There's the number 5, Fast Corey. 3 members of the great gate crew, Andy, took that golf cart over and ran to the inside of the rail between that and the hedge to grab her. And it just goes to show the horsemanship, the courage of these gentlemen who were able to corral her. And great to see Eric Cancel walking off as well, flanked by the Cantermasi brothers who greeted him with a big hug. And great to see he also looks okay.
Yes, the most important thing,
yep.
Man and horse are okay, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
And you know, sometimes those things happen, but fortunately everybody's okay, and that's what matters. And a good friend of mine said to me after the early double of 2-to-1s and 9-to-5, he said, I'm just getting a feeling that today's going to be one of those days with overbet favorites getting the job done and narrow finishes. And we saw the favorites sweeping, I think, the last 4 races, all by narrow margins at short prices. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Rum Runner Ready, the number 1, able to hold off Smokin' Hot Kitty. Tight photo finish there. $6.70 winner, Rum Runner Ready, coming up the inside with Trevor McCarthy with the victory, as that'll do it for live racing. We hope you'll be joining us tomorrow at beautiful Belmont Park. It's Father's Day. Do you want another opportunity to model the duffel bag?
I didn't blow away?
No, it's still here miraculously.
A little taller than I am. You can reach down there.
I still have some
Here it is.
Hair.
Well, wait, we
Show
want to
the
get
logo.
the
Yeah,
Belmont
get the nice
logo.
logo. This is the giveaway for the
my...
first 7,000. That was a little aggressive there. The first 7,000 fans in attendance tomorrow will get a free Belmont Park duffel bag. The first 200 fans will also receive a free Jeans and Sons cigar. And dads can show off their skills in the Golf Pro Simulator in the backyard. So much fun stuff going on.
We better get Paulie out there. He had a little preview on the Golf Simulator down at Oaklawn over the winter. You weren't here. I think he should do it for you because you didn't get to see it over the winter.
No.
He was in the hospital in traction for a week after I think he tried to do it.
I was here when he and Lafitte were throwing axes, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
I'm not going to be around anybody that works in our department throwing axes. I'm just not doing it. I think that's a good idea.
We have 2 New York Stallion Series stakes tomorrow as well. The Spectacular Bid and the Cupid Boys Joy. Here's the field for the boys, which will be in race 5. The New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid, highlighting our great breeding program here in New York. The stallions that stand here in New York, and a big field as well, Andy, to go 7 furlongs on the turf.
Yeah, these are fun races, and I love the races that celebrate the New York Stallions. It's such an important part of our program. I mean, people should understand, New York bred, the horse can be foaled outside of the state, but if they're born in the state, New York breds. But these are stallions that are standing in New York State, and I think it's very important that we support them. And I love this program that does support the stallions as well as all the farms in New York State. They're such an integral part of our program here at the New York Racing Association, but in general, and a very, very important part of the industry.
A huge piece of it, that's for sure, and a huge piece of the New York economy as well. There's the field for the girls a little bit later on, the Cupid Boys Joy, another big field, and you've got some horses trying the turf for the first time or getting back to the turf for the first time in a while.
She was a wonderful horse. She won the Mother Goose. She also ran the Preakness against the boys.
Oh, I did not know that she ran the Preakness.
Something to do with the table at Pimlico. But that's a story for another time.
Can't wait to hear it. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Good Night Olive was victorious in a thrilling rendition of the Bed of Roses today. We'll be back in action tomorrow on FS2 starting at 1 o'clock, SNY at 1:30. We hope that you'll join us. Thanks so much for staying with us on America's Day at the Races. From all of us, have a great night. We look forward to spending Father's Day with you tomorrow.